Chapter 374, Xianyi Needle. At the next moment, several rays of light that collided with the giant palm burst, forming a huge light cluster. The giant palm and the crystallization period powerhouse were overwhelmed by the ray released by the light cluster. At the same time, it exuded waves of terra-destroying breath which spread through to even the sky and earth. Then there was a rumbling sound from the rays like a rolling thunder. It actually caused a fluctuation to the nearby space like a great wave. It caused layers of visible spirit waves appearing in the air and spreading to the surroundings. When the huge light cluster disappeared after the spirit waves dissipated, and the sky returned to its original appearance again. However, everyone discovered that the 1,000 meters size blue palm had disappeared. The crystallization period powerhouse was still suspended in the air at the moment, but there was no trace of blood on his face. The breath on his body was extremely weak, and his black robe was already worn out. However, after he found out that he was still alive, there was a flash of ecstasy in his gloomy eyes. Without a word, he flew to the side not far from Wu Yan and sat down on his knees, then he took some elixirs before healing himself. The young man in white robe glanced at the alien race person, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but there was an ambiguous smile on his face. At almost the same time, Hong San and Prophecy Fairy among the crowd, after looking at each other, made an instant decision. At the next moment Hong San's arm moved, but a jade pendant suddenly appeared in his palm. His 5 fingers pinched and shattered it. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation erupted. There was a crack in his space around him. The jade pendant radiated a milky white light. It wrapped Hong San's body and flashed into the crack. At the same time, Prophecy Fairy aside waved her right hand. A golden talisman appeared in her hand after a flash, then she infused all her spiritual power in the meridians into it. Talisman burst into a bright light in an instant and countless runes flowed out. It flashed and wrapped the woman's body, turning into a golden rainbow that blasted away to another direction. Such a sudden change made the people present a little stunned, but most of them immediately looked understood. Now that Siren King had stated that he would not keep Sea Creature Clan's lives, it was not surprising that Hong San and Prophecy Fairy would suddenly rush to escape. Young man in white robe witnessed this scene, but there was a trace of sarcasm in his eyes. However, he didn't stop it immediately. The golden light of Prophecy Fairy hit the blue light curtain, and the golden light soared again. Various runes that were dancing inside flashed and fused into the blue light. The pale blue light emitted from the light curtain actually collapsed like snow melting after many runes flashed into it. There was actually a big hole of a few feet on the light curtain after a few seconds. As the woman was overjoyed, the golden rainbow flashed. She went out from the hole on the blue light curtain and galloped away into the distance. On the other side, when Hong San's figure appeared again, he had already appeared 1,000 meters away from the blue light curtain. After the talisman in his hand shook, it turned into a white rainbow. He wanted to escape now. Jia Lan, who was still in place, and Li Kuan, who was seriously injured, looked at the figures of the two who escaped from the light curtain through their secret treasures. Their faces changed several times, but they also had no solution at all. If she were them in this situation, she would probably not bring any burden. Yi Tianmei stood quietly in the same place, looking at the back of the two leaving with no expression on her face. Lu Ming saw it and his complexions changed a few times. After glancing at Jia Lan's side, she didn't look too surprised. But at this moment, the young man in white robe glanced at the rest of the crowd. After an abrupt smile, he opened his palm and flicked. There were 2 pale blue lights shooting out from his fingers. They were 2 light blue needles. It was made of unknown materials. It was deep blue with runes flowing on its surface which seemed pretty mysterious. The moment the 2 flying needles shot, they disappeared. At the next moment, a distance of more than 100 meters behind Hong San, the space suddenly fluctuated as a light blue flying needle emerged. Hong San's face shuddered. He didn't look back, but he cast a crimson-red mace in his hand. There were red runes flowing on its surface. It grew several 10 meters in size when he grabbed it in his hand. Who? Hong San held the mace in his hand tightly and waved behind him. In an instant, the mace turned into crimson shadows all over the sky like a crimson curtain on the sky, trying to stop the flying needle from coming. Whoosh! A blue flying needle turned into a pale blue shadow, passing through the crimson shadows transformed by the mace as if there was nothing, and it went into the rainbow transformed by Hong San. Magic weapon. An incredible sound came from the rainbow, echoing in the sky. But before he finished speaking, another painful scream could be heard. At the next moment, the crimson curtain disappeared, and the rainbow transformed by Hong San disappeared in a flash, revealing his motionless body. At this time Hong San, holding the mace in one hand and his other hand, was making a gesture, but there was no injury all over his body. His eyes were filled with terror and unwillingness, and there wasn't a trace of vitality. He had obviously died under the blue flying needle, even his soul was destroyed. On the other side of the sky, Prophecy Fairy, who was fleeing, also heard the shouting of Hong San before he died, and her heart trembled. She suddenly reached to her neck and tore out a delicate white jade pendant. On top of the jade pendant, there was a vivid flame bird imprinted on it, exuding a faint magenta halo. Prophecy Fairy threw her jade pendant into the air with a wave of her arm without hesitation, then a burst of dazzling red flame on its surface. A magenta flame bird in the size of a palm flew out along with a sharp chirping sound. During the fluttering of the flame bird's wings, the flames rolled along, and the figure instantly became the size 40 meters in size. At this moment, another blue flying needle flashed in the vicinity almost at the same time. After it blurred, it went straight to the flame bird. "Stop it. I am the fairy of the Red Scale clan. If I'm alive to you." Prophecy Fairy, after feeling the almost suffocating horror power emitted from the flying needle, her face immediately turned pale and bloodless, and she shouted desperately. But before she finished speaking, the magenta flame bird behind her was extinguished when the pale blue flying needle pierced through. It didn't seem to slow a little as it turned into a blue light that penetrated Prophecy Fairy's head. Prophecy Fairy's face was full of unbelievable expression, but the pair of beautiful eyes had lost their vitality. After that, she fell from the sky. The young man in white robe was still standing still, then the two flying needles flashed back as the space in front of him fluctuated. He waved his sleeve and retrieved the blue flying needle. Magic weapon. My shiny needle is barely a prototype of a magic weapon at best. It is far from the real magic weapon. Looking at the two pale blue flying needles in his hand, young man in white robe muttered to himself. Then he gently grasped and the flying needle disappeared. At this moment, his gaze finally turned to Li Kuan and Jia Lan. Because the two were the only two remaining sea creature clan. Feeling the majestic pressure in the eyes of the young man in white robe, although Li Kuan's face was a little pale, he didn't really show much fear. However, after a bitter smile, his lips wriggled slightly. He actually sent a voice message to Siren King. The young man in white robe only listened to a few words, and his expression moved. His eyes flashed a few times. After being silent for a moment, he finally nodded his head at Li Kuan and said lightly, "Since that is the case, I will keep you alive for a while. Just wait and see by the side." Hearing that Siren King actually said these two words, everyone on the scene was stunned. They kept guessing what Li Kuan said in their mind. He could save his life so easily. Li Kuan gave a complicated look at Jia Lan next to him, and then walked aside silently. When everyone else's eyes turned to Jia Lan again, the woman's face was white and bloodless. She barely smiled and wanted to say something, but the young man in white robe waved his hand unexpectedly. He said faintly, "Based on your succubus physique, and you are not a pure-blood sea creature clan, I will spare you for the time being. From now on you will serve as my maid." Jia Lan was stunned for a while, but after her face became uncertain for a while, she nodded bitterly. With the existence of an early stage of the condensation period, how could she dare to resist at all? As a result, only Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei were left in the field. Yi Tianmei had no expression. She just looked at the young man in white robe coldly. The young man in white robe on the opposite side was putting his hands on his band while narrowing his eyes and examining this woman, then he nodded with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, you don't need to take my blow. Just be my cultivation companion." As soon as these words were spoken, not only were Wu Yan and others stunned, but even the Beastkin clan powerhouses such as Qing Qi and Qi Li couldn't help but be stunned. Elder Lu's face was even more sullen. But after hearing Yi Tianmei's face turn dark slightly, she waved her sleeve and a silver flying sword flew out. It suspended in front of her chest and made a buzzed trembling sound. "If you can take my sword and be safe, then we will discuss this." "Wonderful, the companion that I look up to is really not an ordinary person. Well, I will not move even a little here to take your sword," Siren King said with a smile as he clapped. After Yi Tianmei snorted, the flying sword in front of her chest suddenly burst into a silver-white light, turning into a silver light that soared into the sky. After the female figure moved, she disappeared directly into the silver light. At the next moment, A clear chime sounded along with the silver light. A silver rainbow with 100 more meters condensed. Under a flash, it pounced to the opponent like a silver dragon of the sea. Chapter 375, An Ultimate Blow. Seeing Yi Tianmei's such a powerful blow, Lu Ming couldn't help but excrete a lot of cold sweat. Young man in white robe looked at the approaching sword light, and his eyes flashed. He really stood there without moving. Only his white robe was fluttering in the air. Slash. With a soft whisper, the silver flying rainbow transformed by Yi Tianmei reached the young man in white robe like an unstoppable force. A huge sword shadow was vaguely visible in it. She slashed right away without giving Siren King much time. Before the sword really struck, a sharp chillness came first. The young man in white robe's body surface only flashed a layer of blue light, and the chillness was easily dispelled. At the same time he also raised his arms and opened his palm. Circles of pale blue halo rippled from it. He really wanted to take the blow with his bare hand. A muffled sound of pooh, as the giant sword struck fiercely, there was a burst of glaring light from the blade. But after it blur at the next moment, it had hit the palm of the young man somehow. It was like hitting on a swamp as the sword could no longer slash deeper. After a clear voice, a silver rainbow suddenly rolled back. Silver light flashed. A stunning woman in a white palace costume appeared in front of everyone with a sword in one hand. She looked coldly at the young man in white robe. The young man in white robe then withdrew his arm, revealing an ambiguous look. He asked, "How? I'm still quite confident with my face. Can you agree to be my companion now?" Yi Tianmei did not answer him immediately. After a moment of silence, her jade finger suddenly pointed at Lu Ming. Her voice was as cold as the stream under the ice. She said coldly, "I can promise you, but you have to let him go first." But the voice has not fallen yet. A smile that just appeared on the face of the young man in white robe disappeared without a trace. His face looked gloomy to the extreme. After looking at Lu Ming, he said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to discuss the conditions me at the current situation? As for your nephew disciple, he also has to take my one strike. Only then he can live. In this case, then don't even think about what dual cultivation companion. Just do it." Yi Tianmei silenced for a moment without any expression. After the silver sword in her hand shook, she said so faintly. As soon as she said that, everyone present was surprised. Many people's eyes looked at Lu Ming. By this time, anyone could see the extraordinary relationship between this man and Lu Ming. Among them, Jialan even widened her eyes. Her face was full of strange expressions. At this time, Lu Ming on the side, although he still looked calm as usual, his mind was rolling like a storm. His chest was filled with an unknown emotion. As he was hot-headed, his figure suddenly flickered, then he appeared next to Yi Tianmei after a series of afterimages. Yi Tianmei was shocked. As she wanted to say something to him, Lu Ming waved at her with a smile. Then he turned to look at Siren King and said calmly, "I'm not a capable cultivator, but Siren King, please give me a blow." As soon as this remark came out, everyone's face had a lot of different expressions. Some were surprised, some were disdainful, and more of them felt incredible. Even a crystallization period cultivator couldn't endure the real Pellet state Powerhouse's one blow. Although it was only 10% power, it was definitely not a condensation period cultivator could endure. The young man in white robe saw Lu Ming took the initiative to step forward and ask for his one blow. He didn't speak immediately. His eyes narrowed as he assessed the condensation period middle stage young man, then he looked at Yi Tianmei again. He realized that although she looked calm, her gaze toward Lu Ming had a trace of agitation. He immediately understood a little in his mind. His face became even gloomier. After he snorted coldly, he said, "Since you take the initiative to ask for it, I will fulfill your wish." Then he lifted his right arm and waved his sleeve. His body suddenly burst out a powerful breath. It brought up a gust of wind, spreading from the body to the surroundings. The white robe on his body was rumbling in the wind, and the surrounding temperature was suddenly dropping fast. It almost condensed into frost. Lu Ming felt the breath from Siren King's body, and there was a feeling of suffocation in his chest. Especially the killing intention in Siren King's eyes, it was like a sharp sword piercing his eye ruthlessly. Even though he had powerful mental power, he couldn't help but feel cold as if he was being preyed by his natural enemy. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately took a long breath, then he made a gesture with one hand. His spiritual power in the meridians were channeling crazily, it surged into the Tai Gang sword embryo in his mind like a great river. With the influx of spiritual power, the small sword phantasm that originally exuded a faint golden light, immediately solidified a little. It shone as bright as the moon and stars. The young man in white robe looked at Lu Ming's dignified expression, and he sneered in his heart. He launched a palm abruptly. The spirit in the air rumbled all of a sudden, then a giant blue palm instantly appeared above Lu Ming's head. There was an ear-piercing sound from the sky. At the moment when this palm appeared, everyone's pupils shrank. Especially when they felt the breath from it, their faces changed slightly. The breath of this blue giant palm was more powerful than any of the previous one. Even many people with strong mental power had seen that although Siren King's palm looked exactly the same as before, it contained twice as much power. Looking at the young man in white robe's normal face, he had already decided to kill Lu Ming. Everyone on the scene was the crystallization period powerhouse. They could cultivate to this level, except that they had the strength. Their minds were naturally savvy. Even though they found out the strangeness, they of course didn't dare to have the slightest objection due to the fear of Siren King. Jia Lan among the crowd looked at Lu Ming. There were unnoticeable worries flashed in her eyes, but in this situation she could not say anything. Seeing this situation, Yi Tianmei, who was originally cold-faced, suddenly changed her face. Her breath suddenly rose, and the spiritual power in the meridians channeled crazily. But just as she was preparing to make a move, there was a sense of pain in her dantian. The spiritual power condensed in the meridians suddenly broke apart, and she could no longer move. It turned out that she had been seriously injured several times before, and her spiritual power had not been fully restored. Previously, she also brought Lu Ming when using her flying sword technique for a long time. Her previous injury was worsened when she fought Siren King with all her power. It was just she had been enduring it silently so the others couldn't see it. At this moment, Yi Tianmei saw that Lu Ming was in danger. As she wanted to channel her spiritual power to help him block it, both old and new injuries finally triggered all together, making it impossible for her to channel any spiritual power for a time. There were some worries in her beautiful eyes. Although she deliberately stabilized her mind and did not show any strange expressions on her face, she couldn't hide from Siren King's powerful divine thought. When he looked at Lu Ming, the killing intention was even heavier. Lu Ming looked at the blue giant palm in the sky getting closer and closer to him. With his powerful spiritual power, he naturally could see that the palm in front of him was completely different from the previous palm received by others. A madness suddenly rushed out his mind. He suddenly said as he clenched his teeth, "Good." This sound was like thunder blasting in the air. Lu Ming originally wanted to keep his Tai Gang sword embryo, but there was no such thought at the moment. With his divine thought, the black air rolled out of his body. After condensing on the top of his head, it suddenly turned into a tiger and a dragon, two ferocious phantasms swirling non-stop in the air. His gesture also changed. He immediately formed waves of mysterious gestures. Golden runes were condensed in front of him like it was abnormally solid like real gold. The gesture he used now was the unique sword mystic art that recorded in the Tai Gang sword tactics. It could burst out the energy in Tai Gang sword embryo in an instant, maximizing its power. However, if this mystery is cast, the price is the complete disintegration of the sword embryo spirit, and it could also backfire to the person who cast it, making him seriously injured. The spirit of Lu Ming's sword embryo absorbed all the energy in another sword embryo that Grandmaster Luin cultivated until the end of his life. The power in it contained unfathomable power. If he could maximize the explosion to the extreme, then it should have no problem to endure this palm. He could even have the chance to seriously injure the opponent, which would give him and Yi Tianmei a chance to escape. Otherwise, if he couldn't take Siren King's palm, he would even lose his life. So, what was the point of keeping this sword embryo spirit? In this irreversible situation, Lu Ming instantly analyzed the stakes after a few thoughts. At the same time, the desperate instincts when he encountered an unbeatable enemy on the deadly island finally burst out. When he condensed the golden runes, he spurted out a golden light that contained a little golden sword phantasm with the size of a few inches. It was the Tai Gang sword embryo. The sword embryo spirit turned into a rainbow and rose into the sky, and the golden runes that were floating in the air merged into it. The small sword phantasm grew into 1,000 meters size in an instant. It was a giant golden sword that emitted a dazzling golden light. The runes on the surface were flickering. The twisting mystic patterns on the sword could be seen from the top to the bottom of the sword. The sword embryo spirit looked no different from a real giant sword if looking from a distance. Not enough. Lu Ming looked at the giant sword in the sky. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness, then he suddenly patted at his chest. Puff puff puff. In an instant, 3 mouthfuls of essence blood spurted out like a fountain and turned into blood mist. The blood mist was exuding an astounding spiritual wave. It surged to the giant sword and merged with it. On the surface of the 1,000 meters giant sword body, the original golden light first radiated a faint red light, then it transfigured into a blood-red flame. It was bright like a blazing sun, dazzling everyone's eyes. Chapter 376, Herding the Real Pellet State Powerhouse. Just now everything happened in an instant. The nearby crystallization period powerhouses saw the shocking scene in front of them, then they felt the fearful fluctuations looming in the 1,000 meters giant sword. At the moment when the giant sword appeared, they felt a chill down their spine. They actually had a feeling of powerlessness. Several weaker crystallization period powerhouses subconsciously retreated a few steps. They grabbed their respective protective spiritual weapons in their hands as their heartbeat accelerated. The 2 crystallization period powerhouse, Wu Yen and Valley Master Sun, looked into each other's eyes, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. With the horrible breath of this great sword, if they were the target they didn't have the confidence to take. Yi Tianmei looked at the giant sword in the air. Her eyes looked cold, but a strange expression appeared on her face. Even the young man in white robe not far away, at the moment when the giant sword condensed, the relaxed expression on his face dissipated without a trace. It was replaced by a sense of crisis. He growled lightly almost without thinking. His spiritual power was even channeling fanatically. A breath that was comparable to the golden sword's breath burst out abruptly. For a time, the spirits within 1,000 feet around flowed in, and then turned into a blue beam of 5 feet wide that rose into the sky. There was a sudden shock between the sky and earth. The young man in white robe had merged with the light beam. The pressure from the light beam was several times higher than before. At this moment, the blue giant palm suddenly increased to the size of 1,000 meters. It was like a hand covering the sky. Under the command of Siren King, it dropped on Lu Ming and the golden giant sword like an enormous mountain. At this moment, the giant palm was 10 times more powerful than the palms endured by Wu Yen and others. Siren King had instantly raised his spiritual power in the body to the extreme. Lu Ming, controlling his crumbling body, staring at the blue giant palm falling down in the air. As he moved his thought, the golden sword in the air shone greatly. It slashed toward the giant palm like a giant pillar that could reach the sky. Wherever the giant sword passed, the spirits in the space suddenly tumbled violently. The air explosion was deafening like earth-shattering, echoing in every corner of the 1,000 miles away. Just when the giant sword was about to touch the palm, the blue light outside the palm suddenly flickered. Numerous blue halos emerged from its surface. The halos overlapped with each other and formed a faint blue light curtain, wrapping the giant palm in it. Boom! The giant sword was slightly blocked by the blue light. It seemed that it couldn't go any deeper. As it was pressed down, a buzzing sound could be heard. A cold snort with a hint of sarcasm came out of the young man in white robe. His whole body was wrapped in blue light, and his appearance was blurred. In his view, although Lu Ming's golden giant sword was far more powerful than he expected, his opponent was only a condensation period intermediate stage cultivator after all. Siren King was using all his strength now. Lu Ming had no chance at all. Just when others thought that the power of Lu Ming's sword was about to be resolved, the giant sword that was blocked suddenly changed. On the surface of the giant sword, the dense spirit patterns suddenly turned like a living thing as soon as the golden light flashed. Waves of golden light interwound many unknown mysterious arrays, and there were countless golden runes flowing inside. They all surged toward the blue light curtain, and they turned into a cluster of golden flame that exploded, emitting waves of powerful fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, most of the sky was occupied by the golden sea of fire and the blue light curtain which outlined a scene of water and fire. Looking around, it was gorgeous, but the bursting sound was astounding. After the nearby space trembled, just after taking a few seconds, the blue light curtain covering the giant palm gradually dimmed in the golden rune flames. At the moment, the golden light also went back into the giant sword, revealing the real sword that was 1,000 meters. Although the light was gone, it still exuded the metallic breath of a real gold. Black. The body of the giant sword hit heavily on the blue light outside the giant palm, and it actually broke apart on the surface. Then, it turned to a few 10 meters and spread to all directions. Seeing this, Siren King's face changed drastically. His gestures changed quickly, trying to resist the sword. The next moment after the golden giant sword chimed, it slashed the blue light and giant palm into half. After that, it turned into a golden light that went straight to Siren King. Boom! The two giant palm halves split open when the terror waves split open. The golden light waves condensed slightly, but after it blurred and disappeared, it slashed the Siren King's blue beam into half instantly. Everyone present was astounded. How is it possible? He actually cut Siren King in half. Sir Siren King. All of the crystallization period powerhouse in the crowd widened their mouths with an unbelievable expression. They even exclaimed. Especially Qing Qin and Qi Li, their expressions were particularly agitated. However, just before everyone was awake, Siren King's body, which was cut in half, suddenly turned into golden light spots and slowly dissipated in the air. The 50 meters blue beam also disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a cold voice came into the ears of everyone from the blue light at 100 meters behind. Even a junior of the condensation period can actually make such a blow. If I didn't evade in time, I am afraid that I will really be hurt. As everyone heard it, their hearts shook. It turned out that Siren King did not die. It was only his phantasm that was being sliced into half. Looking around, the figure of the young man in white robe appeared again in the blue light on the other side. But on the side of his face there was a wound of an inch. A light silver blood flowing out and stained the white robe, but the blood instantly coagulated. The wound also healed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The young man in white robe appeared again in a flash. Murderous intention surrounded between his eyebrows. He stared at the giant sword in the air with a gloomy face. It turned out that at the moment when the golden giant sword broke the giant palm, Siren King had a feeling of facing a life and death disaster. He immediately and decisively decided to explode the giant palm when the giant palm dissipated. The burst of powerful power could make the giant sword pause a little in the air, then he cast a mystic art to leave a phantasm with a hint of divine thought. Otherwise, once he was really hit by the giant sword, even if he was already a real pellet state powerhouse, he would most likely be seriously injured. Even so, his face was still hurt by the sword energy on the giant sword. Although only his skin was cut by it, it was the first time he was injured after he entered the real pellet state. He couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a strange gaze. At this time Lu Ming's face was pale. His forehead appeared blue veins as if he was enduring great pain. He stood on the ground with difficulty, staring at the young man in white robe across the distance. In the center of the eyes of the two, the golden giant sword condensed by Lu Ming had cracks all over, and it instantly broke apart after doing the terrifying blow. It turned into golden light spots and slowly dissipated in the air. Watching the golden giant sword slowly dissipated, everyone around was slightly relieved. But Lu Ming couldn't help laughing. At this moment the situation in his body was extremely bad. Because of the explosion of the sword embryo spirit, not only was his mind traumatized, he was even twitching due releasing such a huge spiritual power. His meridians were completely disrupted. He could no longer do anything. Seeing the bizarre confrontation between the two, the numerous crystallization period powerhouses around, whether Qing Qin and Qi Li or Wu Yan and Li Kuan, all showed different complexions. Except for a little surprise in Yi Tianmei's stunning eyes, there was a touch of worry. After Lu Ming coughed twice, he suddenly smirked at the opposite Siren King and said, "Now, I don't know if I succeeded in taking your blow." After Siren King heard Lu Ming's words, although his hands were behind his back, a trace of killing intention appeared on his face suddenly. However, after a moment of silence he suddenly replied with a sneer, "I have said that as long as anyone other than the Sea Creature clan can take my blow, I will keep him alive and give him the rights to surrender. But it is a different thing to accept one as a subordinate. It depends on my mood." Siren King's sneer echoed in everyone's ears, which made many people feel stunned. "Then how do you plan to deal with nephew disciple Yi?" Yi Tianmei frowned, then she asked lightly. "In the deep sea under my jurisdiction, a mining vein is being mined there. Now there is a lack of a group of condensation period mineral slaves with a strong spiritual power. I will send you there to serve me since you can endure my one blow. Alright, the matter here is done. You all shall go back to the Siren King Palace with me," Siren King said without looking at Yi Tianmei. Later, regardless of Lu Ming's agreement, he turned around and fluttered into the blue light curtain that he had previously cast. After other people looked at each other, they could only follow him into the blue light. A moment later, apart from Lu Ming, only Yi Tianmei and two people from the Sea Creature clan, Li Kuan and Jialan remained there. Jialan looked at Lu Ming with a complex look. She walked up slightly as she tried to say something. However, Li Kuan next to him suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed her. Without saying anything, the two went into the blue light instantly. From the emergence of Lu Ming to this, Li Kuan naturally recognized at a glance. The person in front of him was the human race junior. However, under these circumstances, he did not take the initiative to trouble Lu Ming. Not to mention that he had been recruited by Siren King. Even he couldn't keep himself alive. When Lu Ming battled with Siren King, the shocking sword that he cast even made Li Kuan terrified. If he really forced Lu Ming into a desperate situation, he couldn't imagine how he would deal with it if Lu Ming used such a move. It wouldn't be weird if he would die on the spot. As for the holy beast's egg on Lu Ming, he still didn't forget about it. However, he could only leave it for the future. Chapter 377, Black Elixir. During the previous dialogue between Siren King and Lu Ming, Li Kuan carefully assessed Lu Ming on the side. With his knowledge and eyesight of a crystallization period powerhouse, he could naturally see that the little golden sword cast by Lu Ming was a sword embryo spirit that was used to forge flying sword true spirit. But what puzzled Li Kuan was how Lu Ming, who was only at the condensation period intermediate stage, condensed the sword embryo spirit, and he even burst its terrifying power. But when he saw his sword embryo turned into ashes after a blow, he was relieved. After the sword embryo was destroyed, let's not mention Lu Ming's true spirit was damaged, and he could no longer cast the previous mighty sword. Even after he recovered, he wouldn't have any improvement on the sword cultivation. Otherwise, if Lu Ming could use the mighty blow for a few more times, he would really avoid Lu Ming every time he sees him. He would forget about the holy beast's egg. Moreover, now that he had offended Siren King. Although he was temporarily degraded to mine or in the deep-sea mineral vein, everyone knew very well that it would be so simple. In addition, he was also incapable of protecting himself now. If he really did have any thoughts, he wouldn't act rashly at this time. Lu Ming could naturally guess what Li Kuan thought, but at this time he could only ignore it with a smile. When Jialan and Li Kuan also left, only Yi Tianmei and Lu Ming were left in place. Yi Tianmei frowned as she stood aside. She looked at Lu Ming and slowly walked to his side. Before Lu Ming opened his mouth, Yi Tianmei waved her sleeve. After a light flashed, a fragrant red elixir appeared in her palm. As soon as this elixir appeared, it exuded a strong aura. At first glance, it looked like something extraordinary. Especially the appearance of elixir, there were even runes faintly flowing around. It emitted a faint milky light, making people who smell it feel refreshed. Hurry up and eat it. Yi Tianmei didn't say much. Her fingers flicked, and the elixir turned into a fragrant wind flying over. Lu Ming swallowed this elixir in his mouth and it turned a fluid that flowed into his abdomen. After hesitating, Yi Tianmei raised her arm and slapped his back. She immediately sent in a stream of pure spiritual power to let the elixir spread quickly, then it turned into a mysterious essence of energy. It ran in his meridians with a cool touch. It kept repairing Lu Ming damaged meridians and body. After doing so for many times, the backfire that caused by him forcibly condensing spiritual power was finally suppressed. As soon as Lu Ming looked relieved, he glanced at Yi Tianmei's delicate face and whispered, "Thank you." Then he closed his eyes to check his body condition again. At this moment, the severed meridians were everywhere in his body. His internal organs were somewhat misplaced. Even his spiritual sea, which was originally full of spiritual power, there was now no trace of spiritual power. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This situation was even worse than he expected. If he was not physically stronger than his realm, he may have already died. Now even if there was a healing elixir by Yi Tianmei, it would still need a long time before he could recover. However, he recalled that when the sword was far beyond his expectations, he was equally shocked. He could actually hurt Siren King, who was at the real Pellet state. Although exploding the sword embryo spirit was a desperate move, he believed that a normal condensation period sword cultivator would never hurt Siren King even if he exploded his sword embryo spirit. On the one hand, Tai Gang sword tactics, which recorded this mystic arts, was really extraordinary. On the other hand, it showed that the Grandmaster Luin, who created the Tai Gang swordsmanship of Savage Ghost sect, had a high cultivation. He was by no means as simple as a crystallization period cultivator. He was most probably not inferior to Siren King, and he could also be stronger than a real Pellet state cultivator. Otherwise, his previous move would never have such great power. Yi Tianmei looked at Lu Ming, who was thinking with his head down, and her eyes looked a little entranced. She sighed softly, then she wanted to say something to Lu Ming. But at this moment, behind the blue light curtain, two figures flew out of it. Lu Ming looked up in shock. He found out that they were Qing Qin and Qi Li. Qing Qin looked at them with a gloomy face, then he said in a low tone, "What are you two doing here? Do you want to defy Sir Siren King's orders?" But when he glanced over Lu Ming, there was a trace of fear in the depths of his pupils. Obviously, Lu Ming's move just now had given him a deep impression. Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows and looked at them coldly, but she didn't mean to move at all. As Qing Qin saw this, his expression was cold. He immediately said with a threatening face, "Why? Does sister-in-law you want to resist? If that is the case, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as he spoke, Qing Qin immediately released a powerful spirit in his body. Qi Li also revealed an ambiguous smile. Her gaze looking at Yi Tianmei had a hint of coldness that was hard to detect. As Yi Tianmei saw this, her complexion turned cold. Her 5 jade fingers moved in her sleeve, and a little silver sword appeared in her palm immediately. "Go, as long as you can survive, everything is possible." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly grabbed the woman's arm and said with a smile. Yi Tianmei's body shivered. She turned and looked at Lu Ming, then she put her hand on Lu Ming's hand. She nodded after a moment of silence. Lu Ming then loosened his hand. Without waiting for Qing Qin and Qi Li to say anything, he flew toward the blue light. Yi Tianmei regained her cold expression and followed. In the pale blue light curtain, there were a dozen of feet flying boats. The flying boats were black. Its surface shone with a faint golden light. At first glance, it was full of extraordinary enchantment. "Go." As Lu Ming carefully assessed the flying boat, in Qing Qin's left hand, there was a palm-sized token that was full of patterns. A light blue snowflake was imprinted on the token. It was made of unknown materials. It was blue. There were water patterns on it which made it look like a jade. Qing Qin's arm flicked, and suddenly a pale blue light was emitted from the token. It merged into the golden light on the surface of the flying boat. The 4 of them followed the gap and instantly went into the flying boat. After a while, the 4 of them were in a large and delicately furnished hall in the middle of the flying boat. "Siren King, I have brought them." Qing Qin and Qi Li bowed slightly as they said. "Bring them down and settle them down." "Right, don't be too rude to Fairy Yi," Siren King said without looking back. "Yes." Qing Qin and Qi Li responded simultaneously, then they took Lu Ming and Yi Tianmei respectively and walked outside the hall. When he came to the door, Qi Li and Qing Qin exchanged a look, then Qi Li led Yi Tianmei to the front of the flying boat. Before Yi Tianmei took a few steps, she suddenly looked back at Lu Ming. There was some worry in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming shook his head slightly. After he was pushed by Qing Qin, they walked to the back of the flying boat. After 15 minutes, Lu Ming was led into a rather lonely hut. It only had a few 10 square meters. There were a few with several quaint chairs. It was surrounded by wooden boards, and the wooden board surface had a layer of brownish-yellow light curtain. There were countless tiny runes on it, exuding a faint spirit fluctuation. After assessing around, Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he sneered. With so many enchantments, it was clear that the Siren King wanted to monitor if anyone had any ill intention, but he was not afraid of being discovered by anyone. His overbearing character was pretty obvious. After Lu Ming's thoughts turned around, he took a deep breath. He immediately sat on the ground. He took out an elixir from the storage bag and ate it, then he began to heal himself. He was seriously injured this time. If he was careless, his realm would most likely be reduced by 1 rank. Now for him, the first thing to do was to suppress the injury completely and recover a little spiritual power first. Half an hour later, while Lu Ming was closing his eyes and cultivating, suddenly a footstep came from the door. Lu Ming's eyes opened instantly. He looked towards the door. When a figure flicked, Qing Qin appeared in the room in a green robe. When he saw Lu Ming looking at him, a slight grim smile suddenly appeared on his face. He walked slowly to the front of Lu Ming. Suddenly he raised his right arm and hit ruthlessly at Lu Ming's abdomen. A bang muffled sound. When Lu Ming felt hot at his abdomen, he could clearly sense a strange vibrating force passing through the opponent's fist. Even with his strong physical body, he couldn't help but look pale. His blue veins appeared in an instant, and his forehead kept having cold sweats. However, Qing Qin threw another punch again without holding back. "Boy, what's the taste of this punch?" Qing Qin said with a smile while watching Lu Ming's body curled up like a prawn. Then he lifted his right hand gently, and a black elixir appeared in his hand. As he shook it, it turned into a black light and flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Then he shook his right arm and hit him hard again. Lu Ming swallowed elixir into his abdomen with a subconscious mouth movement due to the abdominal pain. As the black elixir entered his mouth, it turned into a stinky energy that spread quickly in his organs. "What did you give me?" After Lu Ming reluctantly straightened himself, he felt a slight change in his body. He didn't look angry. He asked calmly instead. "You will know later." Qin saw this, then he only snorted coldly. Chapter 378, Blood Spirit Silk. As soon as Qin's words fell, his palm turned over. Under the flash of red light, there was a blood-red token in his hand. This token looked very simple with the size of a palm. Its surface was smooth. It faintly exuded a touch of blood. Qin's eyes flashed ruthlessness. His finger tapped the token lightly, and he suddenly injected a pure spiritual power into it. At the center of the token, a red glow flashed suddenly. Under a contraction, it suddenly turned into a blood-light halo that spun rapidly. It quickly expanded and dispersed, turning into a dark red curtain that wrapped the token in it. The red light flickered in and out, and the surface of the token appeared a series of crisscross patterns. The patterns were pale gold, and they intersected with the dark red light. "Look pretty weird." "Cast." Qin shouted in his mouth. He suddenly threw the object in his hand. The token floated in the air, then it suspended in the air, emitting circles of dazzling gold-red light and illuminating the entire room. As Qin saw this, he began to chant. A series of blue runes surged from his hands. After they spun in front of him, they disappeared into the token. The patterns on the token surface seemed to become alive when the runes surged in. They detached from the tokens. After they trembled in the air and condensed into a cluster of blood-red light, they floated in the air. Qin was waiting for this. He opened his palm and grabbed in the air. The blue light gleamed, and the cluster of blood-red light was caught in it. Split. With a soft chime, his 5 fingers shook slightly, and the blood-red light cluster suddenly split into 2. After that, it kept spinning in his palm. With the other hand touched gently, half of the blood-red light cluster became blurred and turned into a blood-red light that flashed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt a tingling sensation like a needle in the spiritual sea. Although he was shocked in his heart, he did not make a sound. The blue veins on his forehead appeared, and his eyes were still staring at Qin. "Boy, with the previous elixir and this enchantment, you will be a slave miner forever under the sea." At this time, Qin said sinisterly. Then as he waved his sleeve, the other half of the blood-red light cluster in the palm of his hand turned into a blood vessel. It merged into the token hanging in the air. The token turned into a simple and smooth appearance under a slight tremor and disappeared into Qin's waist in a flash. Then Qin's figure blurred. It disappeared from the room, leaving Lu Ming alone. At this time, the tremendous pain in Lu Ming's spiritual sea also disappeared. He couldn't help taking a deep breath. At the moment, although there was very little spiritual power left in his body, his physical body was still strong. Under the 3 punches without spiritual power by Qin, although it was painful, it only caused minimal damage to him. After a moment, Lu Ming slowly climbed up from the floor with a sullen face. He no longer cared about healing. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor to silently checking the changes in his body. Lu Ming expected this would happen. It was no surprise for Siren King to plant such an enchantment in his body with his arrogant character. If he didn't guess it wrong, Wuyin and the other crystallization period powerhouses would be disposed of as usual. No one was spared. Otherwise, with a Beastkin clan status, how would he leave these alien clan powerhouses with ease, and even brought them to his nest? After Lu Ming thought it over and over again, the only thing that was puzzling was that, since the other party was so cautious, why did he not take away his accompanying spiritual weapons, magical weapons, spiritual medicines, or even spirit beasts in the storage amulet? Is it because I'm only at the condensation period intermediate stage, so they don't even bat an eye on my belongings? Otherwise, are they doing it intentionally? Do they have any other intention? Lu Ming constantly guessed Siren King's intentions. He could only continue to check the condition in his body. At the same time, when Qin appeared again on the deck of the giant boat, he realized that Qi Li, who was wearing a red dress, was standing there and looking up here. As soon as she saw Qin, the pair of beautiful eyes turned a few times and she said with a smile, "Qin, you've finally come out now. How is the kid doing?" What else can he do? Of course, I let him swallow the Sea Emperor pill and plant the blood spirit silk. However, this kid has a powerful mind. Under the pain that can hurt one's soul, he actually didn't even hum. Qin leapt to Qi Li's side, standing with his hands on his back. He said faintly without expression. This kid is indeed very weird. He can hurt real pellet state with the intermediate stage of the condensation period cultivation. It is also a precedent after opening up the sea region. But I don't know why Sir Siren King wants to keep him alive. Based on my opinion, we can maybe get some kind of secret if we kill him and snatch his soul. Qi Li gently stroked a strand of hair in her right hand and looked at Qin with twinkling eyes as if she was expecting the other party's answer. So what if he has a secret? For us to advance to the crystallization period, was there any one of us who didn't encounter any lucky event? Now that his sword embryo spirit is gone, it isn't worth Sir Siren King's attention even if he has a secret. Moreover, this human clan kid's secret will be extracted by the guard in the deep sea mine sooner or later. Isn't it better than our soul capture technique? Qin said with a smile. You are indeed right. I think it is because Sir Siren King is tempted by that Yi Tianmei, so he only keeps this kid alive. Qi Li heard him, but he said with a dull face. What are you talking about? How can you and I discuss the matters about Sir Siren King? Qi Li, you don't talk nonsense lest you get trouble on yourself. Qin was startled. He hurriedly looked around. After seeing that no one was nearby, he only anxiously lowered his voice and said. Qi Li also knew that she had said something wrong in a hurry, so she snorted and said nothing more. Qin saw this, his heart was relaxed and his expression slowly said. You also know that the deep-sea mineral veins lead straight to the bottomless abyss. Not only will his cultivation be limited, there are also evil beasts appearing often. Sir Siren King ordered us to keep the belongings and elixir of the slaves, and even let them keep their spiritual beast or puppet so that they can protect themselves. However, it will still be very dangerous inside there. There are many condensation period cultivators dying inside there. Even crystallization period cultivators like us won't be safe there. Moreover, the outer layer of the mineral vein is almost done excavating. Now the slave miners have to go deeper into the mineral veins to excavate. Thus, the danger is increased by many times. But I always feel that this human junior named Lu Ming is still not quite simple. And that Yi Tianmei? After Qi Li's face turned uncertain for a while, she still snorted sulkily. Alright, that kid is now seriously injured and his life is under the control of Sir Siren King. Even if Sir didn't trouble him, he can't live long in the mine. As for Fairy Yi, it's not you I can bother about it. Qin's face suddenly sank. As his sleeve shook, then he turned into a green light cluster and left. Qi Li still remained in place, mumbling the name Yi Tianmei several times in her mouth, and her face looked gloomy for a while. Finally, her figure blurred and disappeared. In the cabin hall of the flying boat, Siren King, dressed in white robe, stood with his hands on his back while facing Crystal Valley Master Sun in front of him and Wu Yen, the master of the Black Flame Palace. He seemed to be instructing something. The Valley Master Sun and Wu Yen both stood respectfully and listened quietly. They went with a reply from time to time. They didn't dare to have the slightest impatient. I order you two to use all methods to take down the 1,000 Treasure Mountain for me within 1 year, and integrate all the forces of Yuan Island. If anyone dares to resist, kill them. Siren King said faintly, but his tone was full of majesty and undoubted. At the same time, his body seemed to emit a breath belonging to a real pellet state powerhouse unintentionally, which made the two feel pressured on their chests. The blood in their bodies was tumbling. Yes, Siren King. Although the two of them were the masters of one force before, they did not dare to have any objections at this moment. With a bitter smile in their hearts, they responded with an affirmation. The young man in white robe nodded in satisfaction. After saying a few words with a calm expression, he let them leave. Although Wu Yen and Valley Master Sun left Siren King's side, they had previously planted enchantment by this real pellet state powerhouse. They immediately summoned a few subordinates and turned into a rainbow, leaving the giant boat. They went to the directions of their respective forces. At this time, in a room in the cabin, Lu Ming sat quietly on the floor, exuding a strange breath. Hugh. He exhaled gently and opened his closed eyes. His face was extremely unsightly except for his pale skin. After some exploration, Lu Ming found that a black mist was attached to the surface of his internal organs. The mist was condensed. It was corrosive, slowing eroding his internal organs. This black mist was naturally caused by the black elixir that Qin had forced him to eat. The black mist was very strange, like a canker on the bone. Lu Ming thought about using spiritual power to try to dissolve it. But just when his spiritual power came into contact with the black mist seemed to be full of life, swallowing up his spiritual power one after another and strengthening themselves after dissolving his spiritual power. When he saw it, he quickly dissipated his spiritual power in shock. Chapter 379, Underwater Palace. Through repeated observations by divine thought, Lu Ming found that these black mists would not actively consume the spiritual power in his body. Only when he urged his spiritual power, the black mist would consume it. Each time the black mist consumed part of his spiritual power, its color would be a little deeper than before, and its corrosion rate of his organs would also become faster at the same time. However, Lu Ming's physical body was very powerful, and his recovery ability was amazing, so he didn't have to worry much about this type of corrosion. However, if it was other cultivators in the condensation period, even if they were fine in a short time, it would cause a huge impact on their body for the long run. What is this black elixir? Lu Ming murmured to himself as he frowned, but he couldn't think of a solution in a while. As he was helpless, he could only put the black mist matter aside, then he shifted his attention on the spiritual sea. After his divine thought glanced through, he immediately discovered that there was a bean-sized bloody light cluster floating near the spiritual sea, and it was slowly spinning. Each time it spun, the light cluster flickered as if it had life. This was the half of the blood that had emerged from the mysterious token, then it merged into his body. This bloody light cluster was similar to the black mist. When he tried to force it out with spiritual power, not only it had no effect at all, but the spiritual power was easily swallowed by it. Now both of them were firmly rooted in his body, and they couldn't be forced out of the body by ordinary methods. It seems that Siren King's enchantment is really strange. I can only find a way to solve it in the future. After Lu Ming thought about it in his mind, he didn't bother about the black mist and the bloody light cluster. He simply took out several elixir that restored spiritual power from the storage amulet and ate them, then he meditated. The elixirs instantly melted into a stream of essence energy when they went into his mouth. They were slowly flowing into the meridian along his throat. Then, under the lead of his little spiritual power in his body, they began to repair the damaged meridians. Lu Ming knew in his heart. Soon after he would be dispatched to the deep-sea mine. Although he didn't know anything about that place, he was certain that it wasn't a good place. Therefore, regardless of any future plans, the immediate priority was to restore the spiritual power as soon as possible, so that he could protect himself in the face of crisis. If his life is gone, everything is in vain. As for other things, he could only take one step at a time. As Lu Ming thought so, he gradually calmed down. He didn't bother about anything else outside. In this way, Lu Ming quietly healed his injuries in this cabin in the following times. He stayed in the cabin silently for about 2 months. In these 2 months, in addition to waking up several times from the entrance to eat Bigu pill, 1, Pagodan and elixir that restored spiritual power. He also tried to release mental power to observe the movement around the room, but in addition to vaguely feeling that the giant boat always flew in a certain direction, he didn't have any new discoveries. An Qing and others did not appear again to trouble him. As a result, Lu's injury gradually became under control. His spiritual power had also recovered by less than half. On this day, as usual, he closed his eyes tightly and used his spiritual power to heal himself. There were waves of spirit fluctuations around him. Suddenly the whole house trembled, but it took a while to recover into its initial state. Lu Ming opened his eyes suddenly, and a trace of vigilance flashed on his face. He looked at the flickering faint light on the walls, then he murmured in enlightenment, "Have we reached?" Just as he was about to get up, the giant boat actually trembled again, then he could feel it diving slowly. At the same time, the enchantment on the surrounding walls suddenly shone, bursting out a bright light and brightening the whole room. After Lu Ming's eyes lit up, he only felt shocked in his mind. He could help feeling astounded. He immediately made a gesture. His meridians instantly burst out spiritual power to hold his body tight. After waiting for a while, Lu Ming's face changed slightly after hearing a muffled sound. However, everything was returned to the usual state. All out. In the room, suddenly a loud sound came out of the air, shaking Lu Ming's eardrums until they felt throbbing pain. It was full of unspeakable majesty. Then the enchantment on the surface of the gate flashed and disappeared, then the door slowly opened on its own. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming walked outside. At this moment, two guards wearing blue armor stood abruptly outside. Their faces were all covered by silver masks. After seeing Lu Ming, they said nothing and lead him forward. When Lu Ming came to the deck, Qing Qin in a green robe was already standing there, and beside him was another black macho man. The macho man in black had a purple sarcoma, and his face looked slightly hideous. From the breadth of his body, he was also a Beastkin clan powerhouse of the crystallization period. When Lu Ming's figure appeared several feet away, the macho man raised his head and assessed him casually, then he looked back. Qing Qin said lightly to the macho man in black next to him, "Be careful, this human junior is a slave miner appointed by Sir Siren King. You must send him to the mine personally." Slave miner appointed by Sir Siren King personally? As the macho man in black heard the words, his face flashed with surprise. He couldn't help assessing Lu Ming carefully again. "Yes, I'm afraid that Brother Jiao has to personally bring him there," Qing Qin said without thinking. Since it is the order given by Sir Siren King personally, what else can I say?" The black macho man's complexion turned normal. He sneered and replied. Just when the two were talking, Lu Ming's figure had appeared 10 meters away from them. He just stood quietly without speaking. The two guards quietly retreated after paying their respects. Lu Ming glanced silently for 4 times, but he found that there were some tall coral boulders all around. Their surface was uneven, and they exuded a colorful glow. Above his head, at a height of 100 feet, there was a light curtain barrier with a pale blue light, but beyond the light curtain was boundless sea water. The giant boat was suspended in the open land among a coral boulder. Lu Ming's eyes turned back. When he glanced at the surroundings, he found out that there were some blue armor guards around the corals. They were standing there motionless as if they were stone puppets. A few miles away from the giant boat, there was a magnificent underwater palace. Although the palace was not too big, it still had more than 10,000 meters wide. The palace was surrounded by a layer of pale blue light curtain. There were more blue guards patrolled around the palace. Obviously this was where Siren King lived. In the vicinity of this huge palace, there were some buildings lined up one after another. There were some strange cultivators coming in and out from time to time. They were wearing strange clothes that were hard to see on the Yunchuan continent. "Jiao Chan, this person will be given to you now. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." Qing Qin glanced at Lu Ming, then he asked the black macho man next to him again. After that, his figure flickered and disappeared. Macho man in black grinned at Lu Ming for a while, then he waved his sleeve. A ray of light flashed from his sleeve. After the light faded away in the air, a small black flying car appeared. "Boy, come with me." The rough voice of the black macho man had already come behind Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming responded, the black shadow flashed in front of him. Then he felt a strong wind rolling over him. A pair of big hands suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and the palms were extremely heavy. As soon as Lu Ming's body lifted up, he appeared on the flying car with the macho man. The macho man in black's figure condensed, then he made gestures on both his hand. Waves of gestures became a black ray that gradually went into the flying car below him. Under a tremor, the flying car immediately left the ground and floated in the air. Whoosh! The car turned into a blast of black light and went away. After 15 minutes, under the lead of the macho man in black, the flying car stopped in front of a 100 meters building, and they jumped down from the flying car. The outer wall of the building was cyanin in color. Its shape was square, which looked well structured. There were countless shells and pearls inlaid on the wall. It was dazzling like the stars in the sky. At this time, the black macho man next to him saw Lu Ming froze on the spot, then he snorted coldly. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, turned into an afterimage and smashed Lu Ming back hard. Boom! The fist was extremely hard, as if it was made of gold sought. It brought a wild wind. As it smashed on Lu Ming's back, Lu Ming staggered, but he immediately stood still as if nothing happened. It turned out to be a physique cultivator. A condensation period cultivator can actually train the body to such extent. It is really rare. It seems that you are born to be a slave miner. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and follow me. The macho man named Jiao Chan saw that he didn't knock Lu Ming down with a punch. He felt a little unexpected. After a few sneers, he took the lead and walked toward the building gate in front. When Lu Ming entered the cyanin building with the macho man in black, he found that the space in it was not large, but it was very empty. There was a high platform that was being covered by a layer of white mist on the ground in the center. Around the platform there were 4 green stone pillars. each of which was inlaid with several black stars like crystals. The runes on the surface were flashing. This high platform was actually a teleportation array of 10 meters size. After the two entered the high platform, the Macho Man made a gesture. The array made a soft chime, then it burst out dazzling light that shone the room. It then formed a light curtain that covered the two. After a few seconds, the space in the light curtain fluctuated together. After the white light flashed, the two figures disappeared without a trace. When the white light flashed in front of Lu Ming after a dizziness, he suddenly appeared in a dark and wet cave. Chapter 380, Guard. Hehe, we have arrived, kid. You can enjoy this place in the following time. Lu Ming was assessing everything around him. After hearing the sinister laughter of Macho Man in black, his heart froze, but he didn't make a sound. Between the black Macho Man speaking, the two had already walked out of the teleportation array. But at the moment of landing, Lu Ming's face changed greatly. Because when he walked away from the magic array, he suddenly felt a poop sound in his body. Under the tremor of the bloody light cluster near the spiritual sea, numerous thin bloodshot hairs burst out from it. It was so dense that it looked shockingly scary. It instantly wrapped his spiritual sea tightly, making him unable to extract any spiritual power. Macho Man in black saw his face look shocked and he sneered. It seemed that he had expected it. He strode forward without saying a word. Although Lu Ming's face was very unsightly, he could only follow him coldly. After a few turns, they walked into a passage on the side. Before the two took a few steps, there was an uproar in front of them. There were 7 to 8 Beastkin clan guards wearing black outfits with several silver spirit patterns on their faces, walking toward them from far away. Each of these guards looked hideous. They seemed to find out the movement here, and they were rushing here with weapons in their hand. What is this? Seeing the appearance of these people, the black-clothes Macho Man suddenly showed a little displeasure on his face. A powerful breath burst out of his body, and it brought a gust of wind that spread to the surroundings. After hearing the voice of Macho Man, the guards suddenly changed their faces and held back their ferocious expression. They all stood a few 10 meters away. One of the middle-aged Beastkin clan guard who looked like the leader even cupped his fist and said respectfully to the Macho Man in black, "It turned out to be Sir Jiao-chan, please forgive me. We have been waiting for your arrival for a long time. Sir, please give us an order. I have just been here for a while and you guys are actually so tired? If you guys are still like this next time, then don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that the guards were being obedient, only then the black Macho Man snorted in satisfaction, and he held back the powerful breath. Lu Ming secretly assessed these guards, and he found that these people's cultivation was not high. Most of them were only at the condensation period, and the leader should be at the condensation period later stage. As the Macho Man in black was preparing to say something again, and the leader was also replied in affirmation, he saw Lu Ming by the side. His eyes shone as he asked first, "Sir, should we deal with this person with the old rules?" Macho Man in black shook his head at the moment. He said with a deep voice, "I'm afraid it won't work this time. This man was personally appointed by Sir Siren King. After explaining the rules, just throw him directly into the mine. Don't do any nonsense." After hearing that, the guard leader showed his pity, but he didn't dare to disobey as he nodded again and again. As the black Macho Man walked up to Lu Ming and was about to say something again, there was a buzzing sound suddenly around his waist. He frowned as he took out an item exuding a milky white object. Lu Ming saw a crystal-clear oval disc array in the light, which was made of jade. Its surface was carved with complex and mysterious patterns, exuding a touch of spirit fluctuation. After taking out the disc array, the black Macho Man glanced at it, and his face suddenly changed greatly. After giving a few orders, he returned back to the teleportation array under the respectful gaze of the guards and teleported away. The leader saw that the black Macho Man had left. The respect on his face suddenly disappeared. He looked back at Lu Ming, who was wearing a broken robe, and his face became hideous again. "Bring him down." With a wave of his hand, 2 figures besides him immediately appeared in front of Lu Ming. They extended their arms and clasped Lu Ming's shoulder respectively. When they exerted force with their 5 fingers, they instantly became as cold as an iron hook. "Boss, we really don't treat him with the old rules first." A guard who held up Lu Ming turned back unwillingly, and asked the leader guard carefully. After hearing the middle-aged man, there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, but he nodded at the end. He said with an evil on his face, "Let's take a look first. As long as it's not too much, it will be fine." After all, this person is personally appointed by Sir Siren King. We should still be careful. When he stays under there long enough, he will naturally offer all his good stuff to us. Before the leader's laughter was finished, the two guards who held Lu Ming suddenly looked rejoiced. They immediately extended the other hand and searched Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming looked blankly at the scene in front of him. At this moment he was completely devoid of spiritual power. Naturally he would not do unnecessary resistance. After a while, one of them first found Golden Moon Sword from Lu Ming's long sleeve. As he held Golden Moon Sword in his hand and waved casually, a whistling sound could be heard. The faint light on the sword was even exuding a thick spirit. One could see that the sword was extraordinary at first glance. When the Beastkin clan middle-aged man saw the scene, his eyes widened a bit. He grabbed the Golden Moon Sword from the man and played with it. The rest of the people also showed ecstasy on their faces. They also searched faster on Lu Ming's body. A few moments later, several of the storage amulet that were obtained from the defeated opponents were taken out. They had the inferior grade and intermediate grade spiritual weapons, elixirs, and even Crimson Hydra leather armor. After the guard took the piece of Crimson Hydra leather armor, he immediately had a thought. He gently struck the Golden Moon Sword in his hand at the leather armor. A metallic collision sounded. When Golden Moon Sword collided with Crimson Hydra leather armor, there was actually a sound of gold and stone collision. It only left a faint white mark left on the surface of the leather armor. Good treasure. I didn't expect this boy to have so many good stuff. Several guards looked at the Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor in the hands of a middle-aged man. Their hearts were full of excitement, and their eyes showed a fiery expression of greediness. Then, in the efforts of everyone, the Sumeru sphere obtained from Jianghu and other storage amulets with some rare materials were all searched. As for Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull in the leather bag around his waist, they ignored them after they glanced through with their divine thought. Later, in Lu Ming's cold eyes, several guards began to divide up what was found in front of him. Seeing a few people not far away fighting for the prize they got, Lu Ming couldn't help but sneer in his heart. His divine thoughts scanned through the grain-sized Sumeru snail that was buried deep in his shoulder, and he was relieved. Soul Lock, Golden Fallen Sand, 9 Skulls Shield and other important treasures were fortunately hidden in it. With the cultivation of these people, they naturally couldn't find it out. After 15 minutes, the guards had divided the treasures. The middle-aged leader walked toward Lu Ming with a smile. He seemed to be very satisfied with the many treasures that could be harvested from Lu Ming. Instead of making him difficult, he waved his arms slightly, and a black-color iron sword with a weak breath appeared in his hand. He threw it at Lu Ming directly. Hee, but don't say that we let you go into the mine empty-handed. With your current cultivation, this spiritual weapon is enough to protect yourself. Lu Ming grabbed the iron sword. He could say that it was a very inferior spiritual weapon by just one glance and just glanced at it. His eyes twitched a little, then he retrieved the sword without any expression. Then the leader took out a black palm-size flag, then he chanted. The original normal flag suddenly shone greatly, bursting with dazzling light. After the first guard gently shook the object in his hand, a cloud of black mist suddenly rolled out from the flag. After it surged over, it actually wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly fainted. A gust of wind could be heard in his ears. He vaguely felt that his feet had left the ground, and he was being brought to an unknown direction quickly. About 7 minutes later, Lu Ming felt that the wind in his ears stopped, then he stopped abruptly. The 4 hands that were holding onto his shoulders suddenly loosened, and the black gas in front of him dispersed like snow melting. Lu Ming immediately regained his vision. He realized that he was standing outside a dark giant cave. The surroundings still looked abnormally dark. It was just that the humidity in the air was 3 times more than before. Am I now deeper in the cave? Lu Ming thought quickly while he looked around. There was a faint black mist drifting in the giant cave, and the cave was bottomless. The area was about 300 to 400 meters in size. The ground around was dark, and the surroundings were imprinted with countless dense tiny runes. Opposite this huge cave, there was an unknown giant beast covered with barbs. The image of this beast was ferocious. It had a pig head and elephant body. It had around 100 meters in size. It looked like a small mountain from far away. Its barbs were like growing from its bones. The barbs were silver white, exuding a ghastly metal luster as if it could pierce through everything. Although this beast was lying there motionless with its eye closed, it still exuded a coercive breath no less than that of the crystallization period Powerhouse. After Lu Ming's divine thought sensed it, his mind was slightly shocked. In addition, there are 12 strange humanoid puppets standing near the giant cave. It seemed to faintly form a strange formation between each other. These puppets were extremely tall. It was as tall as 2 people. It was covered in crystal-clear armor like it was molded by jade. They were holding a huge golden club standing still in place. They were even exuding waves of blue light. There were countless golden patterns like thin hair on the armor of this puppet's surface. They spread on the armor like blood vessels. The runes formed many mysterious arrays. Chapter 381, The Old Man in the Mine. When Lu Ming withdrew his gaze and regained his sense, there was a dignified expression on his face. Because he found that besides the condensation period later stage leader and the 2 other guards, there was an old man with messy hair not far away in front of him. The old man's hair was silver and white, wearing a worn gray robe. His face was full of wrinkles and there were scars on both cheeks. The cloud eyes that narrowed slightly made him seem like a dying old man, but it exuded a powerful vitality. The old man stood in the same place and he faintly merged with the surroundings. With Lu Ming's enormous mental power, he actually couldn't detect the old man's cultivation. While Lu Ming was still looking at the person carefully, the condensation period later stage guard leader had already walked to the side of the old man respectfully. He bowed slightly, seemingly saying something. The scarred old man's eyes suddenly opened, looking up at Lu Ming. His face flashed a trace of surprise, then he nodded gently. The 3 guards hurriedly left the place respectfully. In this way only Lu Ming and the old man remained. I don't know where you come from and why did Sir Siren King personally appointed you here, but since you are here, your life and death are in my hands? Are you clear? The old man's voice was not loud, but it was clear in his ears. However, Lu Ming looked indifferent. He didn't even blink his eyes. Seeing this, the old man with scar face didn't feel angry. After he sneered, he continued to say, there are only 2 rules for being a slave miner here. First, don't try to escape. Otherwise, as long as you are caught, you will immediately be killed on the spot. There will never be mercy. Second, you have to hand in a certain amount of mineral to exchange the antidote for the Sea Emperor pill, otherwise you will be poisoned to death in 3 days. When Lu Ming heard, Sea Emperor pill antidote, his expression moved slightly. Only then he knew the name of the black elixir he had taken. Listening to the old man, exchanging antidote was just a way to subdue the miner. After the old man finished speaking, he saw Lu Ming's face in contemplation. Then he asked again, do you have any other unclear points? After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he asked lightly, what if I can turn in more mineral? The old man heard the words and he laughed lightly, if you can hand in more mineral, then you can get some benefits from me. Even if you are a slave miner, you can live a rich life down there. But before that, you need to find some ways to live for the first month. As the old man finished speaking without waiting for Lu Ming's response, he stretched out his shriveled palm and took out a disc from his arm. It was silver in color. As the light on it was gone, there were countless runes engraved on it. The old man slapped the disc with one hand, and he suddenly chanted. At the same time, his right hand lifted the disc as he transferred his spiritual power into it. The disc suddenly burst into a dazzling silver light. In the semicircular blue light curtain covering the entrance of the giant cave, after a deafening roar, the surrounding ground began to vibrate. An array that was spinning appeared as a blue light curtain appeared as a silver light flickered. Open! The old man shouted lightly, made a gesture, and it flew into the giant rune array. A circle of light silver ripples flashed on the side of the rune, and a crack opened instantly. Then the old man waved his other sleeve and a great force gushed out. Lu Ming only felt a tremor in his body, then he was pushed toward the crack. He lost his vision as he kept falling into the dark place below. At the same time, inside the palace under the sea, Siren King, dressed in a white robe, stood with a gloomy face and his hands behind his back while Li Kuan stood aside with a respectful face. Is it what you said previously true? Siren King asked faintly. Li Kuan seemed to have known that the other party would ask such a question, so he answered affirmatively, this is indeed the case. See, Region Royal Family inadvertently got a layer of shell that you faded away many years ago. They now even try to curse you with the overpowered forbidden art, 7-star soul-stealing array, to snatch your soul in the dark. Hee, these sea region old monsters can really find this forbidden art. Young man in white robe heard the words, 7-star soul-stealing array, then he sneered a few times. He also heard of this ancient forbidden technique. It was just that the conditions required for this kind of forbidden art were extremely demanding. Not only did the caster have to gather 7 powerhouses in the pseudo-pellet state, he also needed something connected to the target's blood, plus countless rare materials to cast it. And this kind of forbidden art had been lost in Sea Region for many years. Although he didn't know how the Sea Region royal family got this art, and how far it was prepared, since he heard it from Li Kuan, there must be something behind this. After pondering for a while, Siren King asked Li Kuan with a sneered face and asked fiercely, "Do you have anything else to report to me?" Li Kuan felt a slight shudder in his heart after feeling Siren King's cold and bone-piercing gaze, and he quickly said again, "As far as I know, the Sea Region royal family is preparing to suddenly use this art on the day of the final battle with His Majesty, then they will kill you on the spot after weakening your strength. Knowing this, I do not have a close tie with the Sea Region royal family, so this is all I know. I don't know about further information. Wait until the final battle before casting it. They are really thinking well." Siren King snorted and fell into deep thought. After 15 minutes, Li Kuan quitted the hall respectfully. As Li Kuan went away, Siren King's eyes flashed coldly. Qing Qin appeared next to him and asked with a worried look on his face, "Sir, if this person was telling the truth, how do you plan to deal with it?" "Relax, I have something in my mind. Is this kind of overpowered forbidden art easy to arrange? Even if they can really arrange it, I naturally have a way to deal with it." Qing Qin felt relieved when he heard that Siren King seemed to care nothing at all. "Siren King, I have brought in the person you wanted to see." While Qing Qin was talking with Siren King, Qi Li's voice suddenly interrupted. As soon as she spoke, Siren King saw Qi Li, who was in a red blouse, brought Yi Tianmei walking slowly toward the center of the hall. Yi Tianmei had put on a green water cloud embroidered dress at this moment. Her slim figure and together with her beautiful eyes she looked more pretty, but she still looked cold as if she was unapproachable. Siren King saw the arrival of Yi Tianmei, then he held back the vibe on his body. He suddenly revealed a smiley and gentle look. He waved his hand to gesture Qing Qin and Qi Li to retreat. "Siren King, I will leave first." Upon seeing this, Qing Qin immediately understood it. He didn't dare to hesitate a moment. After seeing Qi Li looked hesitated by the side, he immediately gave her an eye signal. After that, he dragged her away from the hall. Yi Tianmei stood outside the 3 feet of Siren King, staring blankly at the young man in white robe without speaking. And Siren King's eyes were full of appreciation after seeing the exquisite face of the stunning woman in front of him. "Are you satisfied with the room that I have arranged for you for the past few days?" After a while, Siren King broke the silence in the hall and asked with a very soft voice. As Yi Tianmei heard this, she inadvertently frowned slightly, but she did not answer the other party. Instead she said directly, "Let's cut the nonsense. What do you want for summoning me here?" As Siren King heard the words, he laughed as he asked, "In this case I will say it directly. I don't know what is your consideration for being my cultivation companion that I mentioned earlier? This matter is easy. You let my nephew disciple go, then I can consider this matter." Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows and replied without thinking after Siren King just spoke. "For Fairy Yi to reply this way, are you underestimating me too much? There is no need to say more about this condition." Siren King had expected it in his mind. After hearing it, his expression remained unchanged but he still refused. Since this is the case, there is nothing to talk about. Yi Tianmei saw Siren King answering this, her expression was indifferent. She turned around and walked outside the hall. "Since you are so persistent, I may also consider giving you a chance." Looking at the back of Yi Tianmei, Siren King said suddenly after a cold flash in his eyes. Siren King's voice was not loud, but Yi Tianmei's ears heard it clearly. Her figure stopped abruptly. "What chance?" Yi Tianmei didn't look back. She just showed her back to Siren King, but her voice was still cold. "As long as you can advance to the crystallization period intermediate stage within 10 years, I will let your nephew disciple leave. And during this period I can promise that there will be rude to you." Siren King's voice remained indifferent, but he was staring at Yi Tianmei's back. It was just that he didn't realize his breath and heartbeat accelerated a bit. Yi Tianmei frowned. She did not immediately ask the reason. After hesitated for a while, she asked again, "If I really advance to the crystallization period intermediate stage as you said, how do you promise to let him go?" "Promise? If you really want that human race junior to leave alive, you can only believe in me. As a real pellet state cultivator, how will I lie on such matter?" Siren King squinted his eyes and laughed lightly. As Yi Tianmei heard this, her body shivered slightly. Under the watch of Siren King, she walked slowly outside the hall with no expression. Looking at the back of Yi Tianmei leaving, Siren King's face suddenly showed a strange and inexplicable expression. After a long while he withdrew his gaze. He suddenly grabbed in the air with one hand. Under the flash of light in his sleeve, there was a painted scroll with a faint silver light in his hand. Siren King looked at the painted scroll in his hand. When his arm shook, it slowly spread open like a waterfall, revealing the painting on it. Chapter 382, The Person in the Painting. In the painting, a vivid young woman of Beastkin clan was shown. She stood on a beautiful landscape with a smile. She looked only 20 or 30 years old. She had a pair of white horns on her head and a long brow. She looked elegant and refined. If Yi Tianmei sees this picture, she would be shocked because the woman's face in the picture was very similar to her. It was just that compared with Yi Tianmei, the woman in the painting lacked the coldness like ice and snow, but they were more gentle and polite. She looked like unparalleled beauty. Siren King gazed quietly at the young woman in the painting. The breath of Overlord in the sea region had long disappeared. There were only the eyes with the infinite gentleness. His white robe gave people a sense of tranquility and harmony when it was reflected in the ancient lamp in the hall. He didn't move at all, as if he had entered the state of oblivious to himself. But if one looks closely, he would find that the lips of this handsome young man in white robe were slowly moving. There seemed to be a few syllables between the opening and closing of his lips. It must be the name of the woman in the painting, but no one could accurately hear the pronunciation of those syllables, and the true meaning they represented. Under the deep sea, in the mine belonging to Siren King. After Lu Ming's body was pushed into the giant cave hole by the old man, it was as if he was thrown straight down from the peak of the mountain. He only felt the wind blowing his ears. The turbulent airflow made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Even if he could barely open his eyes, he could only see darkness. Feeling that the spiritual power in the body still couldn't be channeled, Lu Ming's heart inevitably flashed a hint of nervousness. Although his physical strength was abnormally strong, he fell from such a high place and it was hard to say what was the environment down there. He couldn't help being hurt. When his body was 100 feet off the ground, the blood threads outside his spiritual sea suddenly loosened after the originally imprisoned spiritual sea shuddered. The threads recondensed into bean-sized bloods. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt the spiritual power in the spiritual sea. It was as if the dike was breached, the spiritual power surged madly in his meridians. There was a flash of joy on Lu Ming's face, then he made a gesture. Black gas instantly surged out of his body, wrapping himself. Lu Ming's body became light as he landed on the ground safely. When his feet finally stepped on the ground again, he felt a sigh of relief. Then he looked around the surroundings. But at the next moment, his face changed suddenly. There seemed to be another inexplicable force of suppression at the bottom of this giant hole. However, at the moment he landed, his cultivation was forcefully being suppressed to the level of condensation period early stage. At this moment, Lu Ming's previous injuries had not yet healed. His spiritual weapons such as the Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor had also been taken away, and his cultivation was being was suddenly suppressed abruptly, so the situation wasn't optimistic to him. As he thought, he began to examine the surroundings. The place was abnormally dim. The landing ground was soft. It was mud that was extremely moist, and at the same time it exuded a disgusting odor. In the nearby mud, there seemed to be some dark stones that scattered around the ground. Next to the stone, there was a weird plant that exuded a faint fluorescent light. At a further distance, there was a faint flow of wind. There was obviously a passageway leading to an unknown place farther away. This place was so dim. Even if Lu Ming had an amazing eyesight after he had taken Wuhua pill, his vision could only look 20 feet away. He could see nothing further than that. Lu Ming frowned slightly. After taking a deep breath, he finally calmed down and looked up into the air. It was where he fell from the giant hole on the ground. However, at this time, thousands of meters above the sky except the darkness, he could also faintly see the silver light spot flickering like stars. The light should be where the previous array was, but at this time it was completely sealed. There was no more light coming in. It seemed that it was almost impossible to escape from here. Lu Ming slightly hesitated for a moment, so he decided to temporarily understand the situation in this place before making other plans. He immediately followed the direction of the wind and walked dozens of steps. Then he found that there was indeed a dark narrow passage not far in front of him, not knowing where it led. Zuzu, I didn't expect I'm so lucky today. I actually meet a newcomer. Just as Lu Ming's body was ready to move toward this passage, a spooky man's voice suddenly came from the darkness not far away. Lu Ming's eyes squinted slightly. He faintly saw that from the dark place that was 100 meters away, a thin figure was slowly approaching him. After he approached, Lu Ming vaguely saw the person's appearance. It was a skinny human man about 6 or 7 feet tall, wearing a rotten robe that barely covered his body. Many parts of the body were exposed in the air below the ground. Perhaps because he didn't see the sunlight for a long time, his skin was very pale like a dead man in the tomb. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face turned gloomy slightly. He stopped and watched coldly. Seeing this, the man was delighted in his heart. He walked towards Lu Ming unscrupulously. There was greed in his eyes. A white bone blade appeared in his hand. Under the dimmed light, it looked conspicuous. Lu Ming had already released mental power to scan the other party, and found that the person's breath in front of him was at the condensation period early stage. In this case, since the other party had shown bad intentions, he would naturally not be polite anymore. He raised his one hand without saying a word. A fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared above his palm, illuminating everything around him. Lu Ming saw through the fire that the man was grinning at him. He slightly hesitated. Suddenly he flicked his fingers and the fireball shot at his opponent. Maybe the man had stayed in the darkness for too long, so he couldn't help but stun looking at the red light that blasted at him. When the fireball came to 50 meters near the man, he made a roar like beast. He moved his arm, and the bone, and he couldn't help but stare at the red light that suddenly blasted in front of him. When the fireball came to a place half a body away, he just roared from the mouth like a beast. Out, the arm moved, and the bone blade left an afterimage in the air. A bang sound. The fist-sized fireball was instantly divided into two, and sparks scattered around. Lu Ming saw that the man was so agile, his eyes flickered. He waved habitually as he wanted to take out the Golden Moon Sword, but then he remembered that treasures such as Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor had already been snatched by the guards. He snorted. He suddenly stepped on the ground and turned in an afterimage that blasted forward. A footprint with several inches appeared on the ground he stomped. The man saw Lu Ming assaulted at him instead of retreating, and his face flashed a hint of ruthlessness. His skinny body shook, then the bone blade struck at Lu Ming's head from above. As Lu Ming saw this, his body was still in midair. After he took a deep breath and channeled his spiritual power, he launched a punch heavily at the bone blade. At the same time, the surface of the fist instantly produced pieces of red scales. They were dense and uneven. With a bang sound, the bone blade was parried immediately, and a tremendous force surged out of the fist. After the body of the man staggered, he retreated a few steps away. At the same time, he spat a mouthful of blood. The man only looked horrified now, knowing that he met a powerful opponent. He endured the severe chest pain and turned around trying to run away. But how would Lu Ming let him succeed? Just before the man stood still, Lu Ming turned into a gale and rushed toward the man. The man's heart was frightened and he wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. He felt a strong wind coming from the right side. As soon as the man bit his teeth, he struck the bone blade to the right, trying to force Lu Ming back. But Lu Ming just snorted, then he directly extended his right palm to grab the bone blade with his bare hand. The scales on the palm and the blade of the bone blade caused a spark as they collided. Lu Ming's right hand held the bone blade tightly so that it could not move a bit, then his left hand extended instantaneously, climbing onto the man's chest like a vine and slapping heavily. The man only felt blood spurting out of his mouth. He let go of his hand and his body flew into the air, slamming hardly on the wall near Lu Ming. After that, he fainted directly. Holding the bone blade taken from the man, Lu Ming stood on the ground and took a deep breath, then he strode toward him. He lifted the unconscious man on the ground. As his body flicked a few times, they disappeared into the nearby passage. After Lu Ming entered the passage, he quickly galloped forward. He also deliberately held back his breath while he was being vigilant about the movements around him. A while later, Lu Ming brought the man and found a remote and hidden place deep in the passage. After confirming the safety nearby, Lu Ming simply threw the man in his hand to the ground, and he immediately checked his whole body up and down. Previously, when they were fighting, Lu Ming had realized that although this skinny man had the condensation period early stage cultivation, his spiritual power was too little. The amount was only 10% to 20% of Lu Ming's spiritual power. Besides, he didn't seem like he wanted to channel spiritual power. Rather than saying it was a battle between cultivators, it was more like a battle between Qi cultivators before he stepped into the Immortality cultivation realm. As for the seemingly weird bone blade, upon closer inspection, it should be made of some kind of animal bone. It was quite strong, but there were no spiritual power fluctuations. It seemed to be just a very ordinary mortal weapon, but it was just sharper. In addition to some ores of different sizes, plus a few pieces of palm-sized beastkin-like jerky, there wasn't even a storage amulet. Lu Ming then extended his arm again to tap a few times at the man's chest and arm. After that, he stood up as he murmured thoughtfully, "This person does not look like a physique cultivator, but his body is much stronger than a normal cultivator. This is really weird." Chapter 383, The Forces in the Cave. Lu Ming looked at the man on the ground. After a slight hesitation, he took out a silver needle with a size of several inches from his body. His arm extended and turned into an afterimage image, quickly pricking the man a few times. After that, he condensed out a cluster of water and poured on top of the man's head to wake him up. At the moment when he channeled his spiritual power to launch a water ball, Lu Ming could not help but frown again. His face looked uncertain. He could clearly feel that although it was just a small spell, the consumption of spiritual power in the body was far more than 3 or 4 times the usual. He had already noticed something was wrong when he released the fireball earlier ago. How could this be? Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly. He seemed to remember something. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes with a dignified expression on his face. Shortly after a few breaths, his face changed suddenly. He found that the aura of this place was extremely thin. It was even less than 10% of the outside world. Under the influence of the inexplicable suppression force here, the natural spirit he could extract from the space nearby was even less. This meant that it was difficult to replenish spiritual power in the body through meditation. Maybe he could only replenish the spiritual power in his body through items like spirit stone or elixir. After such an exploration, Lu Ming now finally understood why the man in front of him who was not weak would end up like this. Hee, the new kid, don't think you can show off here just because you can use spiritual power? Let me go if you are smart. Otherwise. At this moment, the skinny man who woke up slowly let out an ironic laughter after seeing Lu Ming extracting spirits. His tone was full of threats. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming opened his eyes. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Without saying a word, he raised one hand and tapped on the man. With a cold flash from his fingers flickered, it went into the skinny man's body. The man could not help flashing a look of horror in his eyes. What do you want to do? Stop it. An indescribable itching spread all over his body and penetrated into his bone marrow. It was just like countless ants biting, making this condensation period man roll on the ground and let out a painful scream. Lu Ming looked at this scene coldly, letting him struggle in pain, but he still looked indifferent. After 15 minutes, the screaming gradually weakened. However, the man curled up. His skin was covered with blood and his breath was very weak. He looked like he was dying. Only then Lu Ming raised his arm again and tapped on him across the air. The itchiness in the man's body disappeared suddenly. As he looked relieved, Lu Ming's cold voice came into his ears. He couldn't help feeling shocked. His eyes looking at Lu Ming was full of fear. Tell you honestly about everything here. If there is anything hiding from me, I don't mind letting you try the taste just now. Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but it was like a voice from the evil ghost after passing into his ears. His body shuddered. He almost moved back subconsciously, then he quickly began telling everything. It turned out that this place was the largest deep-sea mineral vein under the jurisdiction of Siren King. There were many rare materials buried in the mineral vein that were very rare for the outside world. At the moment, Lu Ming was located in a huge mine formed by countless slave miners. This underground world had now reached a radius of 100 miles, and it had formed a world on its own. The miners here were the cultivators of all clans that Siren King and his subordinates captured around. Now the number of people was about 300 to 400. Most of them were the condensation period cultivator like the skinny man, but there were some rare spiritual disciple cultivators among them. When the man said this, Lu Ming was slightly stunned. He suddenly asked, "Spiritual disciple, can these slave miners also survive?" The reason why these spiritual disciple cultivators can survive is either their talents or there are other powerhouses taking care of them. Otherwise, in such a dangerous location they can't even live for the first month at all. The skinny man quickly explained. "Oh, is there anything special here?" Lu Ming asked seemingly casually. "You are so smart. For an unknown reason, the natural spirit here is rare, and it also emits a strange energy that can suppress part of the cultivation of every cultivator. Therefore, no matter how much spiritual power a person has, his spiritual power will be emptied after staying in this underground mine for a few months or half a year. After that, even if he wants to replenish spiritual power through extracting spirit from the surroundings, the efficiency is 1,000 times harder than the outside world. The skinny man finally said something that Lu Ming had vaguely guessed. Don't those guards come down to check? Lu Ming asked coldly after his eyes flickering. Those guards generally won't come down here and let us live on our own here. Only at the end of each month, they will show up at a fixed place to collect rare ores in exchange for antidote and some other things. As the skinny man talked about the guard, he clenched his fist hard. His face was showing an expression that he gnashed his teeth. Through the following conversation, Lu Ming learned that in the depths of the mine, it seemed to be connected to an unknown channel of the bottomless abyss. So, after a period of time, there would be a kind monster called Evil Beast rushed out of it, devouring the slave miners. This evil beast wasn't huge. Its strength was only at the condensation period, but it was very bloodthirsty and cruel, which made it hard to deal with. Therefore, every time the evil beast appeared, everyone would join forces to kill it. Therefore, the spiritual power that was often replenished would be emptied out to protect one's life. As for those spiritual weapons on the cultivators, they were still usable when they first arrived here. But if the spiritual power was exhausted, these spiritual weapons would only be regarded as relatively sharp weapons. Some lower-level spiritual weapons, because of the inability to replenish aura for a long time, and the erosion of mysterious energy in the mine, would gradually revert to ordinary iron. As a result, those small spiritual weapons couldn't play a big role. Instead, the weapons that were crafted from the evil beast's bones were more practical. After the skinny man finished speaking, he remained silent. He looked pretty honest. Did you forget anything else? Lu Ming hesitated for a while, then he suddenly said faintly. I have told you all the information about this place. I absolutely did not hide anything. The skinny man explained quickly as he heard Lu Ming. As Lu Ming listened, he narrowed his eyes. He extended his finger to tap on the person without hesitation. Suddenly, the pain of being eaten by 10,000 ants hit him again. After the man screamed, he immediately curled up again. His hands kept tearing and scratching the skin, and he shouted in extreme fear, "Please spare me, friend. I say everything." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming stopped the gesture in his hand again. Say it then, if you still dare to hide from me, I will never stop so easily, Lu Ming said with a blank expression. The skinny man dared not to hesitate. He immediately revealed all he knew. To tell the truth, except for the condensation period cultivators in this mine, there is still a crystallization period beastkin powerhouse, and he is a leader of a huge force in this place. There is actually a crystallization period powerhouse here. As Lu Ming heard this, he was a little surprised. However, although this person is a crystallization period powerhouse, his cultivation is also suppressed. His spiritual power is low after continuous consumption. Now he becomes a leader in the mine with his strong physical body. The skinny man hurriedly smiled apologetically and explained. Oh, it turns out to be the case. Lu Ming nodded, then he showed a look of enlightenment. He then immediately asked, since this crystallization period powerhouse is only the leader of a force, what other forces are in this mine and how are they divided? Watching Lu Ming's face looked slightly calm, the skinny man was relieved. He said with a smile, to answer your questions, there are only two large forces in the cave. One is led by the Beastkin clan crystallization period powerhouse, and the other is led by a Bronze Gong clan powerhouse of the condensation period later stage. The condensation period later stage can actually compete with the crystallization period powerhouse. The person must have something that excels? Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Yes, sir. This person is actually one of the rare Bronze Gong clan. Although he is only at the condensation period later stage, he is born with bronze muscle and steel bone. His body can still slightly gain the upper hand fighting the crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouse. In this place with a thin spirit, he can of course be the leader of one force. However, you also have a powerful body. As long as you show some strength, there will be someone joining you. At that time you could possibly be the third force. The skinny man said with flattery, but he had been gritting his teeth. There were countless malicious thoughts in his mind in a moment. He was going to take revenge on Lu Ming afterward. In the following time, this person was forced by Lu Ming a little bit to ask other important things. For example, although this underground mine was huge, there were very few edible things in it. In addition, it was extremely difficult for everyone to absorb the aura of the outside world, so it was impossible for them to fast for a long time. Usually, if they wanted to survive, they either had to kill the evil beast and eat its flesh and blood, or they could exchange food and spirit stone from the guard with a large amount of ore. Although this deep-sea mineral vein was rich in various sources, after a long period of mining, the outer mining area had gradually become scarce. If the cultivators wanted to find enough, or they could only continue to move deeper, the possibility of encountering an evil beast was naturally several times greater. In the mine caves, slave miners come from different origins, and there were races of all kinds. In such a situation where they could not guarantee their every meal, the incidence of robbing ores and foods from each other was common in the cave. When they fought, the loser would be severely wounded and lose everything if it was a minor case. If it was a serious case, the loser might even lose his life. Chapter 384, A Young Stranger. Oh, so you purposely ambush at the entrance of the cave to do these dirty deals of killing and robbing the newcomers? Lu Ming said with an ambiguous smile. He deliberately fiddled with the bone blade that originally belonged to the skinny man. Please forgive me. I failed to recognize your mighty strength. If I knew you, sir, is so strong, I would have avoided you. How would I dare to offend you? The main reason is that it is near the end of the month. I didn't get much ores for this month, so after exchanging for the antidote, I have nothing left. Therefore, I waited near the cave entrance to try my luck and see if I can encounter any newcomers so that I can rob some spiritual weapon to exchange food. As Skinny Man heard those words, his heart was palpitating quickly as he waved his skinny arms to explain. Listening to what you said, it seems that there are not too many new miners here? Lu Ming ignored the man's begging and continued to ask. You're right. I also heard from the chats of several guards when I went to the surface to pay the ore. In the past few years, because Siren King's forces are shrinking, the newly captured slave miners are much less than before. In the past, several slave miners would be thrown into the giant hole by the guards. Now there isn't even one person for a month or two. The skinny man breathed out and began to say again. In other words, most of the people who stay here now are old people who have been here a long time ago? Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. It's true. The environment here is harsh. Food and other resources are scarce, and there are frequent disputes between forces. Therefore, people who can survive in this place, except for some physique cultivator or those with a slightly higher cultivation, most of them has already lost their mind. As for those weaklings, they either rely on the forces in the mine or a powerful individual, otherwise they will be long dead. The skinny man replied honestly. Until now, Lu Ming finally got a general understanding of the situation in the mine. Although this skinny man was not so good-looking, he knew a lot about this place. It saved him a lot of time. The skinny man saw Lu Ming standing on the spot while contemplating. He supported his body with one hand and slowly moved backward, then he carefully asked, Sir, I really told everything I knew, then I? Before he finished speaking, Lu Ming glanced at the man faintly. Suddenly, a light flashed in his pupils. The skinny man only felt a buzz in his brain. A powerful mental power suddenly surged into his sea of consciousness, making him scream abruptly. He immediately rolled his eyes and fainted to the ground. He no longer had other feeling for a while. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's lips. He kept making gestures with one hand and hit it on the skinny man. A black ray flashed into the skinny man's forehead. As his body trembled, he slowly sat up again. Looking at the skinny man's dull eyes, Lu Ming's face showed a trace of satisfaction. In the following time, in order to ensure that the other party did not hide anything from himself, by performing some simple enchanting techniques, Lu Ming asked the same question again. After confirming that there were no false statements and no omissions, he leaned over and crushed the man's throat with his right hand. The skinny man fell to the ground. His eyes had returned to normal. His four limbs kept twitching for a few times, but after showing a trace of unwillingness, the two eyes stagnated. He was completely dead. Lu Ming raised his hand, smashed a big pit on the ground and kicked the body into the pit after taking all the things from the opponent's body. He then waved his sleeve to cover the pit hurriedly. Looking at the two passages nearby, he walked toward one of the passages after a slight hesitation. Knowing that it was so difficult to extract spiritual power here, he naturally wouldn't waste his precious spiritual power to release a fireball to destroy the body. Half an hour later, in the tunnel of the mine, in the remote place where Lu Ming was previously, the body of the skinny man was re-excavated. He was put on the ground covered with mud. Under the faint light emitted by a few blue fluorite inlaid on the wall of the cave, the face twisted by the struggle before death was particularly strange. It turned out to be second brother Xia. Zuzu, if it weren't for brother Shi's sensitive nose, I'm afraid we couldn't find him. But the person who killed him was really straightforward. If his elder brother knows about this, he will get mad. After checking the corpse, he said as he felt strange. It's not too far away from the exit. When we went to hand over the ore, we did find some traces of fighting near the entrance. Obviously, second brother Xia was mostly killed by a newcomer. A shorter figure next to him said. Hee, this kid most likely wanted to blackmail the newcomer to get some benefits, but he never expected to be killed. He really goes for wool and comes home shorn. Another fat figure sneered as he said. Brother Gu, how do we deal with this matter? Seeing that the body is still soft, he should not be dead for long. With your tracing skills, there should be a chance to catch up with this person. This is a great opportunity to let the madman Xia owe us a favor. The previous short figure asked the tall figure. Forget it. Although second brother Xia didn't have high cultivation, he wasn't weak. He had survived in this place for so long after all, so he wasn't the normal survival. I think we should meddle into this matter to avoid getting us into trouble. After a little hesitation, the tall man shook his head. Although the other person felt a pity listening to that, he still nodded. So they no longer pursued this matter, and they walked past the body toward another passage. Half a day later, the body was discovered by another group of slave miners passing nearby, and this matter was finally spread in the underground world. At the moment, Lu Ming was walking alone in a dim mine. Not only did he have a bone blade around his waist, but his clothes and shirts became shabby and dirty. He was now dressed like a slave miner who had stayed here for a long time, thinking that no one could easily see through his newcomer status. In his hand, he held a light yellow map of animal skin. The content in the picture was very simple. It outlined a rough outline of the underground mine so that every time he walked to a branch, he needed to stop and carefully identify it. While he was moving forward, Lu Ming glanced at both sides of the passageway and found that the rough gray-white stone wall was full of potholes, but there was no ore in it. It seemed like the ores here were excavated many years ago. Lu Ming was not surprised at all, and he continued to move forward. After all, this place was still near the exit. According to the skinny man, the ores had been excavated long ago. To find the ore, he must go deeper in the mineral vein to get something. What made him frown secretly was that as he continued to move forward, with his strong spiritual power, he could even scout for a long distance, and his mental power would be exhausted in a shocking speed. In this way, unless he reached a suspicious place, he naturally didn't dare not release mental power easily. After all, in this crisis-ridden underground world, perhaps he could save his life at a critical time if he preserved more strength. He walked for about 15 minutes like this, but he saw that the light at the end of the passage not far ahead was flashing. He came to a fort junction again, and the stone wall near the junction was inlaid with several pieces of worthless green fluorite that exuded a touch of white light. However, as soon as Lu Ming entered this junction, his face suddenly changed. His feet didn't move, but his body suddenly slid to the side. At this moment, a black iron rod smashed down on his head at an astonishing speed. It almost brushed Lu Ming's body closely. Boom! A loud noise echoed throughout the passageway, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust had cleared, a dozen meters deep pit appeared on the ground where Lu Ming had previously stood. After Lu Ming's body swayed, he appeared 50 to 60 meters away. He then stared coldly at a thin figure on the side of the pit. You actually dodge it? I didn't expect that you are quite capable as a newcomer. The thin person who had just appeared saw this scene, and he said to himself unexpectedly. He lifted the giant iron rod that didn't match his body size. He casually waved it and put it on his shoulder, then he looked up as he assessed Lu Ming with curiosity. Lu Ming also clearly saw the other party. He was actually a young man wearing a gray cloth. He had a pale, ill face and a skinny body. His facial features still looked good, but he had thick brows and big eyes. He seemed to be at a similar age to Lu Ming. He was assessing Lu Ming with a languid look. How do you know that I am a newcomer? Don't you know everyone here? Lu Ming looked at the bone blade at his waist and the ragged clothes on his body, then he asked faintly. It is unlikely to know everyone, but I have lived here for so long. I have some impressions for most of the people I have seen. Moreover, although you have dressed up deliberately, everyone who has lived here for more than a year, which one of them doesn't have a pale face and weak breath? How can they still maintain a strong spiritual breath? As the skinny young man heard the words, he sneered. He said calmly. It turned out that I'm being sloppy. I'm Lu Ming. I think you are also a human cultivator, right? May I know your name? Lu Ming nodded. He didn't seem to bother that he was just being assaulted. Instead he smiled and asked, "If you want to know my name, you have to at least live for a year. There will naturally be a lot of opportunities in the future. In addition, you can escape my blow. It means that you are qualified to survive here. Also, let me give you an advice, no matter how you get the map, you can only trust the front part. The later part, which is in the deeper passage, it will add or disappear for a period of time." As soon as the figure sneered, it turned into a black shadow that disappeared into another passage. Chapter 385, The City in the Mine Cave. Seeing this young man's casual come-and-go character, Lu Ming touched his chin. He smiled helplessly, then he continued to look at the map in his hand, revealing a thoughtful look on his face. According to the information previously obtained, the situation in this mine was not too good now. No matter whether it was spirit stone or food, they were in a desperate need. But in this case, the physically powerful person was obviously more dominant. And with his physical strength, he almost didn't have to be afraid of anyone in this mine. According to Lu Ming's plan, he wanted to take advantage of the current physical strength and spiritual power to explore the situation in this mine before exhausting them. He could also go and see the evil beast along the way. After all, if he couldn't adapt to the environment of this place in a short time, when he exhausted his spiritual power, he would be in a passive situation. Although he still had some upper-grade spirit stone and elixir and Sumeru snail, even so, they couldn't last long with the rapid consumption of this place. And he should better find a way out of here before his spiritual power was exhausted. As Lu Ming thought so, his eyes slightly fixed somewhere on the animal skin in his hand. According to the record on the map, the direction of a certain passage at the fork road would lead him to the deeper mineral vein. On the way he would also pass by some assembly point like an exchange area. For this kind of market city that allowed cultivators to exchange goods and resources, Lu Ming naturally was familiar with it. He just did not expect that there would be such a place in this underground mine. Lu Ming thought of this and he no longer hesitated as his figures flashed a few times. He went into the left passage. After 2 hours, Lu Ming entered a few passages according to the map, and he finally saw the faint white light flashing not far in front. There seemed to be a huge cave not far away. He immediately looked joyful as he strode forward. This was obviously the so-called exchange area. Lu Ming suddenly felt his horizon become wide. An empty place with dozens of huge stone pillars appeared in front of him. Each of these pillars had the thickness of a water tank. Their surface was inlaid with dense shiny fluorite, but it was unusually bright to reflect the entire cave. Lu Ming scanned through the surroundings. This place was about 2,000 to 3,000 meters wide. In addition to the passage that he used to come here, there were several other passages. However, he didn't know where they led. According to the map, one of the passages should be leading deeper to the mineral vein. It seemed that this place was connected to several places. From the countless large and small stone pits and the degree of surface where on the cave walls, he could know that this place was also a mining area a long time ago. Now it should be a gathering place for slave miners. 40 or 50 slave miners were gathered in the cave at this moment, but it didn't seem too deserted. Most of the slave miners were sea creature clan, there were also some human race and other foreign clans, but there were few people from the Beastkin clan. All these slave miners had pale skin, messy hair and ragged clothes. Most of their expressions looked abnormally numb. Only some looked unperturbed and some had a vicious look. These people placed something in the open air in the central square of the cave. They were exchanging some materials and food with each other. It seemed that some people had the bone weapons like the bone blade on Lu Ming's waist, but there were only a few spiritual weapons. Seeing Lu Ming coming in, except for a few people who turned around and glanced at him, most of them didn't bother about him. They were still continuing in their conversation. The caverns on the walls were also being utilized. There were some very simple stone caves, most of which were empty and a few of them were occupied by people. The people sitting inside the cavern looked better in terms of appearance and breadth than the slave miners in the square. The objects placed on the stone platform in front of them were of much better quality than those placed in the open air. It seemed that they were either a master of a certain force or an individual with powerful strength. These people who stayed in the exchange area, except for a few people, most of them were the weakest individuals of a certain force. Some of them were even spiritual apostle. The truly powerful people were most likely in the deep section of the mineral vein. Lu Ming walked quietly into the caverns. After he casually found an inconspicuous corner and sat down, he began to observe quietly. This place was similar to what he had previously thought. It had vaguely formed the most primitive market. At this moment, there was a commotion from one of the passages. Lu Ming subconsciously looked at it. There were 3 bald-headed man figures exuding strong killing intentions appeared at the entrance of another passage, and under the lead by the leader in the middle, they walked to a corner of a cavern. Under the seemingly bright light inside the cave, Lu Ming found that the 2 were carrying a huge burlap bag behind them. There was blood on the surface of the bag. The slave miners in those squares stopped their business and looked up. Many slave miners' lifeless eyes were filled with a longing look at the moment. The 3 bald-headed men strode to a cavern in the corner under the watch of the crowd and rested in it. As for the leader, he cupped his fist against a middle-aged man who was meditating with eyes closed, then he took down a small bag and passed over. At the same time he whispered a few words. But when the middle-aged man listened, he stretched out a hand to take a small bag. After checking the items inside the bag, he kept it inside his sleeve. He nodded. After that, he extended another hand, pointing at the caverns in the middle of the cave wall. He then continued to meditate. Lu Ming found that the middle-aged man's clothes were surprisingly neat and tidy compared to other slave miners. He also had an indifferent look. He didn't put anything on the stone platform in front of him. It seemed like he was the person sent by a certain force to manage this place. When the 3 bald-headed men walked to the stone cave pointed by the middle-aged man, the leader suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, 1,000 kilograms of evil beast's flesh. Each 0.5 kilogram will cost for 2 spirit stones or equivalent minerals. First come first served. As he said, the 2 behind them put the sacks on their shoulders on the stone platform at the cave entrance, then they opened the sacks. Stacks of evil beast's flesh could be seen. Yuan Meng, aren't you too heartless? Not long ago 0.5 kilogram of evil beast's flesh was only 1 spirit stone. A sea creature clan slave miner shouted at the plaza, and several slave miners started to go along with him. Heartless. The evil beast is much stronger than usual. If you have the ability, go hunt them yourself. The bald-headed man named Yuan Meng glared fiercely at the sea creature clan man and shouted loudly, then he entered the cave and sat down. He started to meditate. Seeing this, the other slave miners looked at each other. Finally, several slave miners swallowed their saliva, and they still came to the entrance of the stone cave and lined up to prepare to trade spirit stones with the evil beast's flesh. One of the bald-headed men received the spirit stone, then the other bald-headed man would slice the corresponding amount of flesh for the buyer. With just a while, the flesh on the stone platform in front of Yuan Meng was gone. It was replaced by bags of spirit stones and various ores. Even the previous man named Sea Creature Clan, after seeing everyone exchange for the flesh, he also dejectedly took a bag of spirit stones to trade a few kilograms of flesh from the bald-headed man. He left through the passage from the side. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the food and spirit stone here were far more precious than he had imagined. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the spirit stone was still a common thing here. With his upper-grade spirit stones in his Sumeru snail, he didn't have to worry about it in a short time. In this way, Lu Ming stayed here for a while and understood a little about the price of some items here, then he quietly entered the passage leading deeper into the mineral vein. This time, in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, he took out an unknown elixir quickly after entering the passages. After wiping it on him, his face turned pale just like the other slave miners. After Lu Ming made a gesture, his breath also became weaker abruptly. In this way he looked no different from the other slave miners. After he had done all this, he continued to pick up the map and continued walking forward according to the instructions above. After walking for quite some time, Lu Ming's figure flicked. He came to a small cavern with around 100 meters in size. There were 2 passages in front of the cavern. After making a simple judgment, he was preparing to go into one of the passages. As a result, he suddenly found several bodies of red light under his inadvertent gaze, lying in a corner of the cave. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he couldn't help but stopped a little. He stepped forward and examined the corpses for a few times. He found that these people had their 4 limbs being broken. The death was extremely miserable. Moreover, looking at the rotten statum, these people were only dead for 2 to 3 days. Even their clothes were being removed. Even more weird, the faint red light on the surface of these corpses actually came from the unknown red bugs that densely covered on them. Lu Ming took a deep breath. These small insects were less than an inch long. There with 2 tentacles on their heads. They were lying motionless on top of the corpses, and the red round shell on their backs reflected a faint red light under the green fluorite's light, which made them seem very strange. Seeing all this, Lu Ming continued to walk toward the front passage after his face twitched slightly. After just walking through the two corners, there were several figures coming in front of him. Lu Ming frowned, but he continued to walk forward with no expression on his face. He didn't even look at these people at all. A faintly visible divine thought scanned over immediately, but it was gone after a slight touch. And when passing by these people, Lu Ming clearly felt the ill intentions in the eyes of these people. But fortunately, they seemed to have little interest in the slave miner like him alone. They just took a few looks at him, then they walked past him quickly, almost without any pausing. In the following time, he also encountered several waves of slave miners passing by on the road. However, although these people did not recognize his newcomer identity, when they saw Lu Ming alone, there was always a hint of malice in their eyes. Fortunately, at this moment he was heading deeper into the mineral vein, and he looked poor and powerless, so no one really did anything to him. Chapter 386, Bounty. Inside a narrow and long cave of more than 200 meters. The luminous green fluorite inlaid on the top could brighten this place clearly. The ground and walls were all pitted and uneven. These were obvious traces of being excavated. Judging from the traces, it should be excavated not for too long, and it was dug directly by a sharp knife object. On one side of the cave wall, there was a square tunnel that was several 10 meters high, and the entrance of the tunnel was blocked by a large monster skeleton that was nearly half broken. At this moment, a young slave miner with ragged clothes and a pale look stood in front of the tunnel, looking at the monster skeleton with a thoughtful expression. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. After more than a day of going deeper, this place was no longer far away from the deep passage marked in the second half of the map. In the past period of time, he could see some slave miner bodies that died tragically from time to time. This was the first time he saw a monster skeleton like this. On this relatively large half-broken skeleton, there was no trace of flesh and blood left on it, and no trace of spiritual power spread out. It should be dead for a long time. Judging from the remaining skeleton debris, he could vaguely see that its body was about 30 to 40 meters in size. Its appearance was like a huge dog. Although the bones of the remaining forelimb and hind limb were broken, the paw parts were all unusually sharp. There were scattered fangs of several inches on the ground near its head. They were shining a spooky cold light under the dimmed light. This should be the evil beast, right? After Lu Ming thought for a while, he murmured a few words in low volume. Suddenly he thought of something, then he took the bone blade at his wrist and put it beside the skeleton. After a little comparison, he found that the materials of the two were very similar except for the old and new conditions, but there were some subtle differences. But the next moment he suddenly moved his arm, and the bone blade in his hand turned into a cold light that struck down. Poof! The thick skeleton in front of him was immediately cut off easily. As expected, Lu Ming nodded and took the bone blade away. He looked like he had learned something new. Although the half-skeleton was undoubtedly the remains of an evil beast, its bone quality was obviously not as good as the bone blade material in his hands. It seemed that there were different types of evil beasts and the strength differences were huge. Otherwise, this half-broken skeleton would not be abandoned here so easily, and no one seemed to be interested in it. But even so, if these evil beast corpse equivalent to the condensation period was placed on the outside world, its skin and bones were still a good material for forging spiritual weapons. But here, even better evil beast bones could only be processed into sharp weapons. The war is made into map clothing, and the flesh was consumed as food. However, although the slave miners here had pale look, their physical body was much stronger than the cultivators of the same level out there. It seemed that this evil beast flesh had the effect of enhancing body system. This had many benefits for the cultivation of Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. There was a hint of thought in Lu Ming's eyes, but after touching his chin, he put the bone blade back to his waist. He bypassed the evil beast skeleton and continued to go deeper. After an hour, Lu Ming held the map in his hand. He and out from a small cave. When he came to a fork, he looked helpless. Since he saw the evil beast skeleton, it was difficult to find a matching intersection according to the route indicated on the map. After several attempts, he couldn't help recalling the words of the unfamiliar young man whom he met earlier at the fork junction. It seems that this should be the deeper part of the mineral vein. People often open up new channels so that the map in hand is not so useful. Lu Ming couldn't help thinking secretly. After he sighed, he put away the map in his hand. He found another blank animal skin from his body and simply sketched on it according to the current terrain. He then found another fork and went into it. Half a day later. Among the new animal skins in Lu Ming's hands, he had drawn a lot of route signs and most of them had a cross on them. Since he was deep in the mineral vein, he indeed found many caverns after repeated attempts in the previous time. But what made him depressed was that most of these places only had ordinary ores of little value or the place was mined. At the moment, he was holding a piece of jerky, and he was nibbling it while continuing to search carefully in a narrow passage. This kind of meat made of evil beast flesh was quite tough. It couldn't almost be chewed, and there was even a pungent bloody smell as he put it into his mouth, making him have the urge to vomit. It was unpalatable to the extreme. Having said that, since he stepped into Immortality Cultivation realm, this was the second time he had eaten animal flesh directly. After all, the effect of elixir that was made by beastkin flesh would be much better, and the impurities and side effects would be less. Lu Ming was not used to it at first, but after feeling its special effects, he was unable to give up on it. It turned out that this kind of jerky, after being swallowed into the throat, it turned into a trace of tiny heat that flowed into his body meridians. It gave an unspeakable comfortness in his body. Even his mind seemed to be more awake. It seemed that as he had previously guessed, this evil beast's flesh was really beneficial to his body. To Lu Ming's surprise, the evil beast's flesh almost didn't recover the spiritual power in his body, which was totally different from ordinary beastkin flesh. It seemed that this evil beast couldn't be regarded as a real beastkin. When he walked along the passage again for hundreds of meters, at the end of the passage not far ahead, he saw a new passage that seemed to have just been opened recently. As he was delighted, he quickly walked over. Before and after coming to the cave, he looked at the small sword marked with black and red blood stains at the entrance and immediately frowned. After hesitating a little, he shook his head and turned around. He started to look for another mine again. Although there should be a lot of rare resources in this tunnel, since there was a mark, it was obviously already occupied by people. When Lu Ming walked along the road, he could see some abandoned mine tracks that had been dug out from time to time. There were quite a few of them that had various marks at the entrance of the tunnel. In his current situation, he naturally did not have to provoke other forces. At the same time, another cave not far from the mine trading area. The cave was more spacious. It was about 300 meters in size. There were several simple stone houses made of giant stones. The stone house was completely enclosed. There was no window. Only a few holes were opened above the 4 stone walls. In the open space in front of the house, there were 2 rather burly slave miners patrolling back and forth. Each of them had a weapon made of an evil beast bone on their waists. Their eyes glanced at the only entrance from time to time. They looked alert. Among the largest stone houses, there were a lot of bonfires at the moment. Several barbecues were set up above the bonfire, and the fragrance of the bloody smell meat filled the entire stone house. By the campfire, a muscular man with a stern and ferocious face and 200 meters tall was pacing back and forth, and he glared at the small green-skinned slave miner with an uncomfortable look on his face. "So, it was a newcomer who killed my brother, but how did you get this news?" Suddenly the muscular man said coldly. The 2 thick palms only grasped slightly, and it immediately made a burst of joint-snapping sound. "Report to the boss, I recently used the demon worm to cast my mystic arts on the Iron Scales people to detect their movements. To see if there are any newly discovered resource points, but I never thought of hearing the news about your brother. Therefore, I rushed to inform you as soon as possible." The small slave miner hurriedly replied with a smile. "I will personally verify this news. If it is true, your benefits are indispensable. But if you dare to deceive me, I will break your bones inch by inch." As the muscular man heard, his figure stopped. The finger-snapping sound from his hands stopped abruptly. The muscles on his chest and arms bulked up, revealing a layer of crystal color as if they were forged by steel. "Boss Shah, how dare I deceive you? I swear by my heart that I didn't lie to you." The small slave miner couldn't help but be shocked under the muscular man's vibe, then he slapped his chest and vowed. "Very well, you go spread this news for me. Just say that I put a 2,000 spirit stones bounty to search this newcomer. A newcomer actually dared to touch my man? Although my little brother is a trash, if I don't avenge him, the others will look down on me. As long as I find this newcomer, I will make him regret coming to this underground world." The muscular man instructed the small slave miner with a ferocious face. The small slave miner naturally didn't dare to say no. After the muscular man waved his hand, the slave miner retreated out of the room respectfully. The stone house became quiet again. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that his life was only worth 2,000 spirit stones in the eyes of these people. At the moment he was already in a stone cave that was dug out by him. He was taking out some flags to arrange a temporary magic array. At the door of the stone cave, a bone scorpion with crimson scales lay quietly on the ground, carefully watching everything nearby. This passage was an unused abandoned place that he finally found after spending a lot of time, and he used the inferior-grade iron sword spiritual weapon obtained from the guards to barely dig out a place for him to stay after spending a lot of time. The stone cave that he dug on the wall of the mine tunnel was not large, and it was only 20 to 30 meters in size. It could be due to the rare ores in this area. Even a normal stone was harder than steel. Even though he had a powerful body and strength that surpassed the cultivator of the same rank, each of his sword strikes could only cut off an inch on the stone wall under the situation that he didn't dare to simply use spiritual power to channel the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. At this time Lu Ming finally understood why the slave miners were so desperate for some rare ores. Chapter 387, Dispel the Toxic again. After exploring in the mineral vein these days, Lu Ming had discovered that these ores were extremely rare in the outside world. Even in the deep area of the mineral vein, these ores couldn't be seen everywhere. And even if he found the mining area where the ore was concentrated, with only one person's strength and his spiritual power being suppressed, it was a very time-consuming and laborious task to excavate these ore. The reason why this mine was abandoned by the original slave miners was they found out that the ore quality was normal or the quantity couldn't satisfy their needs, only then they would give up completely. But Lu Ming couldn't ask for more from this place. First, it was far away from the main mineral vein. It was relatively remote from the entire mineral vein. Secondly, the abandoned mine cave was hard to be noticed. Therefore, as soon as he discovered this place, he immediately set up his temporary residence here, but he did not immediately start mining ore. Instead, he immediately released Bone Scorpion. After giving a few commands in his mind, he turned and walked into the middle of the cavern and sat cross-legged. He consumed a lot of spiritual power in his previous explorations and excavations, so he naturally had to recover some before making plans for the next step. At the next moment, Lu Ming took 2 intermediate-grade spirit stones from Sumeru's snail and held one in each hand to display the multitasking talent. He began to absorb the spirit in spirit stone while recovering his physical strength through breathing technique. As the spirit stone in Lu Ming's hands began to flash a soft faint light, he also slowly closed his eyes, preparing to enter the trance. After an hour, Lu Ming opened his eyes slowly. His pupils were clear like water. Although the spiritual power and physical strength of the whole body didn't recover to the best state, they were much better than before. With a little thought, he immediately took out a few detoxification elixir that he previously collected from the outside world from Sumeru's snail with one hand. After that, he channeled some mystic arts to try to force out the Sea Emperor Pill's poison and the little blood cluster near the spiritual sea. Since the 2 strange enchantments were planted in his body by the Qing Qin. Although Lu Ming didn't have anything on the surface, he always felt a little uneasy. He would never allow his life to be controlled by others. When he was on the Siren King's boat, although Lu Ming also tried to expel the foreign matters in his body, he didn't dare to put all his effort in it because he was under the surveillance array. Otherwise, it would even be worse after being found out. After that, from leaving the giant boat to reaching the deep-sea mineral vein, he still did not find a suitable opportunity to do it. Now he was finally alone and he had found a quite hidden place. So, he must use all his means to dispel the enchantment in his body through the power of magic array and elixir. After a moment, Lu Ming chanted. He made gestures with one hand, then he pointed at his surroundings in a series of actions. Dozens of colorful formation flags nearby disappeared without a trace after a flicker. Then countless white runes emerged from where the formation flags disappeared. They intertwined and immediately formed a milk-white pattern array with the size of 10 meters. Lu Ming raised his one hand again, and several intermediate-grade crystals flew out of his sleeve. They steadily went into the several holes at the edge of the pattern array, only half of the upper half of the crystal revealed. After doing this, his expression changed as his 10 fingers flicked, forming a series of complicated gestures. The gestures then looked at him and his fingers popped out. Countless runes disappeared into the pattern array. As a result, the pattern array began to rotate slowly as it absorbed the runes. It emitted waves of white light, and the lights overlapped and formed a wild net above Lu Ming in a few breaths. Although the net was only 10 meters long, it covered the upper part until it became cloudy. Because of this Sumeru snail, Lu Ming still had so many elixirs and spirit stones on his body. However, after all, this thing had very limited space, plus some important spiritual weapons and other important items that couldn't be discarded, so there were only a few intermediate-grade spirit stones in addition to the dozens of upper-grade spirit stones. As for other spirit stones, some of them were used to buy some formation flags and elixir when they were in Ironfire Valley. The remaining stocks that could not be put into Sumeru's snail was put into the Sumeru bead, which had been taken away by the mine guards and successfully diverted the guards' attention. Although this array was successfully set up today, once it was channeled, the consumption of spirit stones was much greater than the outside world, as it couldn't get spirit from the surroundings. Therefore, Lu Ming knew in his heart that once he activated this array, he couldn't hold it for long. At this moment, the white silk net that suspended above Lu Ming, under the change of the gestures in his hand, it began to expand and shrink rhythmically. Then it suddenly fell from his head. It spread all over Lu Ming's body at the moment it contacted him, wrapping him all over. At the moment when Lu Ming was wrapped, Lu Ming looked inside him with divine thought. He discovered that the bloody light cluster near the spiritual sea was still blinking and turning slowly. However, under the effect of the elixir and the white silk net, it seemed to be slower. Similarly, the erosion of the black mist on the surface of his internal organs has also slowed down. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt a little relaxed in his heart, but then he quickly put a green elixir in his mouth. After closing his eyes slightly, he urged the spiritual power in his body to guide the elixir. This green elixir is called Cleansing Spirit Elixir. Lu Ming spent a lot of spirit stone to purchase this detoxification elixir in the Ironfire Valley. He only had 3. It was specializing in dispelling some strange poisons, so they had been hidden in the Sumeru snail in case of need. Immediately after the elixir entered his mouth, it became very smooth. It directly dissolved into fluid and flowed into his abdomen. Then a refreshing peculiar feeling in his body immediately rose, and under the guidance of spiritual power, it slowly gathered into his spiritual sea. In a few breaths, Lu Ming's spiritual sea had another green light cluster. After his spiritual power triggered it, it carefully approached the bloody light cluster. The bloody light cluster near the spiritual sea seemed to be aware of it, and its flashing speed suddenly accelerated. It emitted circles of bloody light, and the green light cluster actually couldn't get closer as it trembled. Seeing this, Lu Ming was surprised. He clenched his teeth and surged a lot of spiritual power into the green light cluster. The dimmed green light cluster shone brightly. It broke through the block of the bloody light, then it crushed against the bloody light cluster. But at the next moment, Lu Ming's face changed suddenly. The moment when the 2 light clusters contacted, there was a violent pain like being stirred by countless sharp knives at the same time. This made Lu Ming's, who was caught off guard, face pale and bloodless. His forehead immediately covered with dense sweat beads that were dripping. His body also instantly curled up into a bow shape. This pain that could penetrate into his soul only lasted for a little while. Within his spiritual sea suddenly a blazing burning sensation came out, but then it immediately turned into a coolness. It was repeated several times, tormenting Lu Ming. As time passed, the coolness was gradually replaced by a burning sensation. The green energy cluster in his spiritual sea also gradually became smaller, and it eventually disappeared. Moreover, the spiritual power that he used to trigger the green light cluster was also devoured by the bloody light group. At that moment, the tremendous pain in his dantian also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming straightened his sitting position, but his face became more and more unsightly. He sighed in his heart. After hesitating, he took out another elixir and made another gesture to channel his spiritual power. An hour later, when the buzzing sound in the array under Lu Ming came to an abrupt halt, the crystals in the surrounding holes immediately cracked apart. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a helpless look. At this moment he had exhausted all kinds of means and consumed a lot of intermediate-grade spirit stones, but he still couldn't dispel the 2 enchantments in his body. Both were used by Siren King to control the slave miner on such a large scale. As expected, the enchantments could be dispelled, but he had to find another way. So for the rest of the time, Lu Ming did not want to consume the limited spirit stones anymore. After collecting the formation flags and taking some rest, then he walked out of the cavern and started to walk into the end of this abandoned mine pit. He had come to this mine area for quite some time. Now he could only follow the underground world's rules, to gather the amount of or to exchange the antidote for this month, then he would think of another plan. Although his body could still forcibly resist the corrosion of the black mist that was formed by the Sea Emperor pill for quite some time, he couldn't guarantee what astounding change could happen when the poison was triggered. Otherwise, there were countless slave miners with powerful bodies and arrogant characters. How would they be willing to exchange her with Antidote? A moment later, Lu Ming came to the stone wall at the end of the passage. Through previous investigations, although qualified rare or was somewhat rare here, it still had some value to mine here. Lu Ming glanced lightly at the pothole surface of the stone wall. He grabbed in the air and got a bone pickaxe that was abandoned on the ground. He simply waved 2 times to test it, then he started to dig with full effort. During the process, Lu Ming did not put Bone Scorpion in his leather bag, but he kept it nearby to guard for him. He was now alone here. In the situation where mental power couldn't be released from the body for a long time, he naturally needed a powerful helper out there to prevent being sneak attack. This beast was only at the condensation period early stage. However, after mutation, not only it had an extra layer of defensive scales, but the snake head behind was extremely toxic. Common condensation period slave miner was its opponent. Chapter 388, Return to the Entrance. Of course, once Bone Scorpion cast a spell here, it was also difficult to directly restore spiritual power by absorbing spirit from the surroundings. Fortunately, it was a ghost-type beast. If it absorbed Samin spirit, it could also slowly transform into pure spiritual power. This was better than his current situation. With Bone Scorpion guarding him, he didn't need to worry about anything. He could do his best to mine the ore. As for the demon flying skull that had reached the intermediate stage of the condensation period, he naturally prepared to use it as his trump card. He would not easily reveal it in front of others. What made Lu Ming feel pity was that the Iron Ape puppet beasts were also taken away by the previous guards along with the storage amulet. Otherwise they could be good miners as they used their enhanced iron bars. Of course, corresponding to this, he also had to spend an amazing spirit stone. The pros and cons of this were not easy to measure. However, with his powerful physical body that was not inferior to the crystallization period Powerhouse, the speed of mining was also very amazing as he used full strength. It was just that the stamina consumption was also quite a lot. However, without being able to mobilize spiritual power, the bone spade made by the bone of the evil beast was far more useful than that of the inferior grade iron sword spiritual weapon. It could get rid of a big boulder every time it hit. Although this place was deviated from the main mineral vein, and the ore was relatively rare, under Lu Ming's amazing mining speed, he could still find 1 or 2 rare blue ore once in a while. This kind of rare or called water mystic stone was not only an excellent water attribute refining material, but it was also a good addition to crafting water attribute elixir. If it was brought to the outside world, every small piece could easily sell the high price of hundreds of spirit stones, but it was not considered top rare or here. However, it was still enough for the monthly quota. Of course, if he took this stone to the exchange area, he could probably only exchange some evil beast flesh. After the blue ores were dug out by Lu Ming, they were thrown directly on the ground behind him. He didn't even take another glance at it. In this way, time passed day by day. Almost half a month had passed. Lu Ming during this period. In addition to releasing Bone Scorpion to mine some ore at regular intervals, he meditated to heal and restore his physical strength. In addition to these, he didn't do other unnecessary things. It turned out that after more than 10 days, he had amassed more than 100 pieces of ore. Of course, most of them were like that water mysterious stones. But even so, if the other slave miners knew about it, they would be dumbfounded. If the person was an ordinary condensation period cultivator, even if he desperately dug day and night, he would be considered lucky to be able to mine 1/4 of the amount in such a tunnel with scarce resources. According to the rules here, a slave miner had to hand over 30 rare ores every month in order to get the antidote for that month. As for other extra ore, they could directly exchange some elixir, talisman, or even some low-level spiritual weapons with those guards. However, the price of these ores naturally shrank by more than 100 times as compared to the outside world. As for exchanging them with other slave miners, he could also exchange some other types of ore he needed as well as evil beast flesh and bones. On this day, Lu Ming woke up from meditation. His face looked significantly better than when he first came here. The injuries that were originally caused by activating the Taigang sword embryo recovered a lot. When he casually looked inside the body, he suddenly found that the black gas attached to the internal organs of the internal organs seemed to be a little thicker than before, and the bloody light cluster was still turning slowly in the sea of consciousness. His expression changed slightly as he found that there should only be a few days before the end of the moon. According to the previous information he got, if nothing was wrong, the next 2 or 3 days should be the day when the guards came in to collect the slave miner ore. Since he couldn't expel the enchantment in his body for a while, he naturally had to get an antidote first. Of course, in his heart he still had the intention to study it after getting the antidote. So he sorted the ore piled up behind the stone cave. He piled most of the better quality ore together, packed it in a leather bag and went out of the cave. He found a place where the abandoned rock was originally piled up and buried them. He returned to the cave. He took out another worn leather bag and packed all the more than 30 pieces of water mystic stone into it. At the same time, he waved his hand at the bone scorpion that was guarding the entrance. Suddenly, the ghost-type beast turned into a black gas and disappeared into his sleeve. Lu Ming then picked up the leather bag, left the stone cave and walked toward the exit of the tunnel. Perhaps due to the approach of the end of the moon, Lu Ming began to encounter some scattered slave miners shortly after leaving the passage. Without exception, they were carrying a bag as they were rushing back in a hurry. Due to the poor natural aura here, even the storage amulet would gradually lose its effectiveness. It was impossible to store items for a long time, so the slave miner here and Lu Ming could only use leather bags to hold the ore. When these people saw Lu Ming, there would be a trace of alertness on the pale numb face, or they would speed up their pace, or they simply switched to other roads to avoid him. Faced with the cautious manner of these people, Lu Ming laughed slightly in his mind. He naturally wouldn't provoke them himself. One day later, when Lu Ming made a few turns and came to a long and narrow passage, his pupils shrank suddenly as he suddenly stopped. Because he found that just at a wider intersection not far in front of him, there were two waves of slave miners confronting each other hostilely. And at the moment Lu Ming appeared near the intersection, the two waves of people immediately discovered his whereabouts and they all looked at him with a fierce gaze. Lu Ming was stunned, and he immediately looked at these slave miners without changing his expression. In one of the group, there were only 2 men and 3 women of the human clan, while the other group had 5 men, and they were all sea creature clan cultivators. Judging from the breadth of these people, except for the woman and a sea creature clan old man who were at the intermediate stage of the condensation period, the others were only at the early stage of the condensation period. The two groups apparently had just met and they seemed to know each other. After taking their eyes away from Lu Ming, they were still in a stalemate. They didn't intend to leave. Fairy Qingqi, I don't want to make it difficult for you. As long as the 3 of you leave half of the ore in the bag to me, you all can leave safely. The sea creature clan old man leader with a sinister face sneered as he spoke to the human woman with a delicate face. Wei Fendu, don't think I don't know about it. Didn't you just join that boss Sha some time ago? Look at what this is. The human woman named Qingqi sneered. Her one hand suddenly raised and a black-red thing appeared faintly in her hand. What you? The sea creature clan old man blurted out after seeing clearly what was in the woman's hand. His face changed suddenly, revealing a full of disbelief. Hurry up and make way for us. I don't have time to waste here. As Qingqi said impatiently, she glanced at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming stood still and did not move at all. His eyes were flashing as if he was thinking about something. The sea creature clan old man finally gritted his teeth and turned around, but he was walking toward Lu Ming. The 4 slave miners behind him made an eye signal to each other and immediately followed. Boy, if you are smart, quickly hand out the bag and bone blade. Our brother Wei may let you live if he is in a good mood. The group of people walked to Lu Ming, and one of them with a deep red scar on his face shouted at Lu Ming with a grinning smile as he walked forward. Lu Ming did not speak, but he was just watching the 4 people approaching him slowly without expression. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't bother him, the man couldn't help but be furious. He suddenly pulled out the bone blade around his waist. He pounced out for about 30 meters, then he waved his arm. A blade shadow struck on him quickly. Lu Ming suddenly focused his gaze, and the joints of his body made a snap sound. He punched out at a lightning speed. With a bang sound, the bone blade flew into the sky immediately, and it pierced deep into the stone wall in a flash. The slender man even screamed horribly. He turned into a dark shadow that flew backward. But at this moment, Lu Ming stomped on the ground with one foot suddenly, and his figure turned into a gust of wind that flew past the man who was flying backward. He came in front of the other 4 people first, then his both arms turned blurred and transformed into storm-like fist shadows. The 3 sea creature clan slave miners were taken aback. Before they could make a defensive stance, they were being hit on several critical spots on their body at a lightning speed. They felt pain all over their bodies, then they fainted right away without making a sound. The sea creature clan leader moved fast enough. After being shocked, he almost subconsciously made a one-hand gesture. A layer of light blue light curtain appeared on his body instantly, and he actually blocked the dense fist shadows in front. But a moment later, a crack appeared on the blue light curtain. "The sea creature clan," old man exclaimed, then he desperately ran back with a pale face. But after seeing a crisp sound on the light curtain of his body, he felt a wind coming behind his head. He felt a chillness at his neck, then he fell to the ground. It was Lu Ming who instantly pulled out the bone blade at his waist and knocked him out swiftly using the back of the blade. At this time, the scarred man who was knocked back fell heavily on the ground, but his limbs were so weak that he couldn't stand up anymore. He could only stare at everything in front of him with a disbelief look. Lu Ming turned around again at this moment. After looking coldly at the man with a scarred face, his figure flicked and appeared ghostly in front of the man. He moved his arm and knocked out the man with one punch as well. Next, Lu Ming snatched all the ore from the several people, then he carried a larger package and walked toward the opposite intersection. The other group of people were dumbfounded watching Lu Ming's moves. The woman leader saw Lu Ming walking toward her, and she was so shocked that she retreated a few steps. She forced a smile on her face but she couldn't say anything. Chapter 389, Sand Armor. This person is just an intermediate stage cultivator, but his physical strength is so powerful. He looks unfamiliar too. He doesn't look like he stays here for long. Emochi, you have been here for a long time, have you ever seen him before? After Lu Ming walked away, the human clan woman named Qingqi suddenly turned around and asked a sturdy young man beside him. I've never seen this person before. However, this person could knock off the bone blade made by the evil beast, so he should be a physique cultivator. This reminds me of one thing. Do you remember that 1 month ago? The sturdy young man touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Oh, are you saying that Boss Sha put a bounty on the newcomer who killed his younger brother? The other young man was surprised, then thought and said affirmatively. I think it should be this person. In recent years there have been fewer and fewer newcomers. Based on the point that the person could easily kill second brother Sha, the person isn't a normal cultivator. The sturdy young man rubbed your palms, then he spoke calmly with a very affirmative tone. I see this person is most likely going to exchange or for this month's antidote. We can't provoke this person, but it shouldn't be a problem if we just report his whereabouts. Emochi, report to Boss Sha. 2,000 spirit stones shouldn't be a small number. If we didn't do it, the others would do so. As Qingqi heard that, she hesitated a little and instructed the sturdy young man slowly. The sturdy young man nodded when he heard the words. He immediately took out a small piece of animal skin. After writing something on it, he summoned a low-level little animal that looked like a mouse from a small leather bag in his waist. After the animal skin was bound to his body, he threw it to the ground and at the same time, a strange sound came from his mouth. The little beast blinked its 2 small eyes, then it quickly disappeared into the aisle. At the moment, Lu Ming was carrying a huge bag full of ore and continued to move toward the exchange area. He didn't know that his identity as a newcomer was being tipped off by someone. But even if he knew about it, he probably wouldn't bother about it. With his newcomer identity, if he wanted to stand in this underground mine, he must first show his power to warn the others. This time when he went to the exchange area he also wanted to make a move. Therefore, he didn't hold back as he saw the few sea creature clan slave miners coming onto him. However, when he knocked out those 5 people, he didn't kill them to avoid gaining too much attention. Later in the journey, he tried to take some small and secluded passages, but he still inevitably encountered other waves of slave miner. But these slave miners saw him carried a huge bag alone, and they were actually afraid of him. Not only they didn't provoke him, they also pulled a distance or simply detoured to avoid him. This made Lu Ming dumbfounded. As a result, it was surprisingly smooth along the way. 1 day later, Lu Ming carried a huge bag and walked through a winding path. When he came to the entrance of the tunnel in front of the huge cave where the exchange area was located, he saw a muscular man with 200 meters tall and a face full of muscle sitting on an empty space in the cave. He was sitting in crossed leg while facing the entrance. His eyes were closed as if he was meditating. There were still 2 burly slave miners standing behind him as if they were waiting for someone. The moment Lu Ming Fong stepped into the cave, the muscular man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. As a result, his face immediately showed a ruthless expression, and he was looking at Lu Ming with a bad intention. Lu Ming had a quick wit. His face immediately looked grimmed as he stopped and stared at the muscular man coldly. A breath of danger suddenly filled between the two. The murderous intention flashed in the muscular man's eyes. After shaking his shoulders, his body stood up silently and said in a hostile tone, Friend, you look very unfamiliar, but I'm quite familiar with the bone blade on your waist. Lu Ming's expression changed a little. He simply glanced at the bone blade on his waist and said faintly, "Oh, I think sir is making a joke. This bone blade is just a weapon made of the bone of an ordinary evil beast. It is indeed an ordinary thing, but it was made by my own hands and given to my younger brother. New boy, you are so courageous that you even dare to kill my brother. Don't even think about leaving this place alive." This muscular tall man named Boss Shah said with a sneer. "It turns out that the man who attacked me is your brother. It seems that whatever I say is useless. Very well. I see that you are not an ordinary person, then let's have a match." As Lu Ming heard the words, he looked understood. However, he suddenly laughed as he looked at the muscular man's giant body. The confrontation and conversation between them had already attracted some slave miners nearby. These people had stopped what they were doing and looked over. Some showed indifferent look or some looked excited. They all looked like they were waiting for a good show. In a stone cave in the far corner, the former middle-aged man who was in charge of the place still meditated with his eyes closed as if he didn't notice anything about what happened here. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Boss Shah's pupils shrank, but he immediately burst into laughter. He clenched both his hands suddenly into fists. There was a burst of crackling joints. At the same time he stomped on the ground with one let. The seemingly hard and solid ground shattered. A cluster of yellow sand flew out and hovering around his body. The muscular man only made a gesture. Poof! The yellow sand gathered on his body instantly. It formed a layer of extremely rough yellow earth armor. Under the reflection of the blue fluorite on the stone pillar in the cave, a layer of yellow halo appeared. He looked like a sand puppet looking far away. Lu Ming frowned when he saw this. After his arm moved, he threw the huge bag behind him. He flicked his sleeve and a small black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This newcomer actually uses such a broken sword to deal with Boss Shah. Yeah, is he tired of living? Boss Shah is a physique cultivator, has the ability to manipulate sand, and it only cost a little spiritual power. Ha 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 ha. A burst of sneer and sarcasm came into Lu Ming's ears, but Lu Ming's complexion didn't change except his gaze turned slightly cold. Boss Shah saw Lu Ming holding a broken inferior spiritual weapon, and his eyes could not help showing contempt. He stomped the ground suddenly, then he turned into a gale as he jumped up. The layers of thick sand armor were as if having no weight at all. The knuckles wrapped inside the sand were smashing directly at Lu Ming as if two giant hammers. Seeing this, Lu Ming twisted his body without saying a word, and his figure suddenly became blurred. Boom! At the ground below, a huge pit of several 10 meters in size suddenly appeared. Amidst the cloud of dust, the giant man wrapped in sand armor slowly stood up, and he turned around with a look of surprise. The place he had initially stood on, Lu Ming appeared with his indifferent face after an afterimage flicked. They seemed to switch to each other's initial position. Boy, I didn't expect you to escape so fast. But if you are only capable in this, you should accept your fate obediently. The muscular tall man in the sand armor threatened Lu Ming with a deep tone. He rubbed both his hands and a 30 meters long giant sand blade appeared. Sands were rolling on the blade as if it were a living creature. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming finally showed a peculiar face, and the murderousness appeared in his eyes. After he snorted, his wrist shook suddenly. The black sword suddenly turned into hundreds of dense sword shadows. However, after they condensed, they transformed into a black light sword with a few feet. Black runes appeared on the sword. Lu Ming instantly poured his spiritual power into the sword. The black sword suddenly made a buzzing sound, and it burst out a dazzling halo. After a tremor, it suddenly turned into a black rainbow that surged to the front. Sword Cultivator. Sword Controlling Technique. There were naturally many well-informed cultivators in the crowd minor on the sidelines. At the sight of this scene, a few people immediately lost their voices. Seeing this, Boss Shah was even more shocked. He wanted to dodge it, but it was too late. He could only shout desperately, slashing the sand blade onto the black rainbow. The earthy yellow armor covering his body suddenly shone brightly at the same time. Bang! The seemingly giant sand blade immediately turned into gravel and collapsed. After the black rainbow swirled around the muscular man's body at lightning speed, the light disappeared and it returned to the little black sword. It flashed back into Lu Ming's sleeve. Sha Lao shouted loudly. After staggering forward, the sand armor on his body broke apart. Then blood splashed out and his body was sliced into two. The huge cave was quiet for a moment, and many people took a deep breath. Some people who also had some ill thoughts on Lu Ming's huge bag package could help but burst into cold sweat. The two burly men behind the boss changed their faces, they turned around without saying anything and disappeared into the crowd. The middle-aged man in the corner of the stone cave couldn't help but open his eyes and glance over here. The complexion on his face was unclear. Not sure what he was thinking. After Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, he walked a few steps forward as if nobody were there. He searched the body, picked up his package, found another corner, put it down again and sat cross-legged on the floor. When he heard someone talking about Boss Sha's special defensive spiritual body, he was determined to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would not be wise to fight the attrition battle with his strong defensive power. Only by using the sword controlling technique, he could instantly burst into amazing power and deter others. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. Chapter 390, Two Forces. Lu Ming's physique, cultivator identity and sword controlling technique were amazing, but as time passed, apart from some nearby slave miners, they still looked at him with caution from time to time. The others quickly forgot about the battle as they continued their own matters. The muscular man's corpse was quickly dragged out of the exchange area by a few slave miners, burying somewhere in the cave. Of course, some people who rushed to the cave later would naturally be warned by their companions about Lu Ming. But for some slave miners they secretly sneered. In their minds, Lu Ming still had spiritual power to cast these powerful attacks as a newcomer. After 3 to 4 months, even a sword cultivator couldn't cast a flying sword. Soon after, the human girl named Qingqi and 2 companions also came to the cave. After seeing Lu Ming sitting there intact, they were startled. Then they asked about what happened just now and they were naturally shocked. They couldn't help looking at each other. They immediately dared not look at Lu Ming's side anymore. They hurriedly hid farther away to gather with several other companions. During the rest of the day, as the miners that dug deep in the mineral vein returned one after another, the more people gathered in the huge cave. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 200 people and there were still people coming in endlessly. However, most people who came later were all formidable. Their breadth was far from comparable to some ordinary slave miners. Most of these people were in groups. The smaller group had 3 or 4 people, the bigger group even had 20 or 30 people. Among the 2 groups with the largest number of people, one of them was mostly sea creature clan with all kinds of fish scales. Everyone in the group looked arrogant. They didn't put the other miners in their eyes at all. The other group had cultivators of all clans, but everyone had a strong body and a cold face. They seemed to be quite successful in training physically. Most of them were wearing short-sleeved leather robes, and an Earth Eye logo was embroidered on the cuffs. Once the 2 groups gathered in the huge cave together, there were more than 100 people. They occupied the most central territory on both ends. The people in other small and medium-sized groups that were already here looked at these 2 groups of people with awe. They all avoided the place of the 2 groups. It seemed that these 2 big groups were the 2 big forces mentioned by the skinny young man. At this time, in another corner not far from where Lu Ming was sitting, a small team of slave miners were whispering while lowering their heads down. After Lu Ming released his huge mental power a little, he naturally heard it all. Zudzo. The sea creature clan people are still so arrogant. They basically don't put the others in their eyes. A rough voice said indignantly. Although the voice was deliberately lowered, the loudness of the voice still made the several people frown. Lower your voice. What if they hear it? There will be another trouble. A middle-aged man quickly persuaded. Aren't they just relying on a crystallization period old man behind them? If not, the other people might not be really afraid of them. The person who initially talked snorted, then he lowered his voice again. Both sides are in such an aggressive stance. Do you guys think the Iron Alliance will clash with them again this time? At this time, another person asked carefully. I don't think so. After all, the guards who collect her should arrive soon. No one will be stupid enough to offend the guards at this time. They will never dare to make trouble and fight before this. The middle-aged shook his head and denied the statement decisively. From their dialogue, Lu Ming confirmed what he thought in his mind. Those who occupied the center of the eastern end of the cave were mainly sea creature clan forces. The leader was the only crystallization period beastkin clan slave miner in that mineral vein. It was said that he was half sea creature clan and half beastkin clan. His origin was quite peculiar. The other group of people occupying the west end seemed to be another big force called the Iron Alliance. Their leader must be the rumored Bronze Gong clan physique cultivator Powerhouse at the later stage of the condensation period. After Lu Ming recovered from his deep thought, he immediately began to carefully observe the two major groups. The group at the eastern end of the cave was dominated by sea creature clan cultivators. There were 40 or more people in the group, and 90% of them were from the sea creature clan. Most of them had purple scales or black scales. In addition, there was a beautiful woman with golden scales who was about 20 years old. From her breath, it seemed that she was only at the condensation period intermediate stage, but the other sea creature clan people seemed to be led by this woman. They surrounded her while looking at the other side of the cave full of provocation. However, under Lu Ming's observation, he did not find that these people were as strong as the crystallization period Powerhouse. As for the location of the Taimeng, which was at the west end of the cave, although the number of people was much larger than that at the group in the east, they were separated into a few subgroups according to their clan. But to Lu Ming's surprise, there was no cultivator that was similar to the Bronze Gong clan Powerhouse. The two groups looked at each other far away. The atmosphere was quite tense. Just a group of scattered soldiers. How powerful can they be? A sea creature clan with red scales suddenly broke the silence and muttered. His voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear at this time as it spread into everyone's ears in the cave. Yeah, look at these people scattering in small groups. I really thought they are just some small forces. Another silver scale clan man next to him noticed this, and he immediately went along. His voice was louder than the previous man. They actually call themselves Iron Alliance. It's really funny. Rust Alliance suits them better. A blue-skinned beastkin clan sneered and spoke casually. As soon as these words came out, people from the same forces around him immediately laughed. At the same time, the Iron Alliance couldn't help but show a gloomy face. A few people stood up suddenly, then the initially scattered groups all stood all. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. What do you think you are? You are just a bunch of insignificant people. A short human clan slave miner with a pale face said coldly. If I remember correctly, the golden baby girl seems to belong to the Golden Scale clan who claims to be the Sea Region royal family. Unfortunately, if there are no such scales, she is a rare beauty. The Orc clan brawny man with golden eyes next to him interjected. His face was showing malicious intentions. After hearing the words of the Orc clan brawny man, the Golden Scale clan woman's face suddenly became very cold. She immediately snorted, I heard that your alliance has recently found a place with unusually rich ore-producing areas. I think Yen Luo is taking other people to mine day and night. I don't know why they didn't let you guys go together. As soon as the woman made this remark, the people in the opposite immediately looked ugly. Fairy Sun Ming is quite well informed, but your alliance leader, Lan Xi seems to only appear a few times in front of the others. Even your 6-men subgroup was robbed and killed, he didn't seem to care. What is he busy with? And Beastkin clan white-haired old man in the Iron League said faintly. How can you guys ask about Senior Lan's matters? The Golden Scales woman immediately said with a dark face. Although the two forces continued to quarrel and glared at each other, they didn't really make a move due to the fear of each other. The other small and medium-sized forces on the sidelines lost their interest after a long time except for a few people. The other people no longer bothered about them. Lu Ming also took his gaze back. After he remained silent for a while, he looked again at the other forces at the corner of the edge of the cave. Most of these small and medium-sized forces were in groups of 3 or 5, and most of the leaders were at the intermediate and later stage of the condensation period, and there was a huge bag around them. It should be loading with or that the team members got for the past month. Under careful look, Lu Ming even found that many of the leader of these small groups also had a lot of hot-blooded people. Their physical strength was obviously stronger than the team members. One of them was the unfamiliar young man who had attacked him with an iron bar at the three-way junction that day. This young man was still carrying a huge iron rod that was obviously different from other people's weapons. In front of him there were also 5 or 6 human clan cultivators. They were occupying an empty space near the center of the cave. The young man seemed to feel that Lu Ming was sizing him up. He suddenly turned around with a smile, then he turned back and continued to speak quietly with the people around him. In addition, Lu Ming also found that there were also 4 or 5 slave miners who were alone like Lu Ming. There were no other people nearby, and they meditated with their eyes closed. In this way another half-day passed. At this time in the exchange area, the slave miners came one after another. It had already reached more than 300 people. After the two big forces spoke sarcastically at each other for quite some time, they finally stopped arguing. The big cave became quiet again. There was a rush of footsteps. Suddenly, a person came from an entrance that no one had used before. The people who were meditating looked solemn as they were all looking at this entrance. After a moment, 7 or 8 Beastkin clan guard figures in black shirt came out of the passageway. When seeing the guard leader, Lu Ming frowned lightly as he narrowed his eyes. This man was the middle-aged Beastkin clan man who had taken Lu Ming's items that day. As soon as he entered, he glanced toward the cave. He immediately showed a strange smile, then he brought the people behind him and walked into the open space in the middle of the cave. Chapter 391, Antidote. The middle-aged leader seemed to be indifferent, but it could be seen from his eyes that he enjoyed the awe and angry eyes of these slave miners. So he walked even slower deliberately. Wherever he passed, whether it was those small and medium forces, or those 2 big forces in the middle, they all silently stepped back and gave way. A moment later, the guard finally walked over the open space of the central square and stopped in front of a stone platform about 10 meters high. The first middle-aged man did not speak immediately, but he looked around. After seeing a hint of anticipation in the surrounding slave miners' eyes, he nodded with satisfaction and announced with a loud cough, Qin Gang, I don't need to introduce more as most of you know me. The rule today is similar to the past, but there is a slight change in the exchange condition. 35 pieces of rare or can be exchanged for a Sea Emperor pill antidote. As soon as he said, the field suddenly went into an uproar. Last month it was still 30 pieces of ore for 1 antidote. Why did you suddenly raise the price without giving a notice in advance? Someone started shouting. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the scene was even more tumultuous. Many slave miners whispered at each other with different expressions. Lu Ming glanced indifferently, and he found that those who caused the commotion were mostly small and medium-sized forces. The slave miners, which belonged to the 2 major forces, were silent. Now the outer area of the mineral veins have long been exhausted. Some of the rich ore-producing areas are mostly occupied, and the amount of ore mining is much less than before. Not only that, those evil beasts have also become a little crazy in the recent months. They also appear more frequently. Some other slave miners kept making noise as they were anxious. Seeing this, Qin Gang standing in front of the stone platform suddenly spoke loudly with a grim face, Quiet. Can you guys argue for the rules with me? If you don't want to exchange antidote, leave early. If anyone who doesn't follow the rules, don't blame me for being rude. The sound resounded throughout the cave. The original shouting slave miners were shocked and suddenly kept silent. The huge cave suddenly became quiet. Seeing this, Qin Gang looked slightly calm, then he continued to say, Remind you, I will give you the antidote as long as there is enough ore. You can also exchange for the others, but the antidote can only be kept for 7 days. Don't even think of keeping until the next trigger of the toxin. For those who didn't have enough ore, don't ask for the troubles yourself. Of course, those who have more ore, you can exchange some elixir, talisman, etc. Alright, the exchange will begin now. After the middle-aged Beastkin clan guard finished speaking, he took a step back with his hands behind his back, and he no longer spoke. The following time, the Beastkin clan guard stepped forward, took out a few storage amulets, and put a lot of spirit stone, talisman and elixir on the stone platform after a flick. After that, they asked the people to come forward for the exchange. Among the items, the most were a few hundred dark green bottles. Those were obviously the so-called Sea Emperor pill antidote. At first it was quiet inside the cave. Many slave miners of small and medium forces were silent. They just looked at the 2 forces that occupied the eastern and western ends of the cave center. The guards were also accustomed to this. They were just standing on the stone platform, sneering. They didn't urge them at all. However, after a short while, the Golden Scale clan woman named Xin Ming was the first to exchange a big bag of antidote and some elixirs and talismans under the company of 2 sea creature clan people. The Beastkin clan elder of the Iron Alliance also walked forward to exchange. In an instant, the antidote and other things on the stone platform were less than half. After receiving their antidote for the month, the 2 powerful forces left from the 2 passages beside the cave like a gust of wind. They must be wanting to consume the antidote so that they could return to the mineral vein as soon as possible. After the 2 forces left, the space was immediately occupied by other forces. At this time, only 2/3 of the people left in the cave. After this, the rest of the small and medium forces also stepped forward and began to exchange. In front of the stone platform, after a guard received the bag of the exchanger, another guard would hand over a black bag that had the antidote to the other party. In addition to the Sea Emperor Pill antidote that requires 35 rare ores, the excess ore could be exchanged for Spirit Stone at a ratio of 1 to 20, while some other low-tier talisman and elixir required a few pieces of ore to exchange. Such a conversion ratio, it was simply impossible in the outside world. However, the people, except for criticizing in their mind, could only succumb to it silently. Therefore, apart from the previous two rich and powerful forces, the rest of the small and medium forces rarely exchanged for other items. After all, in the special environment of this place, Spirit Stone was extremely scarce. At the life and death moment, one more point of spiritual power could provide a little chance of staying alive. The exchange had been carried out in a rather strange atmosphere. Although many people from small and medium-sized forces stepped forward and looked at the guards, especially the boss named Qin Gang with a somber face, the whole process was still methodical. "Boss, we have a total of 4 people. Why did you only exchange 3 antidotes?" Suddenly a questioning voice broke the quiet in the cave. The voice came from an foreign clan young man with purple lips in the corner of the cave, and the leader of the 4-man party was a slanted-eyes man. He just took a bag full of ore, but he only exchanged for 3 antidotes. "Brother Wang, I'm helpless. I didn't expect Qin Gang to raise the price on his own. There are still 20 pieces of ore left here. You find some ways yourself." The slanted-eyes man was also troubled by it. After he threw the bag to the skinny young man, he showed a helpless look. After seeing the blank expressions of the other 2 companions, the young man with the surname Wang flashed a disappointed expression on his face. He quickly picked up the bag and took out his bone sword and spirit stones to try to gather some ore from the other forces. The same scene kept happening during this period. Many small groups had to give up their weak companions because they couldn't gather enough ore. Some of these abandoned people stumbled and left this place dejectedly. Some were furious as they fought with their companions and they wanted to take back the antidote, but they were killed by their previous companions. Regarding the scene in front of him, Qin Gang, who was standing behind the stone platform, watched with a strange smile. He was gloating as he saw them suffering. However, some forces that had a surplus in or started to get companion at the cost of or to expand their forces. The former unfamiliar young man with a huge iron rod on his shoulders used an antidote to take in a human clan companion in the early stage of the condensation period, and then he brought the rest and left through the side entrance. When passing by Lu Ming, this person also smiled deeply at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood quietly and observed for a while. When there were only 1/3 of the people left, he touched his chin and finally joined the queue with his huge bag. While waiting here before, he quietly scanned the ore in the bag with divine thought and found that he had 200 plus or adding those he previously obtained from the 5 sea creature clan people. However, most of the quality was just common rare or similar to water mystic stone. But this number had already surprised those guards. Qin Gang, who personally sent Lu Ming into the mine not long ago, did not blink at all as if he didn't notice Lu Ming. Lu Ming immediately exchanged 3 antidotes with the guard in front of him, and exchanged some low-tier elixirs and talismans with the extra ore. The reason why he did this was naturally the intention to prepare to study 2 more antidote elixir. Lu Ming did not want to stay here after changing things. He left immediately the exchange area from the previous tunnel that he came from. On the way back to the depth of the mineral vein, nothing happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally returned to the original abandoned passage again based on the animal skin map made by him. After confirming that no one entered his temporary cave house, he tapped the leather bag on his waist and released the bone scorpion to guard this place. As soon as he turned around, he entered the cave and sat down cross-legged. After serving an elixir that restored spiritual power, he began to meditate and adjust his breath. After an hour, Lu Ming woke up from meditation. He immediately took the antidote from the leather bag on his waist. But the antidote was like the Sea Emperor pill that he swallowed in the giant boat. It was about an inch size and it was black. It had a faint radiance on the surface, and there was a faint fragrance coming from it, refreshing those who smelled it. This is the antidote for Sea Emperor pill. But it can only restrain the toxin for 1 month if I know its composition. Lu Ming looked at the black elixir in his hand and murmured thoughtfully. According to the information currently available, after taking this Black Sea Emperor pill antidote, it can temporarily suppress the erosion of the internal organs by the black mist of Sea Emperor pill. When Lu Ming learned the alchemy technique from Fan Baizi in Shenzhen, he once heard the alchemy master mention this kind of temporary antidote. In order to achieve the control purpose of the poisoner, such an antidote had 2 possibilities. First, although the antidote contained a small amount of symptomatic spiritual medicine, it also contained a small amount of the same ingredients as the poison. While suppressing the onset of toxin, it also planted the seed for the next toxin attack. Under such repetition, the toxin would be a serious problem after accumulating over time. The second was that this kind of antidote did not contain antidote spiritual medicine, but it was another domineering poison. It only temporarily suppressed the toxin by toxin for a period of time. After a long time, when the two poisons combined into one, the results would still be a disaster. Chapter 392, Evil Beas. With Lu Ming's current alchemy attainments, if he knew the actual composition of this elixir, then there may not be a way to find a real detoxification method. When he just meditated, he found that the black mist above his internal organs eroded a little faster in his organs, but for the time being it wasn't really triggered fully yet. He has 3 antidotes at the moment. Although it was only effective within the 7 days range except for the 2 days walking back to his cave house, there were less than 5 days left. However, it was still enough for him. As Lu Ming thought of this, he immediately raised his hand and gently pressed the black elixir onto his forehead. He was going to use mental power to check the composition of the ingredients. As a result, when he released a ray of mental power into it, he could clearly sense that there was a wave of subtle spiritual power, but the elixir didn't have any strange action. With a slight stagnation in his expression, he continued to control his mental power and slowly probed into the depths of elixir. But at the next moment he suddenly felt an obstructing force coming from the core. His mental power could no longer detect any further. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He suddenly made a gesture. His eyes were flickering as a mental power that were numerous times surged out. It showered the black elixir on his forehead, trying to break through the elixir forcefully. At the same time, a weird thing appeared. This black elixir seemed to have sensed something. The obstructing power from it had also increased a few more times. When it could no longer resist the invasion of Lu Ming's huge mental power, the surface of elixir burst out a faint red light suddenly. Suddenly Lu Ming's face changed, and he threw away the elixir on his forehead quickly. As a result, after the black elixir flew out for a few 10 meters, it exploded as it turned into a green smoke and dissipated. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming couldn't help looking a little ugly. It seemed that Siren King had set up some kind of mysterious enchantment in order to prevent the antidote from being cracked by others. Once it was forcibly stimulated with spiritual force, it would instantly explode. Lu Ming looked somber for a while. Suddenly his arm moved and he took out a small jade bowl with one hand. He threw it forward. He made a chain of gestures as he chanted, then the symbols disappeared into the jade bowl. There was a burst of white light on the surface of the jade bowl, then it suspended in front of Lu Ming as it was slowly spinning. Lu Ming raised his one hand. After blue light spots appeared, they condensed into a water ball. It flicked and went into the jade bowl. He took another black elixir. He picked up gently with 2 fingers and put it into the jade bowl, then he pointed his index finger at the elixir. But as soon as the black elixir went into the bowl, it floated on the surface of the water. It kept spinning in the direction of the jade bowl's rotation, emitting waves of red light. The jade bowl echoed with it, and a layer of white light curtain immediately appeared, covering the entire jade bowl. Lu Ming's expression became dignified. He stopped chanting as his finger pointed down. A word, split, visualized out of his mouth. The small bowl shuddered. It immediately made a buzzing sound, but the elixir on the water showed signs of melting at the next moment. Some parts were even glowing faintly. Some green and red liquids oozed out. At the moment they contacted the water, they condensed into a black and brown flock thingy which faintly exuded a fishy smell. Lu Ming was pleased as he saw this. He immediately scanned through with his mental power. At the same time, after scanning through all the spiritual matter in his mind, he found that the black and brown flock was a material called arsenic-ine silk, and the green bead and red bead contained a kind of medicinal materials called green sodium sulfate and red halloysite. Among them, arsenic-ine silk was a kind of toxic material, but at the same time, it could also be used to forge some elixir which was beneficial for those who practiced the ine attribute cultivation method. As for the latter two, they were relatively common alchemy materials, and there was nothing special about it. As he was preparing to use his spiritual power to further decompose the elixir, he found that the red light on the surface of elixir flickered wildly. The entire jade bowl began to tremble slightly. Lu Ming laughed bitterly. He immediately withdrew his fingers, picked up the jade bowl, and then flew out hastily. At the next moment, the black elixir exploded in the air like the previous black elixir. In less than a few minutes, 2 Sea Emperor pill antidotes were destroyed. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but feel frustrated. If it were not for the 2 antidote or were all obtained from others, he would be even more depressed. Looking at the last black elixir in his hand, Lu Ming couldn't help but hesitate. If he took it immediately, he believed that he would be safe and secure in the next month. However, it didn't help much to completely lift the Sea Emperor pill's imprisonment. For him, the most important thing now was to try to get rid of the 2 enchantments on his body. He didn't want to be really constrained by this. After Lu Ming thought about it quickly, he immediately focused his mind. He gritted his teeth and decided to take the risk by not eating the antidote immediately. Immediately after he picked up Elixir, he continued to sit and adjust his breath. While recovering spiritual power through Spirit Stone, he used his mental power to glance inside his body, monitoring the movement of the black mist on the surface of his internal organs. Nothing happened overnight. At noon the next day, Lu Ming, who was meditating, suddenly frowned. His body bounced up reflexively in an instant, and his face turned abnormally white. He pressed his internal organs hard, and a heart-piercing pain came from his internal organs. Sweat started dripping down from his forehead. This sudden pain, even a person with high endurance like Lu Ming would be overwhelmed at that instant. He endured the severe abdominal pain, and he immediately scanned his body with mental power. He suddenly found that the black mist above the internal organs became thicker than before, and the corrosion rate became more terrifying. At the same time, it began to devour the body's blood essence. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and endured the violent backlash of the toxin. His mind began to turn quickly. After remembering all the internal conditions in his mind, he quickly took out the antidote and swallowed it. As a result, the antidote turned into a fireball after it went into his throat. Then, it turned into a few energies with different colors and flowed toward the black mist. After a quarter of an hour. After Lu Ming's complexion turned pale for a while, then he finally opened his closed eyes. After taking a long breath, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. After he swallowed the Sea Emperor pill antidote, he finally suppressed the toxin again. In this way, although Lu Ming also analyzed the other 2 spiritual medicine ingredients in the antidote, namely halite and sal ammoniac jade, he still couldn't figure out the remaining few ingredients. However, after enduring such torment, the internal injuries in his body became more severe, and he also lost a lot of blood essence. Lu Ming could only swallow a few elixirs helplessly. After taking several intermediate-grade spirit stones from the Sumeru snail, he started to adjust his breath to heal the injuries. One day after half a month, Lu Ming was meditating in the cave. Suddenly, Bone Scorpion near the entrance suddenly stood up and made a hissing, strange noise. Lu Ming opened his eyes anxiously. He released his mental power to check the outside of the cave. As a result, his complexion changed greatly at the next moment. Shoot! His body shook, not only got up in an instant, but at the same time he turned into a phantasm and rushed out of the cave. As a result, when a phantasm condensed, Lu Ming's body appeared in the tunnel. However, his eyes stared at the tunnel 100 more meters away, and he revealed a dignified expression on his face. On the other side of the passage, a cluster of white mist appeared out of nowhere. Not only were there waves of spatial fluctuations from it, but there was also a green giant biased like a wolf desperately breaking free from it. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and his arm moved almost without thinking. A punch was launched across the air at lightning speed. Boom! An invisible giant force crushed into the fog fiercely. The green beast that just broke out had no time to dodge. It could only roar, then its huge body was knocked back for 30 to 40 meters away by the force through the mist. But at the next moment, the beast shook its dizzy head, and it stood up again after a tremble. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be surprised, but as soon as his body moved, a chain of afterimages appeared in front of the giant beast. The afterimages turned into 5 figures that surrounded the beast and spun fanatically. After the air/sounds, a dozen of white blade shadows almost struck on several places on the green giant beast's body simultaneously. But apart from forcing the beast back through slashing and making it groan in pain, he didn't really hurt the beast. It only left some white and red marks on its green fur. And after this beast got hit by Lu Ming's swift attacks, this beast finally became ferocious. Suddenly, it pounced on the figures surrounding it without caring much. Its 2 blade-like giant claws scratched down with a fishy smell. All the figures blasted backward abruptly, dodging the giant claws. However, only 4 figures scattered away, only the figure facing the giant beast condensed and visualized Lu Ming's actual figure. But there was a shock on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming only knew at this time why many slave miners in the mine looked terrified as they talked about the evil beast. Let alone the beast's capability, but this kind of tough defensive power was definitely not something that the general condensation period cultivator could defeat. There might be a chance combining the power of a few people. However, he was not a general condensation period cultivator. Others were helpless against the power of evil beast's defense, but as long as he used his mighty strength, it was not too difficult to kill this beast. Lu Ming thought quickly, but the bone blade in his hand had struck forward. After taking a deep breath, his arms suddenly swelled up. Blue veins on his arms burst out like earthworms. At this time, the green evil beast roared, then it pounced on Lu Ming with a big mouth full of fangs. A bang sound. Behind Lu Ming, a small red shadow rushed out. After a flash, it clashed with the green evil beast in the air and fought with it immediately. Chapter 393, Bone Wind All. Through the fight between Bone Scorpion and Green Evil Beast, Lu Ming finally had time to see the specific appearance of the Green Evil Beast. It had a pair of curved corners above its head, a huge wolf-like head, fangs in his mouth, crimson eyes that filled with tyranny, green stripes covered its body, for curved and thick limbs. The scythe-like claw made an air burst as it slashed in the air, which gave people an extremely vicious feeling. In the moment Lu Ming observed, the Green Evil Beast had fought with Bone Scorpion for several rounds. As Bone Scorpion's dozen-meters body twisted, it barely avoided the claws of the evil beast every time, then the snake-like tail hook behind it moved and turned into dozens of black lines. Facing the rainstorm attack of the black line, the evil beast waved its claws to resist while it kept jumping around. It actually dodged all of the attacks. After that, it roared suddenly. Its forelimb grew double of its original size. Bone Scorpion was pushed back as it was caught off guard, and it heavily slammed to the wall. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared next to the evil beast like a ghost. The two thick arms held the bone blade together, then it made an explosion as it slashed. This blade seemed slow, but it was actually the opposite. Even though the evil beast jumped as it knew that it was bad, it was still struck by the bone blade on its back. A click sound. Although the bone blade did not cut the body of the evil beast, the incredible power that surged from the bone blade instantaneously turned into an invisible shock wave that penetrated into its body, shattering its internal organs in an instant. The green evil beast screamed. It suddenly turned around and ran away, but it only took a few steps, then it crumbled to the ground. Black blood oozed out from its head. It could no longer move. A figure shook, then Lu Ming appeared next to the evil beast again. After looking at the beast coldly, he suddenly raised his foot and stomped on its head. Poof! The seemingly incomparably hard head immediately burst into a red and white thingies. Only then Lu Ming took back his leg that was covered with a layer of crimson hydra scales. After he withdrew his breath, his thick arms also returned to their original shape. At this time, Bone Scorpion jumped out from the side. It was so angry that it tore the evil beast's corpse apart with its two pincers. It seemed that once this evil beast was dead, its defense power was not as good as before. Then Bone Scorpion leaned over and lay down beside Lu Ming's feet as it hissed. Its tail hook began to shake randomly. Only then Lu Ming could reassess the corpse of the evil beast. This beast's rank was not high. It was only at the early stage of the condensation period, but it was the first evil beast he beheaded. However, Lu Ming was most interested in its flesh that could strengthen his bone and flesh, and it could also be made into weapons. After studying his body a little bit, he dissected the evil beast with the bone blade. Lu Ming took out a jade storage rune bottle jade to store a dozen pounds of evil beast blood, then he cut off its flesh that was about 100 pounds. He directly baked its flesh into Jerky's meat, then he let Bone Scorpion carry them all the way back to the stone cave. After he observed the remaining bones of the evil beast carefully, he found out that it was more stuttier than the half-evil beast's corpse he saw before. However, it was still slightly worse than the bone blade in his hand. He dissected the evil beast's bones and carried them back to the stone cave. He found a corner and piled them up. Lu Ming looked at the pile of wicked bones in front of him and touched his chin silently. Suddenly, he thought of something as if he remembered something. He flipped his hand and took a thick red book from the Sumeru snail. It was the Flame Cultivation scripture from Jianghu. After Lu Ming obtained this book earlier, he just roughly glanced through, then he stored it back into the Sumeru snail. He would study it when he had the time. Now, he quickly glanced at the forging part in the second half of the book, and then his gaze landed on one of the pages. Bone Wind All Inferior Grade Spiritual Weapon. This one-time consumable item was the only inferior grade spiritual weapon recorded in the book. Its special feature was that it didn't need spiritual power to exert terrifying power, and its power was in direct proportion to the strength of the throw. According to the records above, there was once a powerful condensation period physique cultivator used this inferior spiritual weapon to exert horrifying power of a superb spiritual weapon. He even made a precedent of severely damaging a crystallization period powerhouse unexpectedly. When Lu Ming saw this description, he was naturally taken aback. After all, with the power of the physical body alone, the person could hurt a crystallization period powerhouse with an inferior grade spiritual weapon. This was really incredible. If this was the case, the Bone Wind All could be useful in a place that lacked natural aura. The key was the material forging this thing. It only needed some bone materials and a little bit of wind grind copper. Both could be easily found in this underground mine. Of course, the quality of the bone material was also the key to the power of this spiritual weapon. Although the rank of the evil beast was not high, its bone was a rare forged material because of its natural strong flesh. Compared with other inferior grade spiritual weapons, the forging process of this kind of consumable spiritual weapon was simple for several times. For a novice like Lu Ming, nothing was better than this. Of course, because of its low requirement for the number of enchantments contained in it, so in the whole forging process, it didn't need too much spiritual power. The only trouble was that he had never tried forging before. Even if it was a simple spiritual weapon, it couldn't be forged easily. After a long while, Lu Ming read the forging methods on this page of the book. He closed the book while his face looked a little uncertain. Forget it, in this case, although I have superb spiritual weapons such as Golden Fallen Sand and Nine Skulls Shield, it is impossible to spend a lot of spiritual power to sacrificial refine. Besides, after I refine them, I won't have enough spiritual power to use them. The intermediate and upper grade spirit stones in the Sumeru snail can still afford this little spiritual power for forging. I will just try it first. If it really can't work, I will stop it. After Lu Ming breathed out a sigh of relief, he finally murmured as he made a decision. After instructing Bone Scorpion to continue guarding at the cave entrance, he returned to the cave again. Next, Lu Ming continued to spend some time on adjusting his breath after consuming some pills. After that, he used the evil beast's bone to try forging Bone Wind All, such an one-time usage spiritual weapon according to the method written on the flame cultivation scripture. At the beginning, Lu Ming picked out a few rough evil beast bones, and then cut them into 8 pieces, which was at the same length of his bone blade. After that, he started carving some mysterious spirit patterns on a bone surface according to the description of the book. Once he made an error in the carving, he immediately threw the evil beast bone aside without hesitation, and exchanged for another one. A dozen days later, in the rock cave where Lu Ming lived, the pile of beast bones that were originally piled up in the corners immediately left only a dozen of arm-sized bones. It was a cone-shaped bone about half a foot long. Each surface was covered with dense spirit patterns. As for other scrapped evil beast bones, he dug a large pit outside the hole and buried them directly. After a few more days, the 1-month period came again. During this month, Lu Ming did not mind the ore because of studying Antidote and specializing in forging the Bone Wind All. After taking a part of the ore he collected last time, he went to the exchange area again. A few days later, when he returned to the stone cave, in addition to an extra antidote on his body, there were dozens of pieces of yellow ores in the bag behind him. After Lu Ming returned to the stone cave, he immediately took a small black cauldron from Sumeru's snail and threw these yellow ore into it. He then looked focused. He opened his mouth and shot out a crimson flame that wrapped around the small cauldron. At the same time, his two hands made a chain of gestures that went into the cauldron like a storm. The ore immediately dissolved at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and it vaguely transformed into a yellow shining metallic juice. At this moment, Lu Ming grabbed a bone all that was carved with spirit patterns from nearby and put it into the cauldron slowly. 4 months later, Lu Ming, who was meditating in the stone cave, suddenly opened his eyes, and a black gas rolled out of his body. After hovering above his head, it split into a black haze hydra and a black haze tiger. After the dragon and tiger roared, they both disappeared into the top of Lu Ming's head. Now the injuries he had were finally completely healed, and his spiritual power also returned to the peak state. He couldn't help but make a relief. But when Lu Ming looked into Sumeru's snail through divine thought, he couldn't help laughing bitterly. At this moment, The intermediate-grade spirit stone in the Sumeru snail had been completely consumed. Even the upper-grade spirit stones only had a dozen pieces left. The reason why these spirit stones were consumed so fast was that on the one hand, he had been continually absorbing it to heal himself in recent months, and on the other hand he had been trying to forge the bone wind all. As Lu Ming thought of this, he grabbed in the air, and 2 4-inch-long spiritual weapons appeared in his hand. The 2 weapons had a sharp edge. They were in light yellow. The surface was covered with dense and tiny spirit patterns. There were 2 holes on the handle. The whole design looked a little weird. This was also the only 2 bone wind all that he had successfully forged after trying for the past 4 months. However, Lu Ming felt quite comforted when he thought about the great power described in the book. However, for these 2 inferior spiritual weapons, he not only spent a lot of precious stone, but he also consumed all the bones of several evil beasts that he killed in the past few months. He got these 2 one-time usage weapons at such a high price. The pros and cons were really not easy to judge. Chapter 394, Evil Beas. Lu Ming also found that the appearance of evil beasts in the nearby area seemed to have become more frequent recently. The tunnel where he was located was still an abandoned tunnel that was far away from the main mineral vein. From this, it could be imagined that the probability of evil beasts appearing in other areas with more rare ores would only be increased. In the past 4 months, Lu Ming encountered several evil beasts, most of which were the same as the first he encountered. They were only at the early stage of the condensation period, but there were a few of the intermediate stage of the condensation period. Through these few contacts, he even discovered that evil beasts didn't have only one form. In addition to the wolf-like form he encountered earlier, there were some forms such as tiger, leopard, cat and dog. The body shape ranged from a few feet to more than 100 feet. Without exception, all of them had horns on their head and spirit patterns on their bodies. They had sturdy defense and they had a certain resistance to toxicity. With the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bone Scorpion, it was extremely easy to kill the evil beast several times. In this way, besides the bones, he also saved a lot of jerkies. After eating them continuously, his physical body had grown stronger than he was when he initially came in. On this day, after Lu Ming just returned from the exchange area, he took the antidote and sat cross-legged in the cave. He looked at the bumpy ground outside the cave and his eyes were flickering. He looked like he was reminiscing something. Since he was captured by Siren King into this deep-sea mineral vein, there had been quite some time. He recalled that when he traveled with Yi Tianmei all the way out of the Yunchuan continent to Sea Region and Buyuan Island, everything seemed like it just happened yesterday. The fragrance seen more than 6 months ago gave Lu Ming a feeling of dreaming. Now he woke up from the dream and the lady in his dream was gone. He was now in this mine cave under the sea. Lu Ming couldn't help but show a complicated expression as he didn't know when they would meet again. I don't know what happened to her now. Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief for a long time. He murmured melancholily. Lu Ming finally regained his thoughts after losing himself in his mind for a while. He settled his mind and began to meditate on the possibility of escaping from here. At this time, since his injuries were completely restored, he could really start to consider the specific method of escaping this mine. For him, it was probably better to escape while he could still recover spiritual power through Spirit Stone. Otherwise, the possibility of escaping would be reduced to the minimum when he could only rely on his physical strength when he expended all his spirit stones and spiritual weapons. However, if he wanted to escape from here, he would naturally have to face 2 major difficulties. One was the 2 enchantments in his body, and the other was the route to escape from here. As long as one of the 2 couldn't be resolved, he didn't have to think about truly regaining freedom. In the former case, he had tried various detoxification methods to the black mist in his body, but they were ineffective. He also had some breakthroughs on analyzing the antidote. Although he knew a lot of ingredients in it, he still couldn't figure out a few of it, and the taboo of alchemy was fallacy of composition. He still had doubts about this so-called antidote, so he didn't have any better countermeasures so far. The blood-colored light cluster suspended in the Spirit Sea wouldn't be triggered and imprison his Spirit Sea under certain circumstances. He didn't know the other effects yet, but he shouldn't have any life danger temporarily. However, he was clueless about dispelling it. As for the escape route, what Lu Ming knew at present was only the entrance when he came in that day, but there were a lot of enchantments. Even if he broke through the enchantments, there were the mine guards and the unfathomable old man at the other end of the entrance. Besides, there were also the giant beast of the crystallization period and the 12 mysterious giant puppets. Thinking of this, Lu Ming stood up as he was quite annoyed in his mind. He frowned as he paced back and forth in the stone cave. The expression on his face was more dignified. Just after Lu Ming walked back and forth a few times, he suddenly found that bone scorpion near the cave entrance had sensed something. It actually looked up and made a strange hissing noise. Lu Ming was shocked after hearing that. His figure immediately flicked, then he appeared at the entrance. After he glanced at the surroundings, he abruptly took a deep breath. The 100-meter-sized tunnel in the vicinity was filled with clusters of gray-white mist in the size of a dozen meters. They quickly condensed and there were a few clouds of mist in an instant, forming a large area of murky gray-white mist. In the mist, amazing spatial fluctuations were constantly coming out. There were vaguely the sounds of beast roars and the shadows that were flickering as if there were countless evil beasts going to rush out of it. Evil disaster. After Lu Ming shouted, he associated it with the rumors and news he heard in the exchange area not long ago. This so-called evil disaster naturally referred to the evil beast disaster. It was different from the evil beast that occasionally broke through the barrier from the bottomless abyss. Evil disaster meant that the barrier between bottomless abyss and the mine would suddenly weaken greatly for some reason, causing many evil beasts to rush into the mine at the same time. Once evil disaster happened, there would be hundreds or even thousands of evil beasts appearing in the mine at the same time. Among them, there might even be condensation period later stage or even crystallization period evil beast. This was undoubtedly a disaster for most slave miners who struggled to survive here. Even if Lu Ming is even more capable, if he is trapped by some evil beasts, I am afraid that he will only fall. Because once the evil disaster broke out, if someone was caught by the evil beast and could not run from it in a short time, he would attract more evil beasts. In this case, even a crystallization period powerhouse wouldn't dare to be sloppy and run far away. But according to those old slave miners who had stayed here for decades, this evil disaster should only happen once in 5 or 6 years. And the last outbreak was only 2 or 3 years ago. This period of time should be safe. Was there any unknown change had happened? Seeing that the nearby fog masses were still approaching each other, Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned. He called back Bone Scorpion without thinking. Then he rushed to the entrance after his figures flicked a few times. According to the previous incident, as long as he could escape to the area near the exit, there would naturally be mine guards to cast the enchantment in the cave, blocking the powerful evil beasts. After some time, these evil beasts would be reabsorbed into the bottomless abyss by an unknown force. In the past, after estimating the few months before the evil disaster's arrival, the miners would try to stay away from the main mineral vein or they would simply wait at the entrance. Even when they wanted to mine, they would choose some remote mine vein or gather more people to go out together. What Lu Ming had to do now was to seize the time before the evil beasts completely broke through the barrier and quickly escape to the entrance area of the mine. Many miners like him would most likely be dead under this sudden and strange outbreak of the evil disaster. With Lu Ming's powerful body, he became a cluster of gray shadow as he ran with all his strength. After flickering a few times in the tunnel, he had escaped for more than 1,000 meters. He could vaguely see the way out of this tunnel. Bone Scorpion understood the danger at the moment under the link of their mind. It didn't hesitate to use spiritual power to turn into a phantasm. Its limbs kept moving to follow closely behind Lu Ming. At this time, in another large gray-white fog near the exit of the tunnel, a malicious wind suddenly gusted out. A centipede-like, multi-footed evil beast with the size of 8 meters long rushed out. It precisely blocked the whole exit. This evil beast was not only tall, but also countless foot hooks on both sides were extremely sharp. It was dancing all over with its fangs and claws. There were air bursts everywhere it went. Clusters of yellow mist appeared in the air, and it instantly turned into countless small tornadoes, faintly forming a wind wall that pressured Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face sank slightly, but his speed was not reduced at all. As he moved his might, the crimson scales appeared instantly on his shoulders. He rushed through the tornado wall that was coming at him. Except for the grinding sound, he wasn't really affected by the tornadoes. When he was a few 10 meters away from the evil beast, he stomped on the ground suddenly and blasted at the evil beast like a crossbow. The multi-footed evil beast was furious when it saw this. Several strange compound eyes stared at Lu Ming in the sky. It shook its head, and it immediately sprayed out a smelly green mist. Then it opened its mouth full of fangs and bit ferociously. Seeing the green mist coming, Lu Ming didn't dodge. He just shook his sleeve and a gust of wind came out and blew away the poison gas. His other hand grabbed in the air, and a black small sword appeared in his palm. He turned his body and transfigured into a chain of afterimage, dodging the bite. He then appeared behind the evil beast and slashed its back. As soon as a whistle sounded, a black sword light flashed away, and the beast was cut into 2 pieces. Before the corpse of this beast landed on the ground, Lu Ming had already rushed out of the tunnel together with Bone Scorpion without looking back. Just as he was about to get out of the tunnel, his pupils couldn't help shrinking again. I saw another passage leading to the exchange area, and there was also a haze of gray mist condensing, and there were already 2 toad-shaped evil beasts stuck in it. However, these 2 beasts looked slightly demented. Although they saw Lu Ming, they just stood staring at the same place and did not mean to attack. At the same time, there were bursts of roar in the tunnel behind him. Apparently, other evil beasts were rushing out of the fog to his direction. Lu Ming's heart sank. He knew that he couldn't be entangled by other evil beasts at this time. He didn't give much thought as his body flicked, and he went into another empty tunnel without hesitation. Chapter 395, Being Surrounded. Just after Lu Ming left, there was a sudden gust of wind in the tunnel he had just stayed. As the sand and stone flew around, the tunnel was shrouded by yellow mist. There were a few giant shadows appearing out of the mist after they roared. They all dived into the empty tunnel right away. 2 huge toad-like evil beasts blocking the entrance to the exchange area looked spirited after seeing this situation. They made 2 weird croak sounds, then they followed as they jumped for 100 more meters away. They also disappeared in a few breaths. In a room on the top floor of a splendid undersea palace thousands of miles away from the deep vein of the mineral vein. Inside the room was about 100 more meters wide. Not only were there gorgeous and exquisite blue jade on the ground, but the surroundings and the top were also inlaid with glittering blue crystal stones. These crystal stones were flashing a faint blue light, making the whole room look exquisite and gorgeous. The room was clean and tidy, and the tables, chairs and beds that were made by white jade were stainless. At the window that could see the beautiful scene of the sea, there were also a few pots of unknown light blue flowers. In front of the bed at this moment, a stunning woman in a green dress with water cloud embroideries was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her long hair laid over her shoulder, and her curvy body was motionless. It was Yi Tianmei who made a 10-year agreement with Siren King. The next moment, her stunning face moved as she suddenly opened her eyes. She breathed lightly. Her face still looked cold as usual, and she was indifferent to everything inside the room. Until now, the serious injuries she had after forcefully channeling the sword embryo for multiple times were finally completely recovered. During that period, Siren King did not appear even once as he promised before. Just every once in a while, a maid would send an exquisite jade box which contained a faint golden elixir with a rich fragrance. Yi Tianmei knew this was the rare and top-ranking sacred elixir awakening pill in the entire sea region. In this regard, she did not refuse. With the help of the magical power of this medicine, her injuries could be recovered in such a short time, and it didn't leave any potential danger. Now the light in Yi Tianmei's eyes was flowing. She opened her small mouth all of a sudden, and a faint silver sword flew out. It circled in the air and suspended in front of her. She put her hands flat on her leg, then she started chanting. In an instant, her body was immediately covered with a layer of faint silver light. Under the light expansion, the small sword in front of her shook slightly. The light silver rune on its surface slowly flowed, and a soft buzz sounded. Yi Tianmei looked at the little sword in front of her, and she suddenly closed her eyes again. At the next moment, an unspeakable giant sword chi rose to the sky. Yi Tianmei, who was wrapped in the silver light, was like an unsheathed sword with a shocking vibe. At the same time, in a quite spacious tunnel deep in the mineral vein of the deep sea, Lu Ming in a gray robe, his arm became blurred, and the black sword in his hand suddenly surged out in a black rainbow. He slashed the lizard-like evil beast in the size of 10 meters into half. His other arm moved as his knuckle that was covered with crimson scales slammed. He knocked out another small evil beast of a few feet size like a sandbag. Whoosh! A black line flashed and penetrated through the evil beast's body, pinning it against the wall, then it flashed again as it withdrew back again. It was Bone Scorpion behind Lu Ming. After it saw the timing, it launched its strangely long snake head on its tail, penetrating through the critical point of the small evil beast. This small evil beast had a pair of meat wings. Although it struggled to fly again as it roared, its skin instantly turned purple and black, and it crumbled to the ground. With the strong toxicity of Bone Scorpion's snake head, even if these evil beasts had a certain resistance to toxicity, if they were fully injected with venom, they could no longer move as long as they weren't that strong. After Lu Ming took the black sword back, his thoughts moved, and the crimson scales on his hand were removed instantly. At this moment, from the dark tunnel behind, other roaring sounds came again faintly. Lu Ming looked hopeless. After sighing, he waved one hand and jumped on top of Bone Scorpion. He turned into several inches in size after a blur, then he fell firmly on Bone Scorpion's shoulder. His figure flickered again as he blasted out in a series of afterimages. After a few flickering, he appeared at the end of the tunnel, continuing sprinting forward at full speed. After an hour, an abnormally fierce scuffle was being staged in the center of a huge intersection connecting 5 or 6 tunnels at the same time. During the fight, blood and hurricane intertwined in the air continuously. The sound of roaring and bursting kept coming out. Lu Ming in a gray robe was holding a black spirit sword. He was being surrounded by a dozen of evil beasts together with 8 other slave miners, and they were desperately resisting. The 3 of the slave miners were the 3 men and women who reported to Boss Sha that day. At that moment, the woman named Qingxi held a bone sword to fight against a jackal evil beast. The other 2 were fighting back and back against 3 to 4 evil beasts. While fighting with 2 tiger-shaped evil beasts with amazing defensive powers, Lu Ming constantly scouted the battlefield to look for an opportunity to get out. At this moment, an Orc clan slave miner who was fighting with a Black Panther evil beast with bare hands, after hearing a deafening roar above his head, he suddenly raised his hands in shock and raised his bone shield up. At the same time he took out a talisman and exploded it with a pinch, then it turned into a light shield that protected him in it. But he could only hear loud noise approaching from the top of his head. Hundreds of green edges were blasted from a mantis evil beast that just appeared. The edges were raining down heavily. As the green light flashed, the bone shield was shredded into pieces after the sharp noise of a metallic friction sounded. The countless green edges condensed slightly, then it surged down on top of the Orc clan slave miner. A scream of sorrow. The Orc clan slave miner pulled out a bone sword and danced in the air. However, under the slash of the sharp green edges, his body and the light shield were shredded all together into minced meat, stirring up a blood mist. After the giant mantis evil beast landed, the pair of compound eyes flashed in red, then it jumped over the cave wall again, crawling to the next target. On the other side, a long and thin sea creature clan miner was dancing with his bone fork with a powerful vibe when facing the pincer attack of a wolf-shaped evil beast and a pig-shaped evil beast. He looked at ease, but when he heard the horrible scream, he couldn't help shuddering. He immediately looked at the entrance that was near him, then he had the idea of escaping the battlefield. He shook off the wolf evil beast while holding the bone fork with both his hands, then he forcefully stabbed the bone fork to the ground, and his body was launched from the ground. He kicked the pig evil beast behind him, then he dashed out for 40 meters by using the rebound force. Then he took out a talisman and stuck onto him without hesitation. A green light wrapped around him instantly and blasted toward the entrance. But just after he escaped more than 100 more meters, a violent wind suddenly rose ahead of him. After a giant figure blurred, it just blocked his way ahead. The skinny sea creature clan's face changed. As a ruthless expression flashed in his eyes, his speed didn't decrease, but it increased by 20% more. He spat a blood essence on the bone fork as well, and the bone fork suddenly became big after it flashed. It was actually a spiritual weapon. He tossed the giant bone fork forward, and it turned into black ray that blasted forward. At this moment, the vague figure in front condensed into a bear-like evil beast with 50 to 60 meters tall. The black light flashed and the giant fork had arrived in front of this beast. But it didn't mean to dodge at all. Instead it growled loudly. Its 2 palms clapped forward hastily. Pop! The giant bone fork was clamped in between the palms. As the palms exerted forces, the bone fork immediately collapsed, turning into powder that dissipated away. Then the figure of the giant bear evil beast turned blur again. The next moment, it appeared before the sea creature clan miner who transformed into the light, and the 2 palms clapped forward again. The skinny sea creature clan miner couldn't help but change his complexion. He could only feel that the air around him was tight. He couldn't move at all. Before the sea creature clan miner could even scream, he was turned into a blood mist under the pressure of the 2 giant palms. This giant bear evil beast was actually at the later stage of the condensation period. In a blink of an eye, 2 slave miners died. This terrified the remaining miners who witnessed this. All of them looked desperate instantly. Seeing this scene, the human woman named Qingqi's face turned pale. She dodged the bite of the jackal evil beast, and she suddenly shouted to the 2 companions on the side. If we go on like this, all of us are bound to be slaughtered by the evil beast. Emochi Xiao Wu, the three of us will immediately separate and escape. The more we can survive, the better. As soon as she spoke, the woman jumped back. She immediately took out 2 talisman. After she exploded one talisman, she turned into a black mist that shrouded the jackal evil beast in front. She then stuck the other orange talisman on her. She was wrapped in an orange light cluster, then she escaped toward the nearby tunnel. After the other 2 young men heard her, they looked at each other. They immediately launched a series of fierce attacks to force back the evil beast, then they also escaped to the nearby tunnel. But at the next moment, 7 to 8 evil beasts appeared by chance from the channel on the other side, and they were surrounded. The 2 were shocked. They hurriedly resisted the evil beasts, and they were instantly trapped in the evil beast horde again. Chapter 396, Evil Beast Horde. Just when Qingqi escaped not far, the giant bear-like evil beast's figure suddenly flickered, then it appeared in front of the passageway where she was about to escape. As it growled, both its arms became blurred, launching countless giant palm shadows. As each palm shadow shook, it turned into a long gray crescent in a meter size. In an instant, there were dozens of crescents rushing to the escape light transformed by Qingqi. The momentum was terrifying. Seeing this, Qingqi couldn't help but tremble in her mind. She couldn't care much as she launched a few talismans out of her sleeve. As the talisman blasted forward, she shouted, "Explode," at the same time. After a loud noise, the talismans burst apart and turned into a dazzling red light that blocked all the crescents. Seeing this, the giant bear evil beast stomped suddenly. It jumped up, then it waved its arms to launch another wave of crescent that flew toward Qingqi swiftly. After a few humming sounds, a few crescents flashed and penetrated through Qingqi's body. But at the next moment, her body actually turned into light spots and fell apart. At the same time, behind the golden giant bear evil beast, a slim figure appeared in a faint fluctuation. The person was Qingqi. As soon as this woman appeared, she exploded another talisman in her hand without hesitation. After the yellow light flashed, she was already deep in the tunnel ahead. Qingqi turned around and looked sentimentally at the 2 companions behind her, then she sighed a little. Her figure flicked as she fled into the tunnel without looking back. Giant bear evil beast also naturally found that the opponent had escaped. It immediately slammed its chest fanatically a few times with its 2 big palms, then it made a furious roar. Its figure turned blurred as it disappeared into the tunnel that the woman fled into. A few evil beasts also followed behind at the same time. Seeing all this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He waved the black sword in his hand forward a few times, and the black sword gas forced the tiger-shaped evil beast in front of him back for a few steps. With a jump, he appeared behind another tiger-shaped evil beast who was about to pounce on Bone Scorpion. He extended one hand swiftly and caught its hind leg like a hook. He exerted a force in his 5 fingers with a blank expression, and a strange shock suddenly came out of his fingertips, then he suddenly tore from an incredible angle. A broken sound could be heard, the tiger-shaped evil beast's hind leg was being twisted forcefully. The beast twitched its body under pain. It involuntarily fell to the ground. The Bone Scorpion seized the opportunity and appeared on top of the evil beast. Bone Scorpion slammed its pincers heavily, and it instantly accelerated its falling momentum. The evil beast was slammed to the ground, smashing a big pit on the ground. It couldn't get up for a while. As Lu Ming just fell to the ground, he suddenly made a gesture. His body was overflowed with black gas. As a dragon shadow roared in the black gas, his figure grew tremendously in size, and his body was even covered with layers of crimson scales. At the next moment, he cast the black gas to bring Bone Scorpion to rush toward the nearest tunnel. He waved a few punches to knock back a few evil beasts and dug out the eyeball of a condensation period intermediate stage evil beast. The other evil beasts involuntarily stepped back for several steps, but they looked even more ferociously at him. But Lu Ming took this opportunity to rush into the tunnel. After a few flickers, he disappeared without a trace. In the cave, after more evil beasts surged out from other tunnels, the roaring and screaming sounds became loud for a time, but after a while, only the roar could be heard. Half a day later. Lu Ming was desperately running forward in a tunnel with a pale face. According to his impression of the mineral vein map in his mind, there did not seem to be a tunnel directly leading to the exchange area in the front. After he made some turns hurriedly just now, he might be further away from it. However, under the siege of the evil beast, in addition to constantly escaping into the seemingly empty tunnel and trying to get rid of the evil beast behind, there was no other better life-saving strategy. According to previous information, the evil disaster usually lasts about 3 days after the occurrence. After 3 days, the evil beasts would return to the abyss like a tide. It was almost impossible to find an evil beast in the mine cave after that. Therefore, as long as he didn't get besieged by the evil beasts in these few days, even if he failed to escape back to the entrance of the mineral vein in time, he could also save his life. And now evil disaster had only happened for half a day, and there were more than 10 evil beasts that died in his hands. If the profit would be huge if it was usual time, but he could only run in the current situation. How could he have the time to bother about these evil beasts' corpses? Lu Ming's face looked uncertain. His figure flashed ghostly in succession, then he had moved 100 more meters away. There were a dozen toad-like evil beasts behind him 500 meters away. Each of the evil beasts also closely followed Lu Ming. They could travel for a dozen meters for one jump. Occasionally, Lu Ming launched a punch behind him to push back the evil beasts close to him. The evil beasts would stand up again as if they were unhurt, then they joined the horde and chased him. In the deeper tunnel behind these dozens of small evil beasts, there were also waves of fuzzy roar. There were obviously more evil beasts chasing behind. If this was not the case, as long as Lu Ming decided to spend his spiritual power to cast his sword-controlling technique, he might be able to kill the dozen of condensation period early-stage small evil beasts. But if he did that, he would be entrapped by the evil beasts behind him instantly. By the time he would really be dead. Whoosh! Lu Ming flicked together with Bone Scorpion on his shoulder, then he rushed across a corner and went into a giant cave. At the next moment, his face suddenly changed and he immediately stopped as if he was pinned to on the spot. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Ming's face instantly turned blue. The huge cave in front of him that had 100 acres had become an ocean of evil beast. Under the light reflection of the blue fluorite stones inlaid in the surrounding walls, Lu Ming's eyes could clearly see about 50 to 60 heads of wolf-sized evil beasts. They scattered densely in the cave. The roars came one after another. The momentum was astonishing. These evil beasts were under the command of a giant wolf-shaped evil beast that was 4 times bigger than the common evil beast. They were launching rounds of attacks on the cave entrance on the stone wall. The huge wolf-shaped evil beast was black in color. It was standing still in between the common evil beast. Its eyes were revealing a blood-red light as it gazed at the cave on the stone wall. They looked particularly conspicuous. At that moment, the cave was also filled with shouting, and some evil beasts were blown out like sandbags from time to time, but then there were other evil beasts pouring in. There seemed to be many people trying to resist the evil beasts' besiege. The 2 tunnels that lead to other places were also blocked by many evil beasts. At the moment when Lu Ming appeared, the evil beasts who followed closely roared as they appeared after turning around the corner. They ran toward Lu Ming without stopping. The wolf-shaped evil beasts in front of the cave also turned around and stared at Lu Ming. The crimson-red eyeballs looked ferocious. Lu Ming was a decisive person. Seeing this situation, he almost poured all his spiritual power into the sword without thinking for even a second. He then waved the sword, and it turned into black rainbow that blasted out. Blood splattered as the black rainbow passed through. The wolf evil beasts that pounced on him were minced into a blood rain in an instant. While urging the sword-controlling technique, Lu Ming also jumped up and turned into an afterimage that followed the rainbow. He came near to the cave entrance instantly. He caught the black sword in his hand, then his other arm turned blurred as he drew out the bone blade on his waist at a lightning speed. He pushed back 2 evil beasts that pounced into the air. After Lu Ming's figure shook again, he appeared at the entrance of the stone cave. Looking into the stone cave, he saw that 2 burly human were standing side by side in the small open space at the entrance. Each of them was holding a giant bone hammer that was filled with flesh and blood on the surface. They were fighting with several evil beasts around. One of them waved one arm, and the giant hammer struck at an evil beast. A bang sound. The evil beast flew out under the heavy blow and smashed on the cave wall, stirring up a wave of dirt. Another burly man waved his bone hammer quickly in a fierce momentum. The few evil beasts in front of him didn't dare to get close for a while. The 2 of them naturally saw Lu Ming, who suddenly appeared in the mouth of the cave, and they were shocked. It turns out to be you. In this case, let him come in. Before waiting for Lu Ming to speak, there was a gentle surprised male voice deep inside the cave, and he did not hesitate to let Lu Ming enter. Lu Ming was familiar with this voice, but his heart moved. Without saying a word, he punched back an evil beast that was in front of him, and jumped into the stone cave. Although the 2 burly men looked weird when they saw this, they didn't stop Lu Ming from going in. Just a moment after Lu Ming stepped into the cave, the evil beasts outside the cave made an ear-piercing roar, and several evil beasts joined the besiege at the cave entrance. Seeing this, the two burly men in the cave entrance looked solemn, but the huge bone hammers in their hands danced more and more quickly. With the narrow terrain, they forced the evil beasts to stay before the cave entrance. Chapter 397, Xin Yuan. The cave was not big. It was only about 10 feet in size. Apart from a few stone beds and a few large bags piled on the side, there was nothing else in the cave. The first thing that Lu Ming saw was a pale and skinny man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. The sickly face made him look bleaker. It was the skinny young man he encountered when he first entered the underground mine. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed in the middle, and the huge iron rod about 2 feet long was leaning against a stone wall. This was the first time Lu Ming saw the rod leaving the hands of young people. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised, then he assessed the young man again. Only then did he find that the gray shirt on the young man was worn out at the moment, and there were still a lot of bloodstains on the surface. Not sure whether it was the blood of the evil beasts or his own. But looking at his situation, he was obviously wounded and it was still quite serious. Besides, he was actually injured with such strength. It could be seen that he must have experienced fierce battles not long ago. Lu Ming almost subconsciously thought of the black giant wolf-like evil beast that was 4 times larger than the surrounding evil beasts in his mind. And beside him there were also 4 men sitting cross-legged. One of them was previously recruited by the skinny young man with an antidote at the exchange venue, but his physical body was as strong as the other 3 men. When they saw Lu Ming coming in, they just glanced at him blankly and continued to meditate. The skinny young man also looked at Lu Ming and Bone Scorpion on his shoulder, then he said with a smile, "Mr. Lu can arrive here safely in this evil disaster. It seems that I have underestimated you as a newcomer." "Not at all, I just found out early and I ran fast enough. I just have better luck. I wonder if you can tell me your name now?" Lu Ming laughed as he didn't agree or disagree. "I'm Xin Yuan. When I was sent here 8 years ago, I was only temporarily promoted by several brothers as the leader. However, I don't have to explain more about the current situation at the moment." This skinny young man named Xin Yuan smiled lightly as he said after hearing that, but this smile seemed to trigger his injury, making him cough a few times. His face looked instantly pale. It turned out to be Xin Yuan. "This place is completely surrounded by evil beasts. Plus the batch of evil beasts that are chasing me, the number is shocking at the moment. We can't break out from this encirclement forcefully. But I just saw that the evil beast here seemed to be led by a black giant wolf evil beast. Does Brother Xion's injury relate to this evil beast?" Lu Ming asked slowly after he hesitated for a moment. "Yes, I was backstabbed by this beast attack. This evil beast has the strength of the condensation period later stage, and it can also change its body size. It mixed in the common evil beasts before and it caught me off guard. Fortunately, the other brothers rescued me in time, and we rushed into this dead end by chance. We are still able to defend for a while. However, for Mr. Lu to escape to this place, it seems that we are destined to meet." Xin Yuan smiled slightly as he said, "I don't really want this kind of fate." Lu Ming heard the words and couldn't help laughing bitterly. "Hee, unless you really want to break out from here, otherwise you can only stay here for a while. Now the situation is urgent and I don't want to say anything nonsense. Brother Lu and I are now on the same boat. If you want to live, I'm afraid you have to contribute something." "What does Brother Xin want me to do?" Lu Ming thought about it slightly, guessing something in his heart. "It's very simple. Brother Lu's strength should be extraordinary for you to break into this place alone. The evil disaster has just begun. If it is in accordance with the usual practice, there are still more than 2 days. During this period, I need you to take turns to defend the evil beasts at the cave entrance like my other brothers. Take a shift every quarter of an hour. What do you think?" Xin Yuan looked a little serious. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded and immediately agreed without thinking. The evil beasts outside would only be increased. There were also condensation period later stage evil beasts among them, and every other tunnel had already been blocked. He had no choice but to stick to the young man to survive this evil disaster. Although this young man called Xin Yuan seemed to have lost most of his combat power, his companions seemed to have extraordinary body strength. As long as they could ensure that the entrance didn't get breached and they took turns to recover, they should be able to hold for a long time. "Very well, Brother Lu is really a smart person, which saves a lot of effort for me. However, you should exhaust some of your stamina for you to rush here all the way. You don't have to spend a lot of time talking about it, but if you come all the way, you must have exhausted a lot of physical strength. You can now take some rest. When all of them took their shift, then it is only your turn. Xin Yuan saw Lu Ming promised in such a forthright manner, and his face flashed a hint of joy. He said loudly at the same time, "Since that's the case, I will take my rest then." Lu Ming saw the situation and he didn't deny it. He recalled Bone Scorpion into his waist leather bag and let it rest for a while, then he looked for an empty space in the stone cave and sat cross-legged. "Xingyong, Huadan, you two go and take the turn," Xin Yuan commanded two men sitting cross-legged not far from him, one of whom was the cultivator of the condensation period early stage. The two responded and stood up. They took out the bone weapon on their waists and walked toward the cave entrance. A moment later, the two burly men who had previously stood at the entrance of the cave walked into the stone cave one after another. The bone hammers in their hands were stained with blood, and their bodies were covered in wounds. Their clothes were torn apart. Countless tiny blood marks could be seen vaguely. The one walking behind had one arm being penetrated by something. There was a thumb-size wound bleeding out a dark red blood, emitting a disgusting smell. Those toad-like evil beasts are really difficult to handle. Not only are they extremely fast, their tongue attack angle is also quite strange. The man with a severe wound on his arm looked pale after he said that, then his body stuttered and fell down. While the man walking in front heard someone fell to the ground, he was shocked. He immediately turned around and lifted him up, and with the help of others they put him flat on a stone bed. After feeding the man with a detoxifying elixir, the people were slightly relieved. Lu Ming's face looked a little uncertain. The small toad-like evil beasts that chased him before were really difficult to deal with, but fortunately he didn't intend to fight with these evil beasts. Otherwise he would be in huge trouble. Seeing this situation, Xin Yuan's face was a bit ugly. Another person was seriously injured now. The situation was naturally even worse. However, when he coughed lightly and planned to say something, there was another scream outside the cave. It was followed by another person shouting, "Huadan is also poisoned. Someone come and help me." As soon as the sound passed into the stone cave, everyone's expression changed greatly. "Let me deal with it first. I have some understanding of this kind of evil beast, it should not be too difficult to deal with." Before waiting for Xin Yuan to speak, Lu Ming's eyes flicked up. He suddenly stood up, pulled the bone blade from his waist and strode out of the cave. "By the way, I still have a bottle of elixir. This should be good for Brother Xian's injury." He walked a few steps, then he suddenly flicked his sleeve without turning his head. A green bottle was thrown out at that moment. Then his figure flickered. After 2 flashes he rushed to the cave entrance. Then there was a sound of air slash and the evil beast suddenly made a loud roar. Xin Yuan grabbed the green bottle and looked at Lu Ming disappearing from the cave. His face couldn't help but look strange. After he opened the cap and sniffed the bottle, he was instantly refreshed. The skinny young man was a little moved. With his experience, he could immediately be sure that this medicine bottle was the best elixir. In this underground cave, never mind the upper-grade healing elixir, even the inferior-grade elixir was very rare. Elixirs were often rare among the items that the slave miners could exchange from the guards. Healing elixir also had the highest price among them. When the young man glanced at it, he noticed that there were 2 green elixirs in the bottle, and he was even more surprised. After all, he also lived in the mine for several months. It was impossible for him to not know the value of these upper-grade healing elixir. After Xin Yuan's face changed for a while, he looked at the burly man lying on the stone bed next to him. He finally poured out a pill to serve him unwillingly, then he took another one. After that he used his little spiritual power in his body to urge the medicine to heal himself. When another man stumbled back into the stone cave with a darkened face, Lu Ming at the entrance of the cave just used a blade shadow to cover the 2 toad-like evil beasts. Another man next to him waved a bone sword, desperately resisting another evil beast's attack in the other direction. "Be careful." After Lu Ming severely wounded the 2 evil beasts and pushed them back, his eyes turned to the man and suddenly reminded him with a low voice and a shocking look. Almost at the same time, a wolf-shaped evil beast at the back made a fluctuation. A dark green figure with the size of 10 meters flashed out. It was a giant evil beast that was several times bigger than the common toad-like evil beast. The man was also a person with rich experience in fighting against the enemy. As he felt the danger in his mind, he waved the bone sword without hesitation. It transformed into a wave of sword shadow that blocked in front of him. He also activated a talisman with his other hand at the same time. After an explosion, a blue light curtain emerged, protecting the man in it. As soon as the huge evil beast appeared, it immediately opened a big mouth to launch a thumb-size long tongue. It dodged the sword shadow in a weird angle and struck on the light curtain. A burst of crisp crackling sounded. The tongue of the giant toad evil beast just paused a little bit, then it penetrated the light curtain and passed through the man's body. Ah! The man's head twisted, then a long tongue swept past his neck. Blood spattered all over the place. It turned out that this person had already expected that the light curtain could not resist its attack, so he made a desperate attempt to dodge at the moment of life and death. At this moment, a bone blade flickered like lightning and slashed ruthlessly on the evil beast's tongue, cutting it in half. Chapter 398, Chaos Essence Refine Iron Rod. After the giant evil beast roared in pain, he fell down in the air. Its crimson eyes were staring at Lu Ming, who ruined its plan. It made a few strange sounds, and a few poison lumps in different sizes protruded out of its back, which made it look very vicious. However, Lu Ming was standing side by side with the burly man after his figure flicked again. "Thank you." The big man didn't say anything more. He took out a detoxifying elixir and swallowed it. After he put a talisman on the wound, he stared at the evil beast. "You take care of the other evil beast. Leave this big boy to me." Lu Ming glanced at the giant toad-like evil beast and said slowly. Regarding Lu Ming's suggestion, the man named Xin Yuan had no objection. After nodding his head, his figure moved as he pounced on a low-tier evil beast with his bone sword. Lu Ming stood at the same place, holding the bone blade in one hand and looking coldly at the giant evil beast. After the giant toad made a groaning noise, the two hind limbs suddenly exerted force and it jumped up again. Several poison lumps behind its back suddenly burst open, ejecting several extremely thick black mist. It instantly covered half of the air in front of it. Lu Ming looked at the black mist that was surging at him. Without hesitation, he waved one hand and a fist-sized fireball flew into the black mist and disappeared, then he uttered, "Explode," lightly. A dull explosion. As the black poisonous mist rolled, it scattered away instantly as if it was swept by a gust of wind. However, the next moment, Lu Ming found out that there was nothing in the air in front of him, as if the toad-like evil beast vanished into the air. At the same time, a dozen meters away in front of him, there was suddenly a fluctuation. The toad-like evil actually flashed out ghostly. It opened its mouth and shot out the intact long tongue again at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming stood expressionless without moving, but a red light flashed on his forehead. A few layers of bean-sized crimson scales appeared on his forehead. Ching, a metallic sound. The toad-like evil beast's long tongue was bounced off as it hit the crimson scales. The evil beast was shocked. It seemed to be surprised at the scene before it. Lu Ming's arm moved and his arm enlarged after a click. A palm full of crimson scales caught the long tongue. He only felt that the place he grasped was very cold and greasy. A murderous intention flashed across his eyes as his 5 fingers flickered. Immediately, an invisible shockwave came out, surging straight along the tongue to the head of the evil beast. The toad-like evil beast was shocked. As its long tongue became so tight that it couldn't move, it closed its mouth all of a sudden. It actually snapped its own tongue, and the poison lumps on its back exploded at the same time. The black poisonous mist swept over to Lu Ming's place. Lu Ming's expression condensed. His foot tapped on the ground, then his figure bounced backward while launching several fireballs from his hand. After a burst of explosions, most of the black poisonous mist was blown away again. But when Lu Ming stood firm, he found that the severely injured toad-like evil beast actually took this opportunity to escape out of the entrance. It leaped for 100 more meters and escaped. At this moment, the other 2 wolf-shaped evil beasts jumped into the hole again, pouncing ruthlessly at Lu Ming. During the next hour, Lu Ming and Xin Yuan's companions took turns in the cave entrance in such a way as to prevent the evil beasts outside the cave from breaking in. After a bitter battle, everyone except Lu Ming had already suffered a lot of injuries. Fortunately, there were no more casualties, but after such a violent battle, everyone was naturally tired. However, Lu Ming did not use much spiritual power during this period. He was just using his tyrannical physical force to defend waves of evil beast ferocious offensive. No one knew how many times passed, the sound of fighting and roaring outside the stone cave was still endless. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged at the corner of the cave at this moment, meditating with his eyes closed. He was adjusting his breath to recover his physical strength without wasting any time. After several rounds of bloody fighting, the others were already overwhelmed. If there was no such stone cave that they could take turns in battle with the help of narrow terrain, they would probably be overwhelmed by the evil beast horde outside. At this time, Xin Yuan and his companions in the stone cave, except for one being killed by the toad-like evil beast, only 2 of the remaining 6 had the power to fight. However, they also suffered injuries to varying degrees. They were defending at the cave entrance now. Xin Yuan, who was sitting opposite Lu Ming, had looked much better than Lu Ming since he took the healing elixir. However, if he wanted to get started, he probably still couldn't do it in a short time. This made Lu Ming feel a bit regretful. At this time, if there was a powerful helper, the chance to stay alive would naturally be increased. From the time the evil disaster happened, only more than half a day had passed. The evil beasts gathered outside the stone cave made them feel that the evil beasts were increasing despite being killed. Although he relied on his strong physical body and he did not feel strenuous, it wasn't really easy to say how long could he sustain after a long battle. After all, there was still a condensation period later stage giant wolf evil beast waiting for an opening outside. Brother Xin Yuan is also injured. The evil beasts outside seem to be crazy. They keep coming. I can't hold any longer. A quick shout came from outside the hole. Xin Yuan was shocked when he heard this, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After glancing around the cave, he finally set his gaze at Lu Ming in the corner. Xin Yuan's action was reasonable as Lu Ming was the only one who could battle. Seeing the slightly apologetic gaze in Xin Yuan's eyes, Lu Ming took a deep breath and immediately stood up. He cupped his fist and said directly, "Brother Xin, I wonder if I can borrow your weapon?" Lu Ming's bone blade was finally bitten into pieces by an evil beast during the last defense. Xin Yuan couldn't help but startled, but he immediately nodded and said, "Brother Lu doesn't need to be polite. Just take it." Then Xin Yuan grabbed the huge iron rod leaning against the stone wall with one hand. He slightly used some strength and the iron rod was whistling in the air. The huge iron rod was even releasing a suffocating malicious wind as it was still swinging. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He relaxed his shoulders lightly, then his arms were one size bigger. He grabbed the iron rod flying toward him. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt his hands sink and his heart was shocked slightly. This huge iron rod was a bit heavier than he initially expected. A burst of exclamation came from several other people. Everyone had a surprised expression. Xin Yuan was even more surprised as he looked at Lu Ming, but he said calmly, "This Chaos Essence refined iron rod made by black iron weighs 1,300 pounds. After I stepped into the condensation period and obtained this weapon, it was the first time I borrowed it to someone else. I hope it can help Brother Lu." "Very well, I think I should be able to hold it for a while with this weapon," Lu Ming said with a smile on his face after swinging the iron rod a few times. Then he carried the iron rod on his shoulder as he flashed out of the cave. At this time, the situation at the opening of the cave could only be described as tragic. A burly man covered in blood was standing alone in the middle of the stone cave entrance. He was waving the bone hammer in his hand with all his strength. Although he could hit 1 to 2 evil beasts that pounced on him, his stamina was already exhausted. As the evil beast just fell to the ground, it could still stand up as if it was unharmed. It roared and joined the horde again. The other man not far from him was Xin Yuan, who had previously fought side by side with Lu Ming. At this moment, his leg was badly injured and his body was covered with wounds. The wound on his neck that was caused by the toad-like evil beast's tongue had opened up. Blood was flowing out of his neck. But he was still waving his bone sword as he leaned against the cave wall. The few evil beasts in front of him didn't dare to attack for a while. Between the two, several evil beast bodies and broken limbs had been piled up. "Leave it to me. You two go back and rest first." Lu Ming jumped into the open space in front of the burly man. After he informed them, he then hit the wolf evil beast charging at the burly man with the iron rod on his shoulder. Then the 20 meters long iron rod turned into a hill-like black rod shadow as he waved it. It surged toward the evil beasts like a storm. Once the evil beasts got in contact with the shadow, they were either killed with a strike or they spat blood and were knocked back on the spot. The iron rod of more than 1,000 pounds was like a paper in his hands. By this time, Lu Ming's strong physical power was finally fully revealed. Within a few breaths, 3 or 4 evil beasts were killed under Lu Ming's rod shadow. The roaring sounds near him disappeared as it sounded. Seeing this, the man who had just lifted up the man surnamed Zheng by the side showed an incredible expression on his face, and he was dumbfounded on the spot for a while. At the same time, The huge black wolf evil beast standing on the high ground at the corner of the cave seemed to have found a slight change in the battle. Suddenly, it made a terrifying howl and countless black gas surged out from it. It instantly made the surrounding wolf evil beast stop and roar in the sky. The vibe was astonishing. The eyes of the giant wolf evil beast gleaming with red light flashed slightly. Its figure slightly blurred, then it disappeared. Above the open space not far in front, a black light flashed, and the giant wolf evil beast emerged. As it was wrapped by the black gas, it blasted straight at Lu Ming, who was at the cave entrance. Behind the giant wolf evil beast, a dozen wolf evil beasts charged along with it. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming knew that it was bad. However, he was still waving the iron rod at the same speed, but he was thinking quick in his mind. Chapter 399, Yen Luo. Even people with such strength as the condensation period later stage like Xin Yuan were injured by the sneak attack of this giant wolf evil beast. Lu Ming naturally dared not to underestimate this evil beast. Moreover, there were some wolf evil beasts that had slightly bigger size. It seemed that they weren't common evil beasts as well. They probably couldn't be defeated easily. Just when Lu Ming was shocked in his heart, he suddenly heard a long dragon roar from somewhere, and it resounded in the cave all of a sudden. Lu Ming's face changed after hearing it. After the giant evil beast that was rushing toward the cave heard it, it suddenly stopped on the spot. Then it looked up and made a clear howl. It then turned around and sprinted into a tunnel. The many evil beasts that were besieging the stone cave actually stopped their offensives. They retreated like a tide into a tunnel in the rumble. The momentum was extremely huge. The evil beasts, which were originally densely packed in the cave, went away in an instant. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's face was full of surprises after he kept the iron rod away. The other burly man suddenly laughed in the sky after being stunned for a moment. He hurriedly helped Xin Yuan leaning against the wall, then he quickly sprinted into the stone cave to report the good news. Xin Yuan also couldn't restrain the happiness on his face. While leaning against the stone wall, he laughed and coughed constantly due to the internal injuries. A moment later, the cheers of other people also came from the cave. For them, the sudden retreat of the horde naturally allowed them to escape from death. But after 15 minutes, Lu Ming and Xin Yuan did not dare to stay any longer and left the cave immediately. After recognizing the direction, they quickly retreated in the direction of the exchange area's tunnel. None of them could guarantee whether these evil beasts really retreated or they just retreated temporarily, so they still had to rush to the mine entrance as quickly as possible. When the evil disaster comes back, they could guarantee to stay alive. Along the way, Lu Ming and others really did not encounter a single evil beast again. As if the evil disaster really disappeared after such a short period of time. While everyone was delighted, they couldn't help but speed up their steps. Among them, the two who were seriously injured were carried directly by their companions, so they did not delay their journey. On the way, they also met several other slave miners who had the same idea. Most of them looked exhausted. They formed a team and walked together. Among them, Lu Ming even discovered a familiar figure. It was the woman named Qing Qi who had escaped earlier than him at the crossroads. She seemed to be alone. She used some kind of mystic art to stay alive under the pursuit of the giant bear evil beast. The woman also naturally found Lu Ming. After forcing a smile, she continued to follow the crowd to the tunnel ahead. Half a day later, when Lu Ming and others finally returned to the huge cave where the exchange area was located, the situation in front of them surprised them. The exchange area was disordered at this moment. A cave that was originally 3,000 meters wide only had less than half of the space left at this moment, and the other half of the cave had collapsed. The ground was also full of potholes, and one of the corners was filled with many incomplete corpses of slave miners of all races. There were more corpses of the evil beast. There were a few slave miners cleaning all the other places now. Obviously, there was a fierce battle far beyond ordinary people's imagination. In the remaining space of the cave, a part of the slave miners was gathering there. They were whispering in different looks. There were about 100 to 200 people. After Lu Ming and others learned the news, they found out that it was not long ago that a crystallization period early-stage evil beast suddenly appeared with a large group of evil beasts near the exchange area, and they immediately launched an ambush and slaughter to the people in the cave. There were already some miners staying in the exchange area, as there were the miners who were stationed there for a long time and the miners that escaped back. There were also the people of the two major forces. After they found out the current situation, they immediately gave up on previous grudges and formed a temporary offensive and defensive alliance. Under the commands of a few condensation period later stage slave miners, they started to use the narrow tunnel to defend in turns. The other evil beasts were still easy to deal with, but the leader of the evil beast in the crystallization period was really difficult to resist. The most tragic defense was also the battle against this evil beast. According to a slave miner, this beast was an ape-like evil beast with a double-horned head. It was 5 or 6 times taller than an ordinary evil beast. It had a dark brown body and it had a mighty strength. Every of its moves had a great momentum. It made the cave keep shaking until the stone pillars collapsed one after another. Under its rampage, almost no one could stop it. In less than a moment, many slave miners were torn apart and died. If it were not for several condensation period later stage slave miners joining forces to fight desperately with it, the exchange area would be breached by the evil beast long ago. But at this moment, the only crystallization period powerhouse in the entire underground mine, Lan Xi, the half-beastkin and half-sea creature leader, suddenly came out from a tunnel at lightning speed, and he directly confronted this giant ape-like evil beast. After a tough fight, Lan Xi didn't hesitate to sacrifice his one arm as a cost to cast a terrifying mystic art. It instantly severely injured the crystallization period giant ape-like evil beast, and blinded him. The great ape-like evil beast immediately turned around and fled, and the other evil beasts also retreated. Lan Xi, who paid such a big price, did not give other slave miners the opportunity to speak. He raised his hand to cast a blue demon wind and brought the Golden Scale clan woman who was also trapped here, then he disappeared from the cave. After listening to this narrative, Lu Ming and others couldn't help looking at each other. At this time, in the tunnel there was a sudden rush of footsteps. Then, as soon as the figure shook, more than 20 people from the Iron Alliance with yellow eyes embroiders on their cuffs rushed out. These people were dusty all over their bodies. Most of them were wounded. They obviously experienced a fierce battle too. There was only one muscular man with medium build and bronze skin who seemed to have no injury on his body, which immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention. Is this the Iron Alliance leader? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked Xin Yuan next to him. Yes, this person is the leader of the Iron Alliance, Yan Luo. He and I also have some relationships. Xin Yuan sneered as he lifted the iron rod onto his shoulder. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to trigger his internal injury, so he coughed a few times. The coughing sound seemed to attract the attention of the muscular man named Yan Luo. As he glanced over, he immediately walked over with a look of shock. Xin Yuan, you kid will also be injured? Your injury seems to be quite serious too. Did you encounter some kind of crystallization period evil beast? Yan Luo's voice was loud as a big bell rang. His inquiry seemed to have the hint of ridicule, but a slight worry flashed across his eyes. If I really encounter the crystallization period evil beast, how can I come back alive? By the way, Brother Yan, let me introduce you to this person. This is Lu Ming. Don't think that he is just at the condensation period intermediate stage, but his strength is very powerful. If it weren't for his help, I might really be dead. Xin Yuan didn't care about being mocked at all. Instead, he introduced Lu Ming to him with a smile. Oh, I have heard about the incident of Boss Sha being killed quite some time ago. He seemed to be killed by a newcomer named Lu Ming. Could that person be you? That muscular man named Yan Luo touched his chin and said with a weird look after assessing Lu Ming for a few moments. It's exactly me. I don't know what your relationship is with this Boss Sha. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he said calmly. Relax, he doesn't have a relationship with him and he even had some conflicts with him. Brother Lu doesn't have to be too cautious. Don't see that Yan Luo looks scary, his temper is good actually. Xin Yuan smiled and waved to Lu Ming. I did have some conflicts with Boss Sha previously, but because of some other things, it was inconvenient for me to fight with him. Now Lu Dao had dealt with him, it saved me a lot of trouble instead. I Yan Luo even have to thank you. Yan Luo glared at the young man helplessly, then he calmed down and spoke to Lu Ming. Brother Yan made a heavy speech. Lu Ming smiled back. Brother Xin saved my life before. Now that you saved him, you are also my friend. Brother Lu can call me Yan Luo in the future. You don't have to be so polite to me. Yan Luo nodded and said so again. In the following conversation, Lu Ming only vaguely learned that Xin Yuan and Yan Luo both came from a place called Chuanhua Island in the sea region. They knew each other before they were captured as slave miners by Siren King, and this Xin Yuan also saved this Yan Luo once by chance. Therefore, after coming to this deep-sea mineral vein, even though this Xin Yuan was unwilling to join the Iron Alliance, Yan Luo still took care of him oftentimes. This evil disaster happened so suddenly, and it seemed like an organized raid on the exchange area that is so close to the exit. This has never happened in the past. Xin Yuan sighed while looking at the ruins in front of him. This is indeed a bit strange. Logically, evil disaster should not really happen now. Yen Luo also frowned. Brother Yin, we just learned that Lan Xi had appeared and sacrificed his one arm to repel the crystallization period evil beast when this place was besieged. This is not like his style. Is there a hidden story behind this? Xin Yuan asked Yen Luo with a peculiar look after remaining silent for a while. To say that this crystallization period powerhouse was there to save other slave miners in the exchange area, no one in this place would believe it. But to say that he sacrificed his one arm to save the Golden Scale clan woman, it still sounded like it was not possible. After all, Lan Xi was not really a sea creature clan elder. He was only a half-blood sea creature clan. Chapter 400, Battle Practice. Anyway, his move also resolved the danger of the evil disaster. As for the reason, he may have his own considerations. Yen Luo hesitated and said with his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Lu Ming felt shocked in his heart. He faintly felt that Yen Luo should know something, but he didn't show any weird expression. Xin Yuan was stunned too after listening to Yen Luo's answer, then he also showed a hint of understanding. He sneered and stopped questioning on this. During the talk, several sea creature clan people suddenly emerged from one side of the tunnel. As soon as they entered, they hurried toward the place where another major force gathered. They were suddenly surrounded by the sea creature clan people and beastkin clan people of the same force. The quiet discussion also immediately spread out. After a while, the sea creature clan people seemed to have unified their opinions. Under the watch of the surrounding small and medium-sized forces, they followed the people that came later and left from a tunnel by the side. They disappeared into the tunnel in just a few seconds. Lu Ming was surprised when he saw this, but when he looked at Yen Luo, he didn't seem to care at all. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from the tunnel on the other side. 5 people dressed up in Iron Alliance's outfit appeared and walked straight to where Yen Luo was. Boss Yen, several of us have surveyed the tunnels within a few miles of the neighborhood. Except for some corpses, we did not find any living evil beasts. These people walked to Yen Luo, then the leader spoke respectfully. And very good, judging from the current signs. It should be certain that those evil beasts have retreated at the moment. There is no sign for them to come back. After Yen Luo listened, he looked ease a little. He nodded and said. The people on the side were relieved when they heard the leader said so. However, in order to be safe, it is not appropriate to go deep in the mineral vein in a short time. After all, this evil disaster is different from the past, and no one can guarantee that it will not happen again. Xin Yuan on the side suggested cautiously. Brother Xin is right. Moreover, we also suffered a lot of casualties. Most of the others are injured. Why don't we go back to the Iron Alliance's base camp to rest and reorganize? What does Brother Xin think? In such a close distance, if the evil beasts reappear again, we can rush to the enchantment at the entrance in time. Yen Luo nodded in agreement after hearing Xin Yuan's words, then he asked again. After Xin Yuan, Lu Ming and the others discussed, they naturally had no objections. After all, in this case, it was relatively safe to have more people, and it was also the base camp of one of the 2 major forces here. And in this case, even if evil disaster reappears, they could use the fastest time to escape to the entrance of the mineral vein. Okay, let's go now. But this time we have to detour a little bit. Yen Luo said with a smile. It turned out that the base where the Iron Alliance was stationed was not far from the exchange area, and they only needed to pass through a few tunnels and caves. But at this moment, the tunnel in the exchange area leading directly to the base had collapsed in the previous fierce battle, so everyone could only detour. But even so, the Iron Alliance station was only 1 hour away from the exchange area. After Yen Luo instructed a few people to stay in the exchange area to keep an eye on the nearby movements, he brought Xin Yuan, Lu Ming and the other subordinates that were about 30 to 40 people to walk to another tunnel in the cave. On the way, Xin Yuan praised Lu Ming's strength when he talked to Yen Luo about the thrilling experience of staying in the cave. Brother Yen didn't know that the situation at that time was really thrilling. I wanted to use the narrow terrain of the cave to take turns in battle, but I never expected that the evil beasts only increased as we killed more of them. Most of us were also physically exhausted and injured. If it weren't for Brother Lu's bravery in defending the cave alone after defeating a condensation period later stage evil beast, the consequences would be bad. Xin Yuan still looked pale when he was shouldering the Chaos Essence refined iron rod, but when he talked about the moment, his face was enraptured. It was the complete opposite of the cold image that Lu Ming had previously. Hehe. Brother Xian has overpraised me. I was only doing it to protect myself. Lu Ming could only smile bitterly when he heard Xin Yuan praised him like this. Oh, it turns out that Brother Lu's strength is so extraordinary? Yen Luo's eyes lit up when he heard Xin Yuan's narration, and he became interested in Lu Ming. Hehe, not only that, Brother Lu can use my Chaos Essence refined iron rod. I'm afraid his physical strength is no less than you as a physique cultivator of the Bronze Gong clan. Xin Yuan added with a smile. Great. Brother Lu, how about you and I have a battle practice when we arrive at the base? Yen Luo said with a trace of excitement. This, Lu Ming couldn't help but startled. Brother Lu doesn't need to hesitate, Bronze Gong clan is already combative by nature. It is normal for Brother Yen to see that you are the type of cultivator that he enjoys fighting with. Xin Yuan added as he noticed Lu Ming's hesitation. Okay, I have long heard about the name of Brother Yen for a long time. By the time, I will learn the might of the Bronze Gong clan Powerhouse. After Lu Ming heard the words, he actually agreed with it after giving some thoughts to it. It was also a rare opportunity for him to measure the true strength of the Iron Alliance leader. I knew Brother Lu is also a forthright person. Let's go quickly. We are not far away from the base. Yen Luo couldn't help clapping and laughing when he saw Lu Ming agreed to it. After an hour, Lu Ming and others came to a huge cave under the lead of Yen Luo. The cave was 1,000 meters wide and 100 meters high. It looked very spacious. In addition to the tunnel they used to come here, there were 2 other tunnels leading to somewhere. The stone walls and the top of the cave were also inlaid with a lot of green fluorite stone. They were shining in a faint light, sparkling a half-acre of green water in the center of the cave. There were dozens of stone houses scattering around the water pool, and each stone door was carved with a yellow eye symbol. At the moment there was no one in the cave. They probably ran to other places when the evil disaster broke out. As soon as everyone entered the cave after cleaning up the place, they each occupied a house and took a rest. Nothing happened for one night. Early the next morning, Yen Luo and Lu Ming stood in an open space in front of the water pool, facing each other. Many people nearby watched with excitement. Xin Yuan and others were also in the crowd. Brother Lu, let's get started. Yen Luo cupped his fist and spoke to Lu Ming. Brother Yen, please enlighten me. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to neglect facing this Bronze Gong clan powerhouse. After taking a breath, he solemnly replied. As soon as Yen Luo heard the words, he sneered, then his arms shook slightly. Suddenly, a burst of firecrackers sounded from his body. At the next moment, the powerful breath of the later stage of the condensation period rose from his body. Seeing this, Lu Ming also channeled the spiritual power in his body. When he cast the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, Xin Yuan's voice transmission suddenly sounded in his ear. Brother Lu, if possible, you may wish to use your sword controlling technique. If you can perform well, maybe there will be great benefits waiting for you. After listening to Lu Ming, although the look on his face was the same as usual, his heart was naturally inexplicable. Xin Yuan actually asked him to use the sword controlling technique which consumed the most spiritual power, and he didn't tell the reason clearly. This naturally puzzled Lu Ming. However, by virtue of his superior intuition, he vaguely felt that the skinny young man didn't have bad intentions. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he decided to try it out according to the voice transmission. Lu Ming immediately shook his sleeve decisively, and a black tiny sword appeared in his hand. As the tiny sword trembled, it made a clear voice. In an instant, dense and countless sword shadows emerged. After they condensed, a black light sword in the size of 10 meters appeared. The black tiny sword was being wrapped in it. At the same time, an astonishing sword chi shot out. It made an air-slashing sound in the surroundings. It was as if countless invisible blades were intertwining in the air. Sword Cultivator. Seeing this situation, Yen Luo wasn't surprised, but there was even a glimmer of joy in his eyes. Obviously, this Iron Alliance leader clearly knew Lu Ming killed Boss Sha with his sword-controlling technique. Immediately after he growled, blue arms appeared on his arms. When he opened up his arms, 2 arms grew bigger as a circle of bronze color appeared on the surface, and the color quickly spread to the whole body. In a moment, Yen Luo stood on the ground like a bronze man. Under the fluorescent light in the cave, his body surface reflected the stunning metal luster. He walked toward Lu Ming in a rumble. Every step was uncommonly heavy, and his momentum was breathtaking. Lu Ming's eyes flashed sharply. He suddenly touched the light sword in front of him lightly. The light sword shot out in a black rainbow. After a flicker, it turned into a 70 meters long black sword shadow on top of Yen Luo's head. It struck down without any delay. Before the huge sword shadow had fallen, it made a sharp noise. It left a series of afterimages as it moved. Faced with such a shocking attack, Yen Luo faintly felt a tingling sensation like a knife cut on his face, but he was delighted instead. He didn't even intend to dodge it. A bronze arm dived down and he had already worn a silver shining glove. He shouted furiously as he threw a punch in the air. A formless mighty power soared into the air. An earth-shattering sound. A silver halo suddenly appeared above Yen Luo's head, and the entire cave shivered slightly. The huge sword shadow in the air slightly condensed, then it was slightly deflected by the silver light. It brushed against Yen Luo's shoulder as it struck down. Boom! The ground below the muscular man shattered all of a sudden. A huge trench with a length of 100 meters more appeared out of thin air. It almost slashed the nearby water pools. Just as the crowd exclaimed, a red line suddenly appeared on the copper-like shoulder on the left side of Yen Luo, and the blood burst out of it. Chapter 401, Recrui. Although the black sword shadow was missed by one blow, the invisible sword chi released from it still injured Yen Luo's shoulder. Seeing this scene, Yen Luo was even more rejoiced. He made a gesture and the yellow light disappeared, showing his original skin color. He laughed as he spoke to Lu Ming. "Ha, brother, Lu's sword controlling technique is really amazing. If I didn't have the silver silk glove, I don't know whether my bronze gong spiritual body can guard it or not." "Brother Yen, you are flattering me. I have just mastered this sword controlling technique not for long, so I can't control it freely." Lu Ming waved his hand and called back the black tiny sword, then he said with a smile. The other Iron Alliance people watching around here saw this and whispered for a while, looking at Lu Ming with different looks, but most of them contained a trace of fear. With Yen Luo's mighty strength in their minds, Lu Ming was naturally a true powerhouse for him to hurt him with one strike. In the underwater mines where the strong prey on the weak, the powerful individuals were respected more as compared to the outside world. What Lu Ming never imagined was that although Yen Luo was the leader of one of the two major forces in this mineral vein, and his physical strength was no less than that of the crystallization period powerhouse, but he seemed to be unusually forthright. Although he was injured by Lu Ming's sword controlling technique this time, he became more enthusiastic about it later. He even more commanded his subordinates to vacate a larger stone house and let Lu Ming live. In the next 2 days, Yen Luo continued to send people to explore the situation of the evil beast. But from the information that they got, the evil disaster really seemed to happen without any sign, and it was also gone weirdly. In addition, the mine guards led by Qin Gang finally appeared, but they just took a few looks, then they left without staying long. Yen Luo just sneered about it. He didn't pay much attention to it. During this period, Lu Ming stayed in the stone house and meditated on his own. Yen Luo also sent many roasted evil beast jerky for him to eat. Xin Yuan also visited Lu Ming once in the stone house, and he still looked like a sick man, but he looked much better than before. He actually got 2 pots of alcohol from somewhere. He chatted about his previous journey outside the mine while drinking with Lu Ming. The atmosphere was really cozy. In Xin Yuan's words, he seemed to be very grateful for the previous elixir, but he never mentioned the great benefit that he once told in the voice transmission. It was as if he didn't say it before. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask seeing this. 2 more days later, after confirming that all the evil beasts in the mine had returned to the abyss, Lu Ming bid farewell to Yen Luo. After refusing his gracious invitation to join Iron Alliance, he set off to return to his residence. Xin Yuan and others continued to stay at the Iron Alliance base to recuperate. Sure enough, on the way back, Lu Ming not only never saw an evil beast, but he also encountered only a few slave miners along the way. After reaching the stone cave where he originally lived, the gray-white mist that had been flooded in the nearby tunnels had disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming raised his hand and released a bone scorpion to continue guarding, then he flashed into the stone cave. This time he could escape his life from the evil disaster. It was considered a good fortune. As the saying goes, if one survives a disaster, there will be good fortune waiting behind. This made Lu Ming's desire to escape from this place even stronger. However, at this time, regardless of his physical strength or spiritual power, he had consumed a lot. He needed to replenish them urgently. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged. After taking out a spirit stone in each of his hands, he began to close his eyes and adjust his breath. When he was at Iron Alliance camp, he naturally would not reveal the upper-grade spirit stone in front of other people. After a few days, while Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged, bone scorpions hissing came from the cave entrance. His eyelids moved and his eyes opened suddenly. However, judging from the voice from Bone Scorpion, it did not look like an enemy attack. As Lu Ming was preparing to explore with his mental power, a voice suddenly resounded in the stone cave. "Brother Lu, I haven't seen you in a few days. I hope you are doing well. It turns out that Brother Xin is here. Now that you arrive, come in and have a chat," Lu Ming said as his expression moved. At the next moment, a gray figure flashed and appeared in the stone cave. It was Xin Yuan. "It seems that Brother Xin is recovering well. You are full of vim and vigor now." Lu Ming glanced at Xin Yuan and said with a chuckle. "This is also thanks to Brother Lu's upper-grade elixir." Xin Yuan cupped his fist against Lu Ming and said with a laughter. "It's nothing. I was so generous at the time because I also hoped that Brother Xin could restore your fighting ability earlier. By the way, Brother Xin isn't here to chat me this time, right? Is there anything?" Lu Ming suddenly turned the thread of discussion. "Brother Lu, I wonder if you want to leave this place alive?" As Xin Yuan heard him say so, the smile on his face disappeared. He said solemnly, "Leave this place? Are you saying that leaving this underwater mine?" Lu Ming was stunned as he heard it, his face remained calm. "Yes, I'm talking about leaving this deep-sea mineral vein," Xin Yuan still said seriously. "Since that is the case, Brother Xin can tell me about it," Lu Ming said slowly with a peculiar face after keeping silent for a while. "I wonder if Brother Lu still has some doubts about Lan Xi's actions?" Xin Yuan asked with a hidden meaning instead. "Oh, is it that Brother Xin has already known something?" As Lu Ming heard the word Lan Xi, his thoughts moved. He faintly had some speculations. "I also knew the truth not long ago. In fact, the reason why Senior Lan would appear in front of the Horde was really for the Golden Scale clan woman. This woman is a key person for us to escape from this place, so he had to show up for help," Xin Yuan replied calmly. "Very good. Can Brother Xin give a detailed description of this matter from beginning to end?" Lu Ming looked dignified after listening. He asked seriously. "Actually, this matter started many years ago. The Senior Lan was considered to be one of the earliest slave miners imprisoned in the mine. He has been here for hundreds of years. Yen Luo was only sent here 30 years ago." The thin young man began to talk about it. "It turned out that the two major power leaders here, Yen Luo and Lan Xi, the two powerhouses, no matter who first entered the mine and became a slave miner or later, none of them were naturally willing to struggle here in this dark place. Therefore, the two seemed to be intolerant on the surface, but in fact from the first day the two forces were formed, they quietly joined forces and conspired to escape. The reason why the conflict between the two forces happened constantly was to put up a show for the other slave miners and mine guards so that they would be suspicious. Now under the quiet efforts of the two, they had found a way to suppress the enchantment in their bodies, and they finally found a way to leave the mine. The reason why Lan Xi had been hiding himself from everyone because he was busy with this escape route. Yen Luo took a group of men to collect the ore desperately day and night to exchange for some spirit stones, elixirs and talismans. At the same time, he was also gathering people all around to do other preparations for escape. However, for the sake of privacy, to prevent Siren King's spy leaking any information, only the few confidants of Yen Luo and Lan Xi were aware of this. As for the other slave miners, only those who were recognized by the two and had sufficient strength would be asked to join. Xin Yuan in front of him was naturally one of them. However, in order to successfully implement the escape plan, it still needed the assistance of some people with strong attack power. There were not many people who could meet this condition in the entire mine. So far there were still not enough people. Therefore, Xin Yuan only asked him to use his sword controlling technique when he was battling with Yen Luo. Afterward, Yen Luo was also very satisfied with Lu Ming's sword controlling technique, so he let Xin Yuan come and invite him personally. After Xin Yuan finished speaking, he immediately kept silent, waiting for Lu Ming to digest the news and give him an accurate answer. After Lu Ming heard it, his complexion was uncertain. Then he solemnly asked, "According to your words, Senior Lan and Brother Yen Luo are confident of this plan. Does Brother Xin know the specific escape route? We are deep in the underwater. The whole mineral vein is surrounded by the enchantments of Siren King." Xin Yuan shook his head when he heard this. In order to ensure the plan works, they will only tell the specific route and method of escaping at the last moment before the action. Prior to this we don't know about these. Brother Lu, with your qualification and strength, are you really willing to be imprisoned for life? Would you like to join us? Lu Ming frowned slightly and fell into contemplation again. After a while, he suddenly smiled and asked, Brother Xen, you didn't come alone, right? He was quietly releasing mental power during the conversation between the two, and he found that outside the stone cave, there were two more hidden, unfamiliar, powerful breaths. If his mental power was not strong enough, and he deliberately probed with words, the other condensation period intermediate stage cultivator could hardly notice anything. When Xin Yuan heard this, a strange expression flashed across his face, but he admitted quite frankly, I didn't expect that Brother Lu's mental power is also so powerful. Because this matter is of great importance, I have no choice. I hope you will be more forgiving. However, what I said before is absolutely true, and there isn't any lie in it. As Lu Ming heard the words, his eyes flashed. After looking at the skinny young man in front of him for a moment, he suddenly raised one hand, and a yellow talisman shot out and exploded in the air. A layer of white light curtain flashed, instantly covering the two under it. They had lost connection with the outside. Chapter 402, 9 Moons Mother-Son Sword Array. Xin Yuan did not reveal anything about it. It seemed that he had already expected Lu Ming to do this. After Lu Ming had done all these and confirmed that condensation paroid's mental power couldn't invade, then he smiled and said, Okay, now Brother Xan can tell the truth now. With the mighty strength of Lan Xi and Yen Luo, coupled with the assistance of such a powerhouse like Brother Xan, there is nothing else that can't be done. Why would you look for me who has just come into this mine? Aren't you afraid that I'm the spy of Siren King? As for people with powerful mystic art, there are so many condensation period later stage cultivators, how is that possible to be not enough? No matter how, the others are more reliable than me, right? After Lu Ming finished speaking, he stared at Xin Yuan with flashing eyes. When Xin Yuan heard the words, he looked dignified. After looking at the nearby white light curtain, he smiled bitterly. Since Brother Lu asked this question, I will tell you directly. That day I asked you to spend your spiritual power to cast your sword controlling technique in front of Yen Luo because I wanted to repay the kindness for the healing elixir. Besides, our plan really needs a person with powerful offensive technique. Brother Lu, you don't think that anyone can be qualified for this position, right? Even if a few of the condensation period later stage slave miners had some powerful mystic art that is stronger than your sword controlling technique, but they are stranded in this mine for so many years. Without spiritual power nurturing their bodies, their meridians have long withered. How can they cast any powerful mystic art? Brother Lu is different. You just came here not for long. Even most of the spiritual power in your body is still retained. When you use your sword technique, it can still have the same power as using in the outside world. This is what we need in our plan. As far as I know, the plan needs some cultivators who can use powerful attacks for some reasons. Only when they joined attack the plan will only work. Moreover, there seemed to be other candidates not long ago. Even if Brother Lu agrees on it, you still have to fight for the opportunity by the time. Now that the plan is in an imminent situation, we really can't delay anymore. As Xin Yuan spoke until the end, his expression became serious. For him, after seeing Lu Ming killing Boss Sha with one blow, he already thought of recruiting this guy. Later he experienced the evil disaster outbreak. After Lu Ming gave him a healing elixir generously, he naturally felt a little grateful, so he no longer hesitated to recommend Lu Ming to Yen Luo. He even volunteered to persuade Lu Ming to join. Although Yen Luo knew that Lu Ming was just a newcomer, but under the pressure of time, he naturally couldn't care so much about this. Besides, he had personally seen the power of Lu Ming's sword controlling technique, and with the recommendation of Xin Yuan, he agreed to it. He also sent 2 condensation period later stage confidants to follow Xin Yuan here. After listening to Xin Yuan, Lu Ming immediately asked again after hesitated for a while, since Brother Xin has said so much, I think most of them should be true. But how can I believe that Brother Yen Luo has really found a way to suppress the enchantments in the body? Xin Yuan seemed to have expected Lu Ming to have such a question. Without a word, he took out a small black bottle engraved with mysterious runes and threw over directly, then he only said with a mysterious face, when Brother Lu's poison is triggered next time, take the thing inside the bottle, then you will know its effect. Lu Ming grabbed the small bottle and immediately pulled out the stopper to smell when he heard that. However, he found that there was only a black worm-like thing in it. It was half an inch long and was as thick as a chopstick. It wasn't moving and there was no spiritual fluctuation from it too. Lu Ming stared at the thing inside the bottle for a long time, but he didn't have any clues for a while. He was a little surprised in his mind, but he still nodded in a calm manner. In this case, I would like to thank Brother Xin. If the thing in the bottle really works, I will naturally join you. With such a good opportunity, I really don't want to let it go too. If the black mist that had been haunting him for so long could really be lifted, he could naturally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the bloody light cluster in his spiritual sea, although the other party did not say it, they seemed to have a countermeasure for it. He would most likely be told only when he joined the plan. Seeing this, Xin Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lu can never go wrong choosing this way. Since that is the case, I will leave now and report to Brother Yen Luo first. Lu Ming nodded and he didn't hold him back. Instead, he made a gesture and pointed at the white light curtain. Poof! The light curtain instantly disintegrated into light spots. Xin Yuan cupped his fist toward Lu Ming, turned around and walked away without any delay. Not long after Xin Yuan left, the two hidden breaths at the cave entrance also disappeared. Sitting in the stone cave, Lu Ming stroked the runes on the surface of the black bottle with his finger, then he was lost in contemplation again. At the same time, in a secret room underneath the underwater palace with heavy enchantments. In front of a crystal-clear white jade bed, Yi Tianmei with a frosty face was meditating with her eyes closed. Her appearance was still gorgeous, but she was covered with a layer of silver light, blinking constantly. Under the reflection of the aqua-blue crystals around the room, she seemed unusually beautiful. Around the girl, silver long swords with a few feet long were placed upside down. There were as many as 8 swords. They formed a circle that flashed frosty light. After some time, the beauty opened her eyes. After looking at the silver long swords around her, a strange expression suddenly appeared on her face. She suddenly sneered, "A 10-year agreement. The dual cultivation partner is so ridiculous. You really think I would believe in these promises? Although I don't know what your real purpose is after I learned the 9 moons mother-son sword array that I don't dare to cultivate previously, even if I'm not your opponent, but as the 9 swords merge into one, no one can stop me if I want to leave here." After Yi Tianmei murmured, a chill came out of her face. She spat out a small silver sword with several inches. It turned into a silver light and circled on top of her head, making a clear sound. The 8 silver long swords also buzzed as if they were responding to it. As Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed, her 10 slender jade fingers changed like a wheel, forming weird gestures in succession. At the same time, a whisper-like chant came out from her mouth. The next moment her gestures stopped abruptly. After she uttered a soft sound, the faint silver light on her suddenly rose, and silver runes swirled out along with it. And this woman looked so desolate in this silver light. After her body trembled, it suspended in the air and started rotating. Her green dress also fluttered without wind. Yi Tainan raised her eyebrow, and she suddenly changed the gesture again. Waves of silver runes flew out from her fingers. With just a few flashes they all went into the 8 silver long swords. At the next moment, the silver long swords flashed up one after another, and they were buzzing as they trembled slightly. A silver sword shadow could be seen faintly. The silver sword circling above the woman's head also shined in bright silver light. After it condensed, it transformed into dense silver light silk which echoed with the 8 silver swords around. In an instant, a sword array with a diameter of 10 meters vaguely formed on the forehead of Yi Tianmei. At this moment, Yi Tianmei's body stopped turning as soon as her figure condensed, then her eyes flashed coldly as she made a sword technique gesture. A few whooshes. The 8 long silver swords rose one after another. Under the mind control of Yi Tianmei, they all spun around the silver little sword. Every turn, the silver light on the surface of the long sword suddenly would be brighter, and the spinning speed also increased a bit. After a few seconds, the 8 silver long swords had become dazzling. After a tremor, they blasted at the small sword at the center. Boom! A cluster of silver light immediately revealed above the woman. It was as if a dazzling silver moon. In the silver light, all kinds of rune flickered, and the momentum was astonishing. As the silver light was gone, a giant sword that exuded a breathtaking vibe appeared. It was shining in silver light above Yi Tianmei's head. For a time it gave people a monstrous momentum. Yi Tianmei looked at the silver giant sword in front of her, then she spat out a blood essence without hesitation. Her 10 fingers kept pointing at the blood essence. It turned into a blood mist in the air and went into the giant sword. At the moment the blood mist disappeared, the silver giant sword released a circle of bloody silver light, then it shivered slightly. a clear sound. Under the flash of the silver giant sword, it suddenly divided into 9 swords again. The small sword turned into silver light and circled around the woman's body. The other 8 swords returned to their original positions. Some runes appeared on the surface, and each had a transparent crystal silk that was connecting with the silver sword. Yi Tianmei pointed a finger into the little sword in the sky. The light flashed fanatically. The other 8 long swords also shone in silver light as they swelled and shrank in uncertainty. At this time Yi Tianmei only spat out a scent, then she slowly closed her eyes again to continue adjusting her breath. Gradually 1 small sword and 8 big swords gradually became calm, but with this woman's even breathing, they also shone rhythmically as if they became a part of Yi Tianmei's body. However, at the roof of the room, under the reflection of the cold light, a pale silver array also appeared with the breath of Yi Tianmei. Chapter 403, Lan Xi. 2 days later, in a rather delicate and elegant hall of the underwater palace. Siren King in a white robe sat on the main seat between the 2 rows of white jade tables and chairs. The hall was small. There were a few pots of unknown blue flowers beside the window, and a man and a woman standing on both sides. The woman had a beautiful face, dressed in a lotus green dress, a slender body figure, fair and smooth skin. She looked about 20 years old. This girl was Jianghu. She now bowed her head expressionlessly, looking at her toes. She seemed to be thinking about something. The man's hair was gray and his face was wrinkled. It was a humpbacked elder that was about 60 years old. He held an account book in his hand while he was standing sideways. He kept reporting to Siren King non-stop. Sir Siren King, after you released the news that you were seriously injured in the catastrophe, those of Sea Creature Clan really put their guard down. In the past year, we quickly eliminated the small and medium forces like the Golden Scale at the edge. Except for the stubborn cultivators, other forces are willing to swear allegiance to Siren King. They even offer. But at this moment, Siren King's face suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his hand to interrupt the old man, then he waved his hand to signal him to retreat. The humpbacked elder opened and closed his mouth. Although he was a little inexplicable, he dared not go against anything. He hurriedly quit the hall after he cupped his fist. You also step back first. Siren King's face was a little gloomy. He also ordered the woman on the side. Yes. Only then Jialan regained her thought. She retreated hurriedly with fear after giving a bow to Siren King. After seeing Jialan walk out of the hall, the young man in white robe immediately shook his sleeves and took out a scroll with a faint silver light. After opening it slowly, the portrait of a stunning Beastkin clan young woman who looked similar to Yi Tianmei appeared again in front of him. The original lifelike portrait of the woman had a thin layer of water mist on it at the moment. It was more blurred than before. At the same time, there was a faint blood light on the young woman. Is that the time is not enough? If that's the case, I can't wait for another 10 years. I must find a good timing early. Siren King looked at the portrait of the beautiful woman in front of him. After his face looked uncertain, he murmured. Afterward he took back the painted scroll. He suddenly walked toward a stone pillar behind his seat. With one gesture, he spat out a faint blue talisman, and it disappeared into the stone pillar instantly. With a muffled sound, the blue light flashed on the surface of the stone pillar, then a black small door suddenly appeared from it. The young man in white robe flashed into it without hesitation. He walked along a light blue stone step to go down. Then the small door behind him closed again after a flash. Young man in white robe walked for about 15 minutes in the dark. Suddenly the scene in front of him light up. He was actually in a crystal ice cave full of ice. The ice cave was only about acres in size, and it was empty inside except for a huge icicle as thick as a water tank in the center. In the icicles, a stunning young woman in a white palace dress closed her eyes slightly. She was being sealed in the ice. This female face was the same as the portrait of the beauty on the previous painted scroll. When the young man in white robe saw the woman in the icicle, the indifferent look on his face disappeared quickly. His expression immediately became infatuated as he walked step by step toward the icicle. In the stone cave of the mineral vein at the bottom of the sea, Lu Ming was sitting with his eyes closed at the moment. His expression seemed to be a bit painful. Sweats kept coming down from his cheeks on both sides. There was a trace of black gas rolling randomly on his body surface. Above the open space in front of him was a black bottle with its cork that had been pulled out, and it was empty inside. After about 15 minutes, Lu Ming's expression changed. He suddenly spat out a turquoise toxic blood with a few black silk. After the blood fell to the ground, a pungent smell suddenly spread through the stone cave, and a small hole was corroded in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled for a long time, then he released his mental power to scan the situation inside his body. He frowned. Not long ago, when the toxic in his body triggered as it approached the 1-month period, he swallowed the unknown egg in the black bottle without hesitation. When the egg went into his stomach, it immediately became a cluster of smelly green liquid that spread quickly and wrapped Lu Ming's internal organs in it. Once the black mist on the original organ touched the green liquid, its diffusion rate was suppressed. However, it was just being suppressed temporarily, it would still be triggered after some time. This could have the same effect as the temporary antidote, but it can't really eliminate the toxicity. In the days when he got the nameless eggs, he naturally examined it many times. Although he could not recognize its origin, he also determined that it was harmless to him. Only then he consumed it at ease. He still went to the exchange area on time to exchange for this month's antidote. On the one hand, he could ensure nothing went wrong. On the other hand, he did not want to attract the attention of others. After all, since he killed Boss Sha with one sword, those who dared to trouble him became less, but he also received a lot of attention from small and medium-sized forces. And this time, since the leaders of the two major forces in the mine were preparing to escape from this place, they must have a well-thought plan. It was naturally a good opportunity for him to escape from this underwater mine. As long as he could leave here and could temporarily suppress the toxic in his body, he was not afraid that he couldn't find the real detoxification method outside. His only concern now was that he didn't quite understand Lan Xi and Yen Luo's nature, and he was still confused about the specific escape route. Listening to the tone of Xin Yuan's words, Lan Xi and Yen Luo's method to leave the underwater mine seemed to have to take a considerable amount of risk. Without fully understanding the overall plan, he also needed to take some precautionary measures for being abandoned after serving his purpose. As Lu Ming thought until here, he seemed to remember something, then he couldn't help smiling. At this time, the situation was similar to the scene when he fled from the sinking deadly island before entering the cultivation realm. At that time, among the hundreds of people who had promised to flee the island together, only a few dozen people could finally board the small boat and escape from the island before the island sank. And these dozens of people were all the most cunning and powerful powerhouses on Deadly Island. If someone really can escape this place alive, I must be one of them. Lu Ming flashed a cold light in his eyes, murmured and closed his eyes again. After a few days, Xin Yuan appeared in the cave as Lu Ming expected. At this moment, he had completely recovered from the injuries he suffered at the time of evil disaster. Although his face was still pale, his whole body was exuding the breath when Lu Ming first met him. "Brother Lu, I think you must have made a decision for the past few days, right?" Xin Yuan said with a smile when he saw Lu Ming. "The thing you gave earlier can indeed temporarily restrain the poison of Sea Emperor pill in the body, but I don't know how long this substance can suppress the toxicity at one time?" Lu Ming did not directly answer Xin Yuan's question, but he asked with a slight smile. "I took this only once a few months ago. According to Brother Yen Luo, it should be able to suppress the toxicity for half a month, and the actual effect is indeed the same. Although it was not as long as the antidote from those guards, the eggs can be kept for a long time fortunately." As Xin Yuan listened, he touched his chin and said frankly, "In this way, as long as the quantity can be guaranteed, it is enough for us not to worry about the poison in the body in a short time. Since that is the case, then I will join." Lu Ming was not surprised by this answer, then he nodded immediately. "It's so good, then I will go back and report to Brother Yen." Xin Yuan suddenly revealed a smile. "Wait. Before that, I want to meet Brother Yen and Senior Lan again. I would like to ask some questions face to face. Can Brother Xin bring this message to them?" After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he stopped the young man and said solemnly, "Naturally, since Brother Lu agreed to join even if I didn't speak, the two of them would take the initiative to meet you first." Xin Yuan waved his hands to Lu Ming as he expected Lu Ming would ask this, then he promised his request. Then the man left with a gust of wind. 5 days later. In a cave far away from the main vein of the deep-sea mineral vein, in an extremely secret stone cave, Lu Ming in a gray robe stood calmly side by side with two other extraordinary foreign clan people. The person sitting not far in front of them was the rumored Lan Xi. He was a seemingly ordinary, unremarkable old man. His figure was slightly thin, his face was ruddy, and his eyes were slightly turbid. The most conspicuous feature was his long dark blue hair and the glittering short horn with half an inch size that grew on top of his head. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he looked at his two arms that were unharmed. Obviously, the crystallization period Powerhouse's arm that was lost in the rumors had now apparently been regrown through some kind of mystic arts. At the moment, Lan Xi sat expressionless on a stone chair in the middle, and Yen Luo with bronze skin stood beside him with a smile. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned subconsciously. This scene was a bit unexpected, and it seemed that the rumors of the two men having similar strength in the mine were just simply a smokescreen. Lan Xi's strength was definitely above Yen Luo, and the two have never appeared before them while one was sitting, the other was standing. The three of you are the candidates who were recently recommended to me by others, and you all demanded that you want to see me. Now that the three of you have met me, ask me if you have any questions. However, I can only answer a question for each person. It's best to think about it before asking. Lan Xi's deep eyes assessed the three people in front of him, then he spoke lightly. Chapter 404, Escape Route. Lu Ming and two others glanced at each other, then one of them, the blue-skinned interracial man with messy hair, immediately stepped forward and asked with one hand. Senior Lan, I'm Sun Kuan from the Green Clan. I have already known what your names are, so make it short and ask your question. Lan Xi interrupted his words impatiently and said coldly. I want to know how you get the worm egg that can suppress the toxicity of Sea Emperor Pill? Junior seems to have not heard it before. The number of people who participated in the plan this time and how many egg worms can we get? Seeing this, the Green Hunter clan Sun Han was first stunned, but he asked quickly. These are already two questions. Well, since you are the first to ask, I will make an exception and answer all of them. I have been here for more than hundreds years. By examining the antidote that is provided monthly, I have some understanding about the nature of this Sea Emperor Pill. After that, I used a dozen of years' effort to crossbreed the worm egg that you all see. Thus, there are no such spirit worms in the outside worm. As for quantity. As Lan Xi talked about this, his voice paused. He continued after thinking about it, this worm is not easy to breed and it has limited time. Therefore there are not too many eggs with me, but as long as you are really willing to join my plan and promise to obey my command, I will give 10 or more at a time for each person so that you can temporarily suppress the toxicity after escaping this place. After listening, the Green Hunter clan man opened his mouth trying to ask more, but Lan Xi signaled the Sea Creature clan man with a gloomy face beside him to ask the next question. The man was straightforward as he cupped his fist and asked directly, Senior Lan, the poison of Sea Emperor Pill can be temporarily suppressed, but is there any good countermeasure for the enchantment in the spiritual sea in our body? With such enchantment, I'm afraid we can't leave this place easily. The blood-like cluster in your body is actually just a rather complicated blood channel enchantment, and it will only trigger when we leave a certain distance from the mineral vein. Although they have no effect on life, they can instantly imprison your spiritual power, which is also quite troublesome. However, I recently researched a mystic art that can solve this enchantment. By the time the plan is about to be executed, I only have to consume some spiritual power to help you guys dispel once and for all. Are you satisfied with this answer? Lan Xi replied without thinking. After listening to Lan Xi's statement, the Sea Creature clan man was naturally satisfied, so he stood aside. Thus, everyone's eyes naturally turned to the last person, Lu Ming. After Lu Ming was silent for a moment, he spoke calmly, Senior Lan. When I was sent into this place, I found that there are a lot of enchantments at the exit. Not only there are many guards patrolling, but there is also crystallization period Powerhouse and Beast King guards. I am afraid that there are also a lot of guard patrols around the mineral vein. I don't know how Senior can ensure that we can leave this place safely? After listening to Lu Ming's question, Lan Xi frowned slightly for the first time. After hesitated for a while, he slowly replied, Don't worry about what you just mentioned. When we leave, we won't pass through the entrance of the mineral vein that we came. It's just that this route is important. The specific circumstances you will know it later. I'm inconvenient to say more. Lan Xi's answer was vague. He apparently would not reveal the specific plan at this time. Lu Ming was naturally disappointed in his heart, but he didn't reveal it on his face. He said nothing after that. But at this moment, Lan Xi showed a strange smile. He suddenly said cold to them. Please don't be too happy. Since I have answered all your questions, then you three should make your own choice. Make our own choice? Senior Lan, what do you mean by that? Didn't we agree to participate in this plan? The Green Hunter clan felt that something was wrong. He asked as his complexion changed. It is you three who are willing to join, but I never say that I will keep you all. To be honest, my escape method is rather special, so there is a limited space for the candidates. Now there is only one slot left. The three of you have similar qualifications and should barely suffice this qualification, but because of this reason, only the most powerful among you three can get my approval and become the last important companion in my plan. As for the other two, as Lan Xi spoke until the end, there was a cruel smile on his face. Although he didn't finish his words, everyone was clear in their minds. With the importance he attached to this plan, the other two people who weren't accepted by him would most probably be dead. As the three people heard that, their hearts sank. At this time, Yen Luo, who was standing next to the old man, frowned and looked at Lu Ming with a hint of apology. He seemed to indicate to Lu Ming that he didn't know about this, but he did not say anything to stop Lan Xi. Only one of us can be left. Senior Lan thought we would agree to such conditions. The Green Hunter clan man suddenly shouted in anger. But before he finished his words, his muscular arm moved at lightning speed. He launched a surprise punch at the Sea Creature clan man standing next to him. The Sea Creature clan man hurriedly tried to avoid it, but it was too late. Blood splattering around and white bone could be seen as he was suddenly being smashed. "How dare you!" After the man yelled in anger, his eyes turned blurred. He felt dizzy in his head as he staggered a few steps. But a black smoke popped out of his sleeve without any sign and condensed into a black ferocious bone dagger. As it flashed, it blasted right into the man's abdomen. But at this moment, the Sea Creature clan man only felt a green light flashing in front of his eyes, and his neck was cold. Then he felt that he was already in the air. In front of his eyes was a familiar headless body, then his vision went dark as he lost his consciousness. Just when the head of the Sea Creature clan man was chopped off swiftly with a green long blade by the Green Hunter clan man, the black bone dagger that came to his front was turned into a cluster of black gas and dissipated. From the moment the Green Hunter clan man shouted in anger to killing the savage Sea Creature clan man next to him, the whole process only took a second. At this time, the Sea Creature clan man's headless body twitched a few times before falling heavily on the ground. Lan Xi just watched silently at everything happening in front of him without expression, but with a hint of madness appeared in the corner of his mouth. Instead, Yen Luo's face changed slightly, but it then returned to normal. "Very well, now you are the only one left." The Green Hunter clan man put his green long blade in front of him, then he turned around and spoke to Lu Ming with a gruesome face. "This is exactly what I want to say to you, sir." Lu Ming retreated silently to a few 10 meters away at the moment when the green-skinned man suddenly made a move. After seeing the man saying this at the moment, he yawned and replied. Seeing this, the big man's eyes flashed a ruthlessness. He didn't speak immediately. The green long sword in his hand flickered, and suddenly countless emerald green branches emerged from it. After they intertwined together, they formed an emerald giant wood sword. Countless black thorns also spawned from the sword at the same time. He just waved the giant sword at Lu Ming's direction, and a huge amount of black thorn immediately launched from the giant wood sword. For a while, the whistling sound was endless. The space in front of Lu Ming was covered with countless black light. The huge wooden sword spawned countless black thorns again after a flash of green light. As he shook, another wave of black light blasted out as if it was endless. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly growled. After clenching both his fists, a crackling sound spread out. His body was one size bigger. His both hands and the critical spots around his body were covered by crimson scales. When he launched his punch brutally, an enormous force surged out. After a tremor, the black lights blasted from the opposite side were blown away after a wave of sharp rumbling noise. Only a few black thorns made some white marks on the crimson scales. Seeing this, the Green Hunter clan can't help but be shocked. The green wood sword flicked in his hand, and a few green branches with thorns whipped it after its figure turned blurred. At the same time, he jumped up and struck the giant sword in his hand at Lu Ming. A sneer flashed on Lu Ming's face. He shook off the black lights with the same method, then he stomped on the ground. His figure disappeared after turning blurred. At the next moment, a figure flickered in the air, and Lu Ming actually broke through the layers of green branches and appeared directly in front of the man. After a black gas rolled out and condensed, a black mist dragon and black mist tiger appeared on top of him. He launched another 2 overwhelming punches. As the man was frightened, he could only block with the giant sword and spat out a talisman that formed a green light curtain protecting him. Boom, boom. Lu Ming smashed the huge wooden sword with one punch, and after another punch, his grew bigger and blew out the green light curtain. After a flick, he punched through the man's chest and crushed the heart that was beating inside. Chapter 405, Crystal Mirror. With just 2 rounds of battle, the Green Hunter clan man was killed by Lu Ming swiftly. And because he didn't use the sword technique from beginning to end, Yen Luo, who was watching from the side, was surprised to see this. Lan Xi, who was sitting on the stone chair, couldn't help but flash an unexpected expression on his face. The pair of slightly muddy eyes re-examined the young man in front of him again. They seemed to have the hint of appreciation. Mr. Lu really has an extraordinary skill. Since only you are left now, you are naturally eligible to join the My Plan. But I will ask you again, are you really willing to join? Are you sure you aren't reluctant? Lan Xi said slowly. Since there is a chance to escape from this underwater mining area, of course I wouldn't let it go. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied without any hesitation. Very well. Hearing Lu Ming's tactful words, Lan Xi nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hands behind him, and Yen Luo immediately took off a bulging leather bag from his waist and gently tossed it toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood calmly on the spot. When the leather bag flew in front of him, he caught the leather bag in his hand. At the same time, Lan Xi's faint voice sounded again in Lu Ming's ears. Here are the 10 worm eggs and the token of this plan. You can go back now and prepare for it. 3 months later, the plan will start formally. I will let someone notify you with the same token. During these 3 months, you don't need to spend any energy to mine the ore. You just need to concentrate on recovering spiritual power and keep it at the peak. As for the ore you need to pay each month, there will be someone exchanging and sending it to you in time. After all, although the eggs could suppress the poison in the body, the number of eggs wasn't not too much. Now that everyone was still in the mine, they still needed to take the monthly antidote. In this way he could also confuse the mine guards so that they will not be suspicious. Lu Ming glanced inside the bag and found that in addition to 10 small similar bottles in the bag, there was also a small golden shell with some mysterious rune imprinted on it. More than that, there were more than 10 intermediate-grade spirit stones. Although it was not much, this was considered to be a little fortune in this mineral vein. Lu Ming would naturally not be polite. After saying thanks, he carefully kept away the leather bag, then he cupped his fist and bade farewell to Lan Xi and left the cave. Watching Lu Ming's figure disappearing at the end of the tunnel in front, Lan Xi turned his head suddenly and asked Yen Luo aside, I didn't expect this boy to be a physique cultivator too, and his body is quite tough. However, is the power of his sword controlling technique as powerful as you said? It won't mess up our big plan, right? Brother Lan, don't worry. His sword technique is extremely powerful. He can break the physical defense of my bronze gong spiritual body with only a low-level spiritual flying sword. When Senior gives him the intermediate-grade spiritual sword, it will be more powerful than before, so it will absolutely be fine. As Yen Luo heard the words, he assured him without thinking much. If that is the case, then it is good. The spirit sword will be given to him by then. As Lan Xi heard this, the worry in his mind seemed to be completely removed. I don't know why, I always feel that this boy's strength is not limited to this. He may even be hiding his strength. Yen Luo's eyes turned, then he added. Oh, why do you say this? Lan Xi's expression changed a little after hearing it. This time, in order to test the true strength of this oi. The 2 people I specially found, although they were not really picked by me, they were considered to be not weak. Lu Ming could easily kill the Green Hunter clan man. It can be seen that he has some powerful moves. It is impossible for him to have only the sword controlling technique as his ultimate move. Yen Luo touched his chin and said with a blinking gaze. And what you said makes sense. No matter whether he hides his strength or not, it will be fine as long as he can really be used by us. In addition, how is the last batch of eggs bred? If it is prepared properly, you know how to deal with those people. Don't leave any trace. Lan Xi nodded. He turned the thread of discussion and asked again. I understand. This batch of eggs will mature after 2 months. If the survival rate is similar to the past, which is about 70%, then it should be enough when the plan is launched. Yen Luo replied calmly. Very well, how is the progress regarding the selection of the host for bidding blood talisman? Lan Xi's eyes flickered a few times as he asked again. For the blood talisman matter, I have selected 2 hosts from the slave miners according to Brother Lan's request, and I have settled them with the condition of escaping from this place. As for when it's at the critical moment, they can't be bothered. Yen Luo replied respectfully. A flash of cold light flashed in his eyes. Forbidden blood talisman is very important. We must be very careful to ensure that there is no big mistake. Moreover, the condensation of the blood talisman must be executed at the last moment. Before that, the host must survive. Once the blood talisman is condensed, it must be used within 7 days, otherwise it will be useless. If that's not the case, why should we wait until recently to find the host? Lan Xi said while shaking his head slightly. Brother Lan, please rest assured. I will send someone to monitor them all the time. If it really can't work, I will extract the blood talismans from them in advance when it is a few days before the plan execution. Yin Luo said very confidently with a smile. Okay, since you are so thoughtful, I can rest assured. Lan Xi finally showed a satisfied look. In addition, regarding the problem of erosion of evil beast gas, several people have found some methods through the analysis of the evil beast's bone recently. Oh, tell me about it. As Lan Xi heard this, he was revitalized. Actually, we can refine the bones of evil beasts into a type of... A few days later, in the underwater world not far from the underwater palace, in an inconspicuous building made of huge blue stones. In a dark room under the building, a ferocious-looking beastkin clan muscular man with a purple sarcoma on his head was sullenly sitting on the only black wooden chair in the house. He was the crystallization period beastkin clan named Jiao Chan who brought Lu Ming into the deep-sea mineral vein. In front of him stood a mysterious man covered in gray robes. The person was reporting something to him. According to you, 3 months later, Lan Xi will start to act? Very well, if this man didn't have a relationship with Sir Siren King, how can I let him live in the mine? When I catch him on the spot, I will immediately ruin his cultivation to let him taste a living death. At the time, I think Siren King will not put the blame on us. Jiao Chan smiled abruptly after listening. Listening to his tone, he seemed to be an acquaintance of Lan Xi, and they had quite some resentments. Seeing this, the mysterious man didn't say anything. His eyes were just flickering as he looked at the muscular man in front. You can rest assured, as long as the news is confirmed, I will guarantee your freedom afterward. Are you afraid that I will eat my words? Jiao Chan saw the mysterious man in front of him remain silent, then he snorted as he promised the person. When the mysterious man heard the words, he cupped his fist and left silently. Looking at the figure of the mysterious person retreating, Jiao Chan took out a jade disc array and made a gesture, then the disc array shined in white light. A line of tiny words disappeared into it. Then the big man stood up suddenly and strode out of the secret room. A hidden cave in the underwater mineral vein that was very remote and inaccessible. The entrance to the only tunnel connected to this cave was also filled with countless boulders. If there is a slave miner passing by, he would mistaken it as an abandoned mineral vein and turn away. In such a cave there was actually a stone house in it. The stone house wasn't big inside. It only had 70 to 80 meters wide. In the middle, there was a small array of diameter of 20 meters that was formed by blue runes. It was exuding a faint blue light, and there was an inexplicable breath overflowing from it from time to time. A dozen fist-sized intermediate-grade spirit stones were inlaid around the array. An old man was standing at the center of the array with a solemn expression. The dark blue hair fluttered without wind. He was the only crystallization period powerhouse here, Lan Xi. At this moment he was holding a crystal-clear mirror in his hand. He kept chanting. Suddenly he made a gesture and shot a white light into the array. At the next moment, a wave of aura flashed on the surface of the magic array, then little milky white light spots flew out from it. They turned into rays of pure energy that slowly gathered and flashed into the crystal mirror. As the light spots gathered more and more, the crystal mirror in the old man's hands gradually shone. Suddenly the old man stopped chanting. As his expression changed lightly, he abruptly threw the crystal mirror to the front. At the same time, his finger drew lightly in the air. After the crystal mirror blurred, it turned into a cluster of blue light ball that suspended in front of the old man. Poof! In the magic array under the feet, waves of spirit patterns shimmered. At the same time, 8 blue light beams blasted out, and they connected with the light cluster. Suddenly the blue light clustered concentrated, then the crystal mirror reappeared. Its surface flashed as it grew in size, turning into a few 10 meters. The old man spat out a cluster of essence breath to cover the giant mirror. Immediately, a layer of blue mist appeared on the surface of the mirror, and a vague figure appeared gradually. It was covered by a blue robe from head to toe. Its face could not be seen at all, but it vaguely looked like a graceful woman. Speak, this is the last crystal mirror in my hand. In the future, from the beginning to the end of the plan, you and I can no longer contact each other. Lan Xi carefully looked at the blurred figure of the woman in the crystal mirror. After confirming her identity, he said slowly without expression. Chapter 406, Gather an Unexpected Change. I know even if you didn't mention it, The crystal mirror is so precious, even I don't have a few in my hand. If it weren't to keep in contact with you, I won't use this treasure at all. But it's enough, our clan has everything ready. Now we only need an opportunity. It's better if your movement can make a huge commotion. As long as you can attract the subordinates of Siren King, the defense of the underwater palace will be weakened, then our clan will have more chance to success. Of course, if you can attract more crystallization period Beast King clan cultivators, that would be even better. The woman in the crystal mirror said in a sweet voice. Attract more crystallization period powerhouses? You really dare to say that? If there are really 3 or 4 crystallization period powerhouses here, I'm afraid even if I have a backup plan I will have to die here. Needless to say, as long as the plan is started, there must be a lot of commotion here. But how many people will be attracted by that time is not something I can manage. Lan Xi said coldly with his hands on his back. For this plan, our clan has been preparing for many years, and finally get it into actual execution plus some coincidences, so it can only succeed. The specific action time on your side must be launched according to the agreed time. It can't neither be early nor late, definitely cannot. The woman in the crystal mirror said without bothering Lan Xi's answer. You have said this many times before. I naturally know the importance of it. Hehe, that person dared to collude with Jiao Chan, who is responsible for the guarding of the mineral vein. If I were not reminded by you many years ago, I am afraid that it would be betrayed by him. This time I will let him know the price of selling me. Lan Xi flashed a ruthless cold light in his eyes as he said. You are quite good as well. You can actually come up with such an escape plan, and you can make everyone else believe it. You deliberately leak the news without others realizing it to let them cooperate with our actions perfectly. It is a pity that those slave miners trust you so much. I'm afraid they will not even know how they die. The woman in the crystal mirror suddenly giggled. They really have a thoughtful dream. If it is so easy to escape, why would I be trapped in this place for hundreds of years? But if you didn't provide me with the formula to breed this kind of spirit worm, I can't let others believe in me so easily. Lan Xi's eyes flickered and his expression returned to normal. It's good that you understand it. If you didn't have half of the bloodline of our clan, I wouldn't have contacted you in the first place. After the plan succeeds, our clan will also fulfill the promise and promote you to be an elder so that you can enjoy the benefits of our clan. The woman in the crystal mirror spoke slowly. I hope so, Lan Xi replied faintly. Besides, I don't care about other people. You must rescue the pure-blooded royal family who is stranded here. If you do this well, the clan will naturally give you other benefits. The woman in the crystal mirror seemed to have thought of something again, then she added with a rather solemn tone. If it wasn't to save her, why would I bother to come forward to deal with the evil beast of the crystallization period? Wasn't that looking for trouble myself? Do you really think she can really help me get out of here? Lan Xi's eyes narrowed, then he questioned her instead. Then I'll need to trouble Brother Lan for that. The woman in the crystal mirror said with a sigh. So, they talked a few more sentences and agreed on some details, then the crystal mirror and spirit stone at the edge of the magic circle suspended in midair. They suddenly exploded and broke apart at the same time. The woman's figure disappeared into the air. As Lan Xi saw this, he turned around and left without expression. He pushed the stone door, then he walked to the corner on the side of the cave. Before and after walking to the rock wall, his arms suddenly blurred, striking a few times on the rock wall in quick speed. After a rumbling sound, a stone door suddenly appeared above the rock wall. After pushing the door, Lan Xi entered another very secret stone chamber. Around the room were inlaid with some fluorites that emitted light. There was a small altar with a diameter of several dozen meters on a high platform in the middle. A square small stone pillar was standing in the center of the altar. It was as dark as black ink. The surface of the altar had circles of light silver spirit patterns. The patterns were almost every inch above the altar. At the edge it was inlaid with several black crystals. Lan Xi walked slowly to the altar. After some prayers, he solemnly raised his hand and made a strange gesture. The spirit patterns on the surface of the altar in front of him suddenly lit up. A dazzling white beam suddenly burst out from the stone pillar, rushing straight out of the altar for more than 100 meters more high. Seeing this, Lan Xi spurted out a black token, and it turned into black mist that went into the light beam. After the light beam shook for a while, then a terrifying howl came out from it. The light beam disappeared, and it was replaced by a vague black grimace in the air. After the old man growled, it disappeared again. A month and a half time had passed. During this period, the deep-sea mineral veins were calm as if the previous evil disaster had never appeared. In addition to beheading several evil beasts and obtaining some evil beast materials, Lu Ming had no other gains. He used the bones of these evil beasts to forge another bone wind, all at the expense of spirit stones. At the end of the month, a slave miner came to the door of the stone cave where he was and placed the antidote for the month, then he left without saying anything. Lu Ming of course took the antidote. For the rest of the time he stayed in the cave to adjust his breath and accumulate spiritual power, focusing on tuning his body and mind at the peak state. A few days later, an uninvited guest appeared in his cave. Lu Ming stared blankly at the middle-aged man in a leather robe, frowning slightly. The person in front of him was one of the confidants of Yen Luo he had seen that day. The man in the leather robe looked at Lu Ming with a blank expression, then he suddenly shook his wrist. A golden object was launched toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took a look. It was a golden shell. When his heart was moved, he took out another golden shell. When he combined them together, they were completely matched. There wasn't even a gap on eye. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He then put it on his forehead, and the runes on the shell circulated. At the same time, Lan Xi's words sounded in his ears. After listening to these words, Lu Ming couldn't help but be surprised. What? Let us gather now. The plan is ahead of schedule, it's going to start soon. Lu Ming stared at the other man and asked after removing the golden shell from his forehead. The man in leather robe nodded blankly. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly and his eyes flickered. He weighed the pros and cons, but he still said after a long breath, "Since this is the case, let's go." Half a day later. After passing some hidden tunnels that he had never visited, Lu Ming was finally led by a middle-aged man to a narrow cave in the deepest part of the mineral vein. Along the way, Lu Ming vaguely learned from the conversation with the middle-aged man that the action was advanced because it seemed that the plan had the potential to be exposed, so it had to be executed in advance. As for the specific problem, this middle-aged man was also unaware of it. After Lu Ming entered the cave, he looked around the surrounding and found that there was also another passage on the other end except the one he used to come here. However, it was covered by a layer of white mist. In the cave, more than 20 people had gathered there. Everyone had a dignified and worried expression. Among them there were Xin Yuan, the Golden Scale clan girl, and the woman named Qing Qi, but Yen Luo and Lan Xi didn't show up surprisingly. After taking Lu Ming to this place, the middle-aged man walked away and stood with others. After Lu Ming's expression moved, he walked slowly to Xin Yuan and sent a voice transmission with a slight lips movement. "Brother Xin, did you get any news from Yen Luo? Is this plan really exposed?" "Brother Lu, I was brought here by someone else. I was just a little earlier than you, and I haven't received any news beforehand. Besides, I haven't seen Yen Luo's during this time." Xin Yuan also replied with a voice transmission after a bitter smile. As Lu Ming listened, his mouth slightly twitched, then he stood side by side with Xin Yuan. With the passage of time, people were constantly brought into the cave. When the people saw a familiar person in the cave, their eyes looked shook. Obviously, many people did not formally meet before. After more than 30 people were gathered, a Blue Scale clan man in the crowd suddenly came to the front and announced to everyone while cupping his fist, "Everyone is a companion selected by Senior Lan. Please wait here for a while. Senior is already on the way to this place. He will arrive shortly and discuss the escape plan with you." Senior Lan gathered us and said that the plan needs to start in advance, but now he let us wait here for nothing. Should he give us an explanation? A muscular man crossed his arms and asked sullenly, "I don't know how Senior Blue plans this escape. As for the explanation, you can ask yourself when Senior Lan arrives. I'm just responsible for passing on the message. Please don't target the wrong person." This Blue Scale clan man replied with a smile. After the big man snorted, his face was a little uncertain, but he didn't say anything. Seeing this, Lu Ming and other people also had different looks. Each of them took the initiative to speak. After an hour, a footstep sounded at the other entrance, and after the gray-white mist rolled violently, a figure emerged and came out of it in a few steps. Everyone's eyes looked over, but when everyone looked clearly at the person, they were all shocked. The figure was the initiator of this plan, the only crystallization period powerhouse in this place, Lan Xi. He was holding a soft body of bronze skin color in his hand. It was actually Yen Luo. Chapter 407, Yen Luo's Death. Brother Yen. Senior Lan, why did you do this? At the sight of this situation, there was a commotion in the crowd which caused the gray fog to roll around. A few people stood up immediately and some people questioned on the spot. Lu Ming was also very surprised, but he quietly glanced across several people. He immediately recognized these people were the confidants of Yen Luo he had seen at Iron Alliance base camp before, and the middle-aged man in leather robe who brought him here was also in the list. Xin Yuan, who stood beside him after seeing the face of the person in Lan Xi's hand, his face also became very ugly. Obviously he was equally not prepared for this sudden scene. What? Hee, if I didn't discover it early, I'm afraid you don't even know being sold out by him. Otherwise, why did I take the risk and suddenly advance the plan? As for the specific situation, you can ask Mr. Yen Luo. After Lan Xi snorted, he shook his wrist and threw the person in his hand to the ground. Bang! Yen Luo fell to the ground like a sludge of mud with his face down. He was lying motionless, and only a few seconds, layers of chain-like emerald green spirit patterns appeared on top of his bronze skin. They were faintly flickering with spiritual light. It spread all around his body immediately, and it was moving on his body like a living thing. This scene was quite strange. With the flickering of spirit patterns, even his breath became non-existent. Obviously, Lan Xi had already planted an enchantment on Yen Luo. For a time it was silent on the field. Everyone looked unbelievable. The former indignant Yen Luo also couldn't help but look shock and doubt. His mouth was closed tight. He didn't dare to say a single word. Brother Yen, is what Senior Lan said true? After Xin Yuan's face changed a bit, he finally stepped forward and asked Yen Luo on the floor. He said in a trembling tone. As he seemed to hear Xin Yuan's question, Yen Luo, who was originally lying on the ground, moved a finger, then stood up slowly under everyone's watch. When everyone saw Yen Luo, who was originally known for his strong physical body, couldn't even stand up at the moment, their expressions changed slightly. They looked at Lan Xi with deep fear. At the moment, Yen Luo was disheveled and his face was pale. He barely stood up. He slowly glanced at the crowd in front of him with lifeless eyes, then he finally set his gaze on Xin Yuan. He said faintly, Lan Xi is right. I was in contact with the Mine Guard and reported all your every move, and it was like this a few years ago. As this remark came out, everyone was suddenly in an uproar. Xin Yuan's face was even pale and bloodless. Those who were present now naturally had high hopes for the escape plan, otherwise they would not join the plan. Even some of the Iron Alliance's confidants were recommended by Yen Luo directly. Now that he took the initiative to leak the plan to the Mine Guards, how could they not be furious? Yen Luo, you recruited us but you collude with the Mine Guards, what is your intention? We trust you so much and we work so hard for you, but you went to collude with the guards. For a time, questioning and scolding kept coming out from the crowd. Others even looked at Yen Luo with vicious eyes. For the performance of everyone, Lan Xi had already expected it, but he was just watching the show with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Yen Luo suddenly opened his mouth wide and laughed wildly. His eyes full of madness, and everyone kept quiet as they were suddenly shocked. After the laughter stopped, Yen Luo suddenly straightened his figure and said proudly, you people really think that there is really a way to escape? It's ridiculous. Everyone was astounded listening to him for a moment, wondering what Yen Luo meant. A sea creature clan stepped forward and said with a sneer, you have already betrayed your people at this moment. No one will ever trust you. Do you really think anyone in here will believe in you? I don't have to hide anything as it has already come down to this. The escape route that Lan Xi said is totally impossible. Lan Xi is deceiving you from the beginning of this plan. Although I don't know what his real purpose is, since he deceived me first, what's wrong with trying to find a way out myself? It's just that I didn't expect that his true strength is really above me. Now that I'm not as powerful as him, I have nothing to say. But soon, you will come down to accompany me together, then I won't be too lonely in hell. Yen Luo was getting more agitated as he said. His voice was filled with endless madness. As soon as this remark came out, the originally noisy crowd suddenly calmed down again, but everyone's eyes shifted to Elder Lan who was standing behind Yen Luo. There were different expressions like doubt, fear, etc. Seeing this, Lan Xi twitched his mouth gently, raised one hand, and suddenly slammed a palm forward. Boom! Yen Luo's head was shattered by a hard blow. The red and white things splashed all over the place. At the next moment, the emerald green spirit patterns on the skin of Yen Luo's headless body suddenly flashed wildly. After its size changed randomly, his original bronze skin began to dim, and his flesh and blood quickly shriveled in the speed that was visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a headless dried corpse fell to the ground lightly. Lan Xi glanced at the crowd with an ambiguous expression on his face, but his eyes were very cold. He slowly said, "Actually, I have discovered that Yen Luo had ill intentions when I first prepared this plan. He was colluding with the Mine Guard secretly, but based on his identity as the head of a major force, and he still had his value, so I let him live longer. During this period I also gave him a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately he was still stubborn. Therefore, I didn't tell the real escape plan to him, which made him misunderstand that the plan is actually impossible. As for the real escape route." As everyone in the cave heard this, they couldn't help widening their eyes. But after Lan Xi's voice stopped, his tone suddenly became cold. "You guys wait here for a few days, then you will know the answer. As for those who aren't willing to wait, you can act as you wish." Subsequently, the crystallization period Powerhouse sat down cross-legged and meditated on his own. Everyone present who saw this situation couldn't help looking at each other. Although they didn't know among Lan Xi and Yen Luo who deceived who first and whether the escape route Lan Xi said really existed, but since it had progressed to this step, they naturally would not dig deep into it. As for Lan Xi's last words asking them to do as they wish, he probably didn't really mean it. If anyone wants to leave this place, their fate would be sealed based on his ruthless character and the lesson drawn from Yen Luo's mistake. After a while, the crowd who had originally gathered together, spread out and sat on the ground in groups of 3 or 5. Some whispered at each other, some started to adjust their breath. Xin Yuan sighed, then his sleeves flickered. A ball of fire immediately flew out. With an explosion, it hit Yen Luo's headless corpse and burned it into ashes. Then, he looked for a place at another corner with a gloomy face and sat down to adjust his breath without bothering anyone else. Lu Ming had been watching what had happened. Although his face hadn't changed, he looked at Lan Xi, who looked confident. Then he raised his eyebrows and walked slowly toward a place with few people. 2 days later, outside a secret room under the underwater palace. An ugly woman wearing a red robe and dark blue skin brought several Beastkin clan maids holding a big red shirt appeared at the entrance of the tunnel leading to the secret room. While there was still a short distance from the secret room door, the several maids suddenly stopped under the gesture of the ugly woman. "Fairy Yi, Siren King summoned, please change into the clothes brought by the maids and follow me to see Siren King quickly," the ugly woman shouted into the room. After a while, Yi Tianmei's cold voice came out of the room. "Why Siren King summoned me suddenly?" "I don't know. Fairy Yi, please open the door and change your clothes. Siren King has been waiting for a long time," the ugly woman urged her impatiently. "It seems that Siren King did not intend to give me too long. But fortunately 2 days ago, I finally completed the sacrificial refining of the sword array. Now there is no need to see him." After a while, Yi Tianmei's cold voice came out from the secret room again. "Impudent, what are you saying?" After hearing this, the ugly woman immediately realized that something was bad. After she reprimanded loudly with a change of her expression, she immediately took out a green talisman, wanting to activate it. But at this moment, the seemingly thick and gleaming white door suddenly burst open. In the splash of gravel, a silver rainbow flew out with a lightning speed. After it became blurred, another 8 silver longswords appeared from the nearby void. They turned into countless silver silk that went at the ugly woman and the maids behind her. After a scream, the ugly woman and these maids of Beastkin clan were directly cut into countless pieces of minced meat. The entire tunnel was instantly enveloped by a cloud of blood mist. It was filled with a thick bloody scent. The dense silver thread gathered and became 8 silver longswords that suspended in midair again, making a buzzing sound. Then another silver light flew out of the room. It turned into a silver with the other 8 flying swords and soared into the sky. It immediately pierced through layers of green marble floor and layers of enchantment that shrouded the entire palace, rushing at the faint blue light curtain on top of the palace. At this moment, somewhere in the underwater palace, Siren King's eerie voice suddenly came out. "Sword controlling escape technique. Fairy Yi, you want to escape from my hand? Are you having a wishful thought?" Chapter 408. A war occurred again. As soon as Siren King's voice sounded, the space above the palace fluctuated together. A large hand with 100 meters in size appeared in the blue light flash, pressing down at the silver light cluster below. Before it fell, the mighty power contained in the big hand shrouded everything within 1,000 meters below. Yi Tianmei, who was in the silver light, only felt that the surrounding air was tight, and the escape technique speed was suddenly paused for a moment. At the same time, the giant sword under her feet shook violently without any sign, making her stumble and almost fall down. Yi Tianmei's pretty face looked cold. She made a gesture and said, "Dash." Then the 8 silver long swords suddenly flashed and went into the giant sword below. Under the fusion of the 9 swords, an acre-sized silver light array instantly appeared below the woman's feet. As countless silver runes danced in it, a thick silver light beam shot into the sky. Puff! The silver light beam suddenly turned into a gigantic silver sword on the way. With a flash, it sliced the blue giant hand easily from the middle. Then the gigantic sword became blurred and turned into a crystal rainbow which penetrated the blue light curtain of the underwater world, escaping to the surface of the sea. There was a crisp cracking sound below. The giant hand that was cut in half broke apart in a moment, turning into silver light spots in the air and disappeared. At the same time, in the secret ice cave of the underwater palace. Next to the icicle of the frozen woman, Siren King stood aside, holding the icicle in one hand and making a gesture in the other hand. But at the moment when the big hand above the palace was defeated, his body shook. His eyes opened immediately. His face was full of anger. After looking deeply at the beautiful woman in the icicle, his body turned in a cluster of phantasm which disappeared on the ground. A moment later, a dragon roar that resounded through the sky came out from the palace. After that, a light blue dragon in the size of 100 meters dashed out, pursuing Yi Tianmei with its claws and fangs bare. There was a twisted blue horn on this dragon head. Its body was covered with light blue scales. The surface of the body was wrapped by green lightning that flickered non-stop. Looking from a far distance, it really looked as shocking as a real dragon. With just a few shake of its head and body, it also appeared before the enchantments. It went through the enchantments and charged above the sea. In a blink of an eye, the silver rainbow had already rushed out of the bottom of the sea that was 10,000 meters deep and appeared above the sea surface. It splashed 1,000 meters huge wave as it came out from the sea surface, blasting toward a certain direction. A moment later, the sea that had just become calm set off another huge wave again, as a blue dragon flew out together with a storm. After hovering in the air, he stared at the silver crystal rainbow and hurried away. The rainbow transformed by Yi Tianmei seemed to be aware of the hot pursuit of the dragon behind her. After a clear and long whistling, countless dense silver runes appeared from the silver light. They exploded and turned into several powerful shockwaves. The crystal rainbow emitted a dazzling light. Under a flash, it suddenly appeared 700 meters away. The escape technique speed was more than doubled than before. Seeing this situation, the blue dragon that was chasing after her first showed a startled look. However, it let out another dragon roar after a hint of ferocious flashed on its face. Its figure became blurred in the next moment. Circles of dazzling blue light blasted out from its body, turning into an overwhelming blue light wave that covered the dragon itself. It then surged toward Yi Tianmei. Its speed was increased by more than half. The two disappeared one after another on the sea surface in a blink of an eye. What? Siren King actually left the sea palace alone? That's wonderful. It's really a godsend opportunity for our clan. Immediately send out the order and let the 6 lords start the action. Eliminate the Sea Emperor Palace, then kill Siren King. When we occupy his nest and capture his subordinates, I would like to see how can he fight back alone. In the deep underwater far away from the Sea Emperor Palace, a majestic sea creature clan old man with a golden crown on his head immediately burst into laughter and said after listening to the report of a sea creature clan guard who was kneeling in front of him. Yes, your majesty. The sea creature clan guard immediately responded and retreated. Siren King? When I capture, seize your real pellet and refine your true spirit, it will help me break through the bottleneck and become the true king of the sea region. The sea creature clan old man's eyes flashed as he was looking in the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace. He murmured to himself. The excitement on his face could hardly be hid. After a while, the seemingly calm sea suddenly boiled up. With the rumbling sounds coming out, the sea began to surge wildly. Hundreds meters huge waves came one after another as numerous island-like gigantic sea monsters appeared from the sea. Most of these sea monsters are covered with spirit scales. Their giant mouths were filled with sharp fangs. As they breathed, the sea water surged wildly. As soon as they emerged, they started to charge in a certain direction. On the wide back of the giant sea monsters, rows of sea creature clan soldiers standing on top with armored suits on their bodies and tridents in their hands. Their armors were shining in waves of blue halo under the reflection of the scorching sun. In a far distance, the blue lights rose and fell one after another. Their momentum was extremely shocking. On the horizon farther away, after a variety of bird chirping sounds, a large number of dense black sea birds emerged. They became clear at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. They were the black demon bird that Lu Ming once met on the sea. They were good in casting demon wind. Under the gust of gale, they flew toward the sea monsters. Not long after these black demon birds flew over, there was a loud, buzzing noise behind them which made the sea below tremble. After a black shadow flashed in a far distance, a dozen hill-size flying boats appeared. These giant boats were about 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. Its surface was imprinted with blue spirit patterns, and there were black thorns of several dozen meters long everywhere which made it look abnormally fearsome. On the deck of the giant boat, many figures were moving. Blue armor soldiers could be seen vaguely. They densely formed a neat square formation. The momentum was breathtaking. They were obviously elite soldiers at a glance. At the front of one of the giant boats, a woman in a rainbow-color robe was standing on it. She was the Sea Region royal family pseudo-Pellet state powerhouse, Xin Yuan, who once appeared on the Yunchuan island. Behind her, there were more than a dozen sea creature clan with red, blue and silver scales. Everyone had a dignified look, and the aura they released was very powerful. They were the crystallization period powerhouses of the Yunchuan three tribes. On the other side of the underwater, there were also several shadows with amazing auras. They were silently swimming toward the underwater palace. One of them was a huge black shadow. It was a huge octopus covered with lilac demon patterns all around its body. Each of its 8 tentacles was 1,000 meters long, and in front of its head was a gorgeous woman's face, but the eyes were flickering in green light without any expression. At the same time, in a seemingly unusually tall attic near the underwater palace, a woman in a red dress stood in a shadow on a floor, looking at a disc that was flashing with light silver text in her hand. A hint of madness appeared momentarily in her eyes. "Kiki, I didn't expect that the Ling of your Sea Region royal family is really decisive. As soon as Siren King left, he is ready to start a war. Since this is the case, you and I have to do something. These days, I secretly help you to get rid of those Beastkin clan powerhouses, who thought of touching you just for the arrival of this day," the woman said with a chuckle before turning around. After her face emerged from the shadow, she was Chi Li, who was a Beastkin clan crystallization period powerhouse. Not far behind her, there was another beautiful white-skinned woman with a weird expression on her face. This girl was actually Jia Lan. "I'm naturally grateful that you can protect my virginity, but I can't understand why you, as a Beastkin clan and as a Siren King's confidant, want to betray him and surrender to our clan long ago. If you didn't use the crystal mirror to contact the elder in our clan and talk to me, I wouldn't believe you at all." Jia Lan asked slowly. "A sea creature clan girl is not qualified to ask about my business. If it were for your succubus physique that is still useful to me, I wouldn't care about your life and death. Now that your Sea Region royal family have started to act, we have to start too. Remember, follow all my instructions. By the way, we must send a message to the guy in the mine to let him start as well, so as to distract the guard's attention. At this moment, it is better if this place get more chaos." Chi Li glared at Jia Lan as she said, then she suddenly took out a clear crystal ball from her arm and shattered it. Poof! A bean-sized crystal rune emerged out of thin air. As it raised into the air, it became the size of a hat and disappeared into the air in a flash. "Let's go." Chi Li was commanded and walked down the attic. As the crystal light flashed in Jia. Chapter 409 Feather. After half an hour. The deep sea world above the pale blue light curtain at a height of 1,000 meters, which was under the jurisdiction of Siren King, was the endless deep blue sea surface. Between the sea waves, there were some Beastkin clan guards wearing giant blue sharks patrolling back and forth between a few miles. Most of these guards wore green tight leather jackets with short blades on their backs and long dagger axes. At this moment, in a small team of guards on the sea, 2 younger Beastkin clan guards, under the leadership of a muscular man with black demon patterns on his face, were patrolling back and forth at a certain route while talking about the previous amazing scene he saw. Siren King actually showed himself this time. The momentum is really amazing. This is the first time I have seen myself as a guard for several years. One of the blue-skinned Beastkin clan youths said in an excited look. Yes, Siren King is the only real Pellet state powerhouse in our sea region. He is the real king in the sea. His true body is a deep blue crystal dragon. It is said that his bloodline also inherits a trace of the ancient dragon bloodline. I don't know who was in the silver crystal rainbow that appeared just now. It actually made him so angry. Another Beastkin clan guard said, and his eyes were full of reverence. What do you know? Previously, the crystal rainbow was clearly a kind of extremely skillful sword-controlling escape technique. As far as I know, there is no such sword cultivator powerhouse in the Deep Sea Beastkin clan. It should most probably be the sword cultivator human clan woman of the crystallization period who entered this place half a year ago, the leader snorted. What? Isn't this woman the dual cultivation partner selected by the Sir Siren King in the rumors? Why did she run out of the Sea Emperor Palace and let Sir Siren King chase her personally? The previous Beastkin clan youth was taken aback. He said in surprise. It's really strange. Who is it? The other Beastkin clan guard wanted to say more, then Beastkin clan muscular man suddenly looked dull. He suddenly shoved the giant fork in the distance and shouted at the same time. The two Beastkin clan guards were shocked. They immediately raised their heads, glancing at the depths of the sea ahead. A red escaping light appeared on the sea surface that was 1,000 meters away. It was flickering and blasting toward the guard's direction. Commander Luo, not good. Something bad happens. Before the escaping light came to their front, a panic voice sounded from it. Oh, it is Brother Yen. What made you so scared? Aren't you patrolling the outskirts? The Beastkin clan muscular man looked at him. He had seen the coming person clearly. As he was surprised, he took away the giant fork in his hand and asked. It's not God. I found an army of sea creature clan 200 miles away. They are charging toward our side. They will arrive soon. The escaping light appeared in front of them in a blink of an eye, and the light converged. A skinny Beastkin clan youth with green hair appeared. He said panicky and quickly. What? There is such a thing? Siren King just happened to be out of the Sea Emperor Palace at the moment, but how many sea creature clan are there? The Beastkin clan muscular man said with his complexion changed greatly, and he asked hurriedly. I can't tell, but there are many. Even the Golden Scale clan, who are the Sea Region royal family, also appear in the army. There are even the 10 major tribes of the sea creature clan in it. A green-hair Beastkin clan youth replied in a panic. Golden Scale clan and the 10 major tribes of the sea creature clan have all appeared. I will immediately issue a warning. You immediately summon the other brothers. All should immediately return to the underwater enchantment. Since the sea creature clan has dispatched all their forces this time, it is by no means we can delay and stop them with just these little forces. The Beastkin clan muscular took a deep breath, then he instructed decisively. He took out a small blue-green trumpet shell and made a gesture. A white light flashed into it. At the next moment, a shrill scream suddenly came out from the trumpet shell and went into the deep sea of thousands of feet. At the same time, the Beastkin clan guards, which were originally scattered within 100 miles, all rode on sharks and gathered together, surging crazily into the underwater world. At the same time, the entire underwater world was also in a turmoil. A team of Beastkin clan guards rushed out of the buildings in the underwater. In the blink of an eye, the originally calm underwater world was densely packed with Beastkin clan guards. Everyone's face looked alert. One could feel the tense atmosphere from afar. At various corners of the underwater world, there were more and more magic arrays emerging, attracting various fluctuations in the nearby sky. Under the burst of light, there were countless enchantments of different colors appearing outside the blue light curtain of the underwater world. The entire underwater world was reflected in various colors for a while. A few moments later, outside the conference hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, 7 to 8 escaping light of powerful breath almost came in simultaneously. It was the crystallization period level warriors under Siren King. After hearing the alarm, they gathered here like they were facing formidable enemies. Of course, these Beastkin clan powerhouses only occupy a small part of the crystallization period warriors under Siren King. More Beastkin clan powerhouses were all stationed in other strongholds at the moment, or they went out to execute missions, so they could not rush back to this place for a while. In the meeting hall, the lights were bright. Qin in a green robe looked gloomy, listening to the previous Beastkin clan muscular man's report about the sea creature clan army without saying a word. There were also 7 Beastkin clan powerful men with the same aura. Damn it, Sea Emperor Palace's position has always been very secret. How can it be suddenly exposed? A short Beastkin clan man suddenly became very angry after listening to Beastkin clan muscular man's report. Is there a need to ask? There must be someone of foreign clan leaking the location here. I originally thought that except Beastkin clan, Siren King subordinates do not need the other alien clans at all, otherwise such a thing would not happen. Another white-haired old man said with a cold snort. This is not the time to complain. Now that Siren King is not here, only we can barely hold the situation. The top priority should be to immediately send a message to the other nearby strongholds so that other allies can help. As long as we persist for a while, the reinforcements will be there. Of course, we should also contact Siren King in time. Several Beastkin clan powerhouse nodded and agreed to it, then someone took out a few white disc array-like magical tools and began to start the communication. But a weird scene happened. After all the disc arrays started to buzz, there was no response at all. Not good. Someone used enchantment to lock down all the nearby areas. All the remote communications are disrupted and cannot be successfully transmitted. One of the crystallization period Beastkin clan among them, who was good at enchantment, immediately exclaimed in shock. As a result, the look of these Beastkin clan powerhouses had changed dramatically. It seems that the Sea Creature clan has been planning this invasion for a long time, and someone from the high level betrayed Siren King, otherwise it will never happen. After Qin looked shocked and furious, there was a hint of enlightenment on his face. Qin, what are still waiting for now? If Siren King cannot return, and other reinforcements cannot arrive, it is impossible for us alone to resist the Sea Creature clan army. A face Beastkin clan who was born with thick black hair, looked uncertain. He hesitated and said. Qin's expression also looked dignified. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly gritted his teeth and his arm turned blurred. He tore down an emerald long feather a few inches from his body. Don't worry everyone. This feather is created by me using the blood to sacrificial refine it for hundreds of years. I have only 3 of them on me. As long as it is used together with my unique mystic arts, we should be able to communicate with Siren in a short time. However, I may need some time to cast it. But as long as Siren King can hurry back in time, then we can sit back and relax. Qin's eyes slowly glanced at the people in front of him, explaining. As soon as this remark came out, the Beastkin clan powerhouses were immediately overjoyed. Most of them immediately patted their chests to show that they would try their best to buy time, so he could focus on casting. So after a little more discussion, the others dispersed and flew away from the Sea Emperor Palace. After Qin hesitated for a while, he turned around and strode away from the palace. On the way he suddenly took out a jade tablet with one hand. He made a gesture and a line of tiny words flashed into it, but there was no response at all after a while. It's strange, Chili shouldn't have a mission to go out. She didn't gather at the lobby just now and she didn't respond at all now. Qin murmured to himself, looking at the disc array in his hand. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Then he put back the jade pendant without giving much thought. He walked into a room and stopped in front of wall with a landscape painting. Qin pointed in the air a few times. After a few green light disappeared into it, the landscape painting separated into half, showing a dark secret room. The secret room was only 3 or 4 feet in size, and there was nothing but a small array inscribed in the middle. Qin walked expressionlessly to the front of the array. His sleeve flicked, then a few fist-sized green crystal stones flew to the 4 corners of the array and embedded in the grooves of it. He also cast a symbol into it. After a green light flashed in the array, there were bursts of buzzing sounds. Circles of strange green light rippling from the center, and runes were looming in it. As soon as Qin's figure shook, he stood on the teleportation array. He opened his 5 fingers at the same time, and the emerald feather appeared in his palm. With the sound of pooh, the feather flew into the air. After circling around, it suspended in mid-air. Qin's eyes flashed, then his sleeve flicked into the sky. After a green rainbow flashed, the feather turned into a green light cluster of an inch size. He started chanting as his 10 fingers flicked non-stop, sending a chain of symbols into the green light cluster. After the green light cluster expanded and contracted a few times, there was a clear chirping sound. It instantly turned into an emerald mini bird. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. After it turned blurred, it vanished into the air under the roof. Chapter 410, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 1. At the same time, under the command of other crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouses, the entire underwater world also began to show its ferocious face. In an empty space not far from Sea Emperor Palace, a short Beastkin clan man was standing there. He was instructing several Beastkin clan guards in front of him. Afterward, these Beastkin clan guards nodded and walked into the rows of giant green buildings next to them. Then a booming noise sounded, and the tops of these buildings suddenly cracked open one by one. Multiple bronze chariots with a length of more than 100 more meters emerged from it. These chariots were weird in appearance. Their surface was flashing with blue light, and a giant seahorse with a few 10 meters long and spiked surface was pulling in front of the chariot. The surface of this bronze flying cars were imprinted with countless strange light blue runes. After appearing, they all suspended quietly in the low altitude. At the command of the short man, teams of Beastkin clan guards stood nearby and swarmed into one of the chariots. On the other side, a tall, thin, white-haired old man, Beastkin clan, suspended in the air with no expression on his face. He was holding an emerald jade rui in his hand. On the ground below, several teams of Beastkin clan guards were holding a number of formation flags and other objects to quickly arrange a circular array of 10 meters in size. Under the channeling of the old man's spiritual power, the jade rui in his hand burst into a ray of light, and countless runes flashed out of the array. Then numerous giant beast-like puppets rushed out with a terrifying roar from the array flashing with green light. The number was endless. The other side. A clear whistle sounded, spreading in some underground caves around the underwater palace. A countless number of single-horn anacondas were madly drilling out. Although these anacondas were of different sizes, each of them exuded an unique aura that was specific to the condensation period. They looked up and made a burst of horrifying hissing sound. In a blink of an eye, the underwater palace was surrounded by dense anacondas. There were actually thousands of them. And above the palace, a Beastkin clan burly man with thick black hair was floating in the air, stroking a few inches long emerald jade flute in his hand. The Beastkin clan guards that appeared earlier were divided into dozens of teams under the command of some upper-rank Beastkin clan. They lined up in a fairly neat battle formation, holding a blue trident. They looked up and mumbling as if they were casting some kind of spell. Then red light appeared in the eyes of these guards. The aura that radiated from them skyrocketed suddenly, giving people a feeling of great momentum. The most surprising thing was that the four tower-like huge buildings closest to the Sea Emperor Palace, after a trembling tremor on the ground, suddenly changed their shape under a rumbling loud sound. They instantly transformed into 40,000 meters high gigantic puppets. Golden beams were radiating out of the gigantic puppets' eyes. As the beams interlaced, the pitch-black underwater world was suddenly lit up, making the surrounding underwater scenery visible at a glance. The four gigantic puppets raised their arms at the same time. Under a cracking sound, their arms respectively turned into a gigantic gruesome blade and a green gigantic shield. Their every movement would cause a fluctuation in the surrounding space, and there was even an ear-piercing sound. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura of the crystallization period. Just as the gigantic puppet appeared, on a square platform more than 100 meters in front of Sea Emperor Palace, there was a sudden thunderous sound. A white-haired and humpbacked Beastkin clan old man was holding an azure crystal ball and stood on it. As the old man was chanting, a strange red fire cloud began to appear over the stone platform, and under the thunder and lightning 5 clear and transparent mini-dragons roamed around with their fangs and teeth bared. The old man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out 5 patches of blood essence continuously, turning into a thick blood mist that went into the crystal ball in it. As his face looked fierce, the spiritual power in the body suddenly rose again. The moment when the old man's face aged a little bit, the crystal ball shone in bright red light. Many blood color runes flew out from the crystal ball into the mini-dragons, enlarging their bodies into the size of 1,000 meters instantly. Around the stone stood a circle of Beastkin clan guards holding 5-color formation flags. At the moment when they saw the mini-dragons condensed out, they channeled all their spiritual power into the formation flags in their hands. After their body surface burst into a bright light, they vigorously waved the formation flags in their hands, stirring up waves of rainbow light that shot into the sky and went into the mini-dragons' bodies. The 5 mini-dragons rolled and turned into 5 colors of black, white, green, red and blue under a long roar, and they were wandering on the blue light curtain. In the next moment, after the 5 dragons danced chaotically, the light exuded on their surface combined and formed a 5-color light curtain, shrouding the entire underwater world under it. On the surface of the 5-color light curtain, the 5 dragons were wandering indefinitely. They let out a dragon roar that resounded through the sky from time to time. I will let you scum taste the power of the 5-color true dragon array set up by Sir Siren King at the cost of his blood essence. The old man looked at the 5-color light curtain on the blue light curtain and murmured to himself with a fearful face. In a stone house in the mineral vein under the sea, Jiao Chan, who was responsible for the guarding of all the mines, was holding a jade disc array that was exuding a creamy white light while frowning. He also received news from other crystallization period Beastkin clan members not long ago, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. But after thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly raised his head and shouted as if he had made a decision, calling, "Ask all the guard leaders in the cave come to see me now." "Yes, Lord Jiao Chan." Someone outside the room immediately reverently replied, and then quickly ran to pass the message. After a while, 4 Beastkin clan guard leaders wearing black costumes with silver rune patterns on their faces stood in front of him. The middle-aged mine guard Qin Gang, who had taken golden moon sword and crimson hydra leather armor from Lu Ming, was also among them. "Now Sea Creature clan is making a huge invasion. You all immediately gather your guards, then take half of them to follow me quickly to support." "Sir, according to the detailed report, the escape plan of Lan Xi and others may be launched in the near future. If we pull out so many guards, I'm afraid." Qin Gang was first surprised, then he cupped his fist and said in worry, "It's okay, I have also considered this matter. But at present, Siren King is suddenly out and the entire underwater is being controlled by the enemy's enchantment. Even Sea Emperor Palace is in danger. Our fate is death even if we hide in this mineral vein. Besides, according to the time that provided by Yen Luo, Lan Xi's plan will only be executed in a month. Therefore, it isn't a problem to transfer half of the guards." Jiao Chan waved at him. After Qin Gang and others looked at each other, they also bowed and agreed to it. Subsequently, under Jiao Chan's command, Qin Gang and another guard leader, as well as the remaining half of the guards, were left in the mineral vein to continue monitoring the slave miners' movements. Then he brought nearly 100 mine guards and the giant pig head and elephant body beast that was originally guarding the entrance and hurriedly left the underwater mineral vein through the teleportation array. They hurried to the direction of Sea Emperor Palace. After half an hour, the mighty army of Sea Creature clan finally arrived at the destination of their trip. Outside the underwater world under the jurisdiction of Siren King, hundreds of thousands of elite troops of various tribes were surrounding the Sea Emperor Palace tightly. The sky above the underwater world was completely covered by the dense black demon birds, and the chirping sounds came one after another. They hovered on the sky and completely sealed off the entire sky above the palace. In the deep sea, on the front end of a giant boat with golden scales Sea Creature clan armies, a sea creature old man wearing a gold crown looked at the 5 dragons roaming on the 5-color light curtain that enveloped the underwater world, and he immediately sneered. He swung his arm and a burst of heated trumpet sounds came from the giant boat behind him. After a fluctuation came from behind, dozens of other hill-like giant boats rushed forward. After the sharp spikes inlaid on the front flashed, countless blue light beams blasted out. In an instant they hit on the 5-color light curtain. At the same time, a thunderous sound emitted, and the dense blue light arcs blasted from the weapons in the hands of the blue armor soldiers in more than 10 giant boats. They formed a giant thunder arc of 1,000 meters and struck at the 5-color light curtain. There was a loud earth-shattering noise immediately. Above the light curtain, clouds of giant light orbs appeared out of thin air. They burst open and turned into waves of terrifying shockwaves that surged violently in all directions with an astounding momentum. At this moment, several dragon roars came out. The 5-color light curtain only shook slightly, then it was still unscathed under the shockwaves, but light seemed to be dimmer than before. Then one of the huge red dragons in the light curtain suddenly appeared. As it opened its mouth, it launched a red beam in 100 meters wide at a giant boat outside the light curtain. Boom! A deep blue light curtain immediately appeared on the giant boat. As the red and blue light interacted, the whole giant boat trembled slightly. Those Sea Creature clan soldiers who stood near the light curtain were wrapped by flames without any warning, and instantly burnt into coke. At the same time, the teams of Beastkin clan guards in the 5-color enchantment array waved the trident in their hands as they were shouting, launching rays of light outside the light curtain to counterattack. At the same time, in the secret room of the Sea Emperor Palace, Qin was still chanting, but there was a light green rune array in front of him. It was turning slowly. Suddenly, the green array stopped suddenly and made a buzzing sound. Chapter 411, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 2. Qin was overjoyed by this, and he suddenly flicked his finger at the rune array. Poof! A blue light beam at the center of the rune array burst out, then it condensed and turned into a dragon phantasm with light blue scales. Qin, what happened? You actually use your feather for life saving. After the dragon phantasm appeared, it asked immediately. Sir King, it's not good. The Sea Region royal family gathers the other 10 Sea Creature clan tribes, and they have already arrived at the Sea Emperor Palace. Sir, please quickly come back and defend the palace. Qin hurriedly replied. At the same time, in the air above the sea that was further away from the underwater world, the dragon that was transformed by Siren King couldn't help but look gloomy. It remained silent for a while. At the moment, Beast King clan and Sea Creature clan started the war in the underwater world. In a remote corner near Sea Emperor Palace, two slender figures flashed out of it quietly, and ran toward Sea Emperor Palace in tandem. Under the faint light of the surrounding buildings, it was the missing Qi Li and Jia Lan. At the moment, the two had put on two green tight leather jackets. Qi Li, who was running in front, released her mental power to pay attention to the movement around them. Jia Lan, who was right behind her, had her eyes flickering. After coming to the Sea Emperor Palace, Qi Li suddenly flashed into a small door that was not known by the others, but Jia Lan looked back at the dense Sea Creature clan armies outside the five-color light curtain. Jia Lan showed a complicated look, but she clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed into the small door. In the Golden Sea Emperor Palace, due to the war outside, the spacious tunnel could hardly see a guard. The only few maids after seeing Qi Li, they also bowed to her and dared not inquire. But these women were killed in one palm by the expressionless Qi Li. Even their corpse had turned into ashes. As a result, they finally came to a rather delicate and elegant hall after many turns. Qi Li looked at the hall coldly, then she bypassed the main seat in the middle and came to a stone pillar. She took out a blue shell and shook it gently. Poof! A faint blue rune flew out of the blue shell and flashed into the stone pillar. After the stone pillar trembled slightly, a layer of crystal light flowed on it, and a small door appeared immediately. Let's go. Qi Li saw this with a delighted expression on her face. After she commanded, she went into it first. Seeing this, Jia Lan frowned, but she could only follow in. Then they walked down blue stone steps behind the door and entered a tunnel like an ice cave. The other side. Inside the longest cave in the deepest mineral vein of the deep sea. Lan Xi, sitting cross-legged alone, suddenly opened his closed eyes, and he stood up and said lightly, "It's almost time. We should act." Although the sound was not loud, it was like thunder in the ears of others. Everyone in the cave was shocked and they all looked at Lan Xi. However, the crystallization period Powerhouse turned a blind eye to everyone's gaze. He walked to a stone wall nearby in a few steps and threw a punch without saying a word. Boom! The seemingly inconspicuous stone wall suddenly flashed a layer of white light at the moment when it contacted the punch, blocking his fist forcefully. When Lan Xi saw the situation, he looked serious. He made a deep chant. At the same time, a dazzling light emitted on his fist. A strange shockwave surged out instantly. A muffled noise. The white light curtain shook endlessly, and then the stone wall behind it broke apart inch by inch, causing the surrounding gray mist to roll. Behind the stone wall, a dark tunnel was revealed. The tunnel was filled with gray mist, not knowing where did I lead to. This sudden change made everyone here dumbfounded. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of the crowd, looked calm on his expression, but his mind was shocked. When he first entered this cave, he had already released a huge mental power to scan around the surroundings just in case, but he did not find that there was another route behind the stone wall. It could be seen that the white light curtain on this stone wall was definitely not an ordinary enchantment. Just as everyone in the cave was uncertain, Lan Xi said lightly, "Follow me," then he walked into the tunnel on his own. His figure disappeared into it. Seeing this, others couldn't help looking at each other, and many people showed a hint of hesitation. Although Lan Xi said that it was because Yen Luo betrayed him first, so he didn't tell anyone his true escape plan, the words that Yen Luo said before he died made many people suspicious. But at this moment, a gray figure flickered in front of everyone. A young man entered the tunnel without hesitation. It was Xin Yuan, who had been silent all these while. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. He was slightly surprised. But after the first person followed, the others looked at each other. Someone immediately laughed and followed. As the others saw this, they entered into it immediately with no hesitation. By this time they were still doubtful about Lan Xi's escape plan, but in this dilemma they had no better choice. After all, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one was willing to stay in this dark mine for life. Lu Ming stood aside. After most of the people entered the tunnel, his eyes flashed and went into the tunnel silently. The tunnel was getting wider and wider. After a while, the wide was about 50 to 60 meters wide, and the walls were glittering in a gray light. Lu Ming had never seen it before. The gray mist filled in the tunnel seemed to be emitted through this kind of rock, which made Lu Ming a little curious. But in this case he could not excavate a few gray rocks and study them carefully. This tunnel seemed to be slowly extending down like this, and they went deeper below the ground the further they went. Everyone didn't know how deep they were below the mineral vein. Time passed slowly. Everyone walked this way for more than 2 hours. Everyone just silently followed the figure of the old man in front and kept walking forward. But when everyone saw a dazzling light, a huge underground world appeared in front of them. Lu Ming's eyes swept around, only to see that the cave was like the gray stone wall in the previous tunnel. At the bottom of the stone wall there were some unknown plants. In the middle part of the underground world, it was occupied by an extremely large underground lake. This lake occupied 1/10 of the entire ground of the cave. It was a few miles in size. The lake was cold and dark and there was a thick gray mist above it, emitting a smelly and pungent smell. A man stepped forward abruptly, suddenly lifted his foot, and blasted a dead wood on the nearby ground. After the force was exhausted, it immediately fell on the lake. An amazing scene appeared. The seemingly fluffy dead wood spun and sank straight down as it touched the lake water. When everyone saw this, there was a look of horror on the face. On the shore of the lake where everyone came in, there was a pale golden array standing upright. There were 10 stone platforms of a few 10 meters standing in the array, faintly forming a strange shape. On the stone platforms, there were golden formation flags that exuded a touch of golden light. At this moment, Lan Xi, who was standing at the forefront, suddenly turned around and said to the people behind him with a blank expression, "This place is the escape route entrance that I finally found through years of searching. It is a weak node where the underground abyss intersects with the mineral vein. As long as we can break this node, we can enter the abyss where the evil beasts come. After that, we will find another node in the abyss and try to go to another place. Then we will be free." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd naturally made a commotion. "Senior Lan, once we enter this abyss, we must face the erosion of evil gas in it. Seniors may not need to worry about it, but we... Not only that, but there are those overwhelming evil beasts which are worse than the evil disaster. There are places to retreat in this mineral vein, but in the abyss, once we encounter them, there is only a dead end. Also, the abyss is endless. With only the few of us, how can we find the nodes that connect to another region? Yes, this method is too risky." Some people who seemed to have some understanding of the abyss also asked in with a shocked expression. Facing the doubts of everyone, Lan Xi flipped one hand, and a gruesome white domino and a black bottle appeared in his hand. He glanced into everyone's eyes as he said slowly, "This is a kind of protective spiritual weapon refined by me using the evil beast bone. As long as you wear it, it can resist the erosion of the evil gas. As for this bottle, it contains a kind of spiritual liquid that I refined through the evil beast's blood essence. After you consume it, you can change your aura to be similar to the evil beast. You won't be assaulted by the evil beast during this period. When you enter the abyss, I will give it to each of you. At the same time, I will also help each of you to dispel the enchantment in your spiritual sea. As for how do we find other nodes in this abyss?" When the old man said this, he paused and sneered. Chapter 412, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 3. You want to get away from this mineral vein and regain your freedom, you also don't want to take a little risk. How can there be such a good thing in the world? But since I can find this node, after entering the abyss, I'm naturally certain that I will find another node. All you have to do now is to assist me to get through the node in front. As for other things, it is not too late to discuss after entering the abyss." After that, Lan Xi stood on the spot, waiting for everyone to decide. This naturally caused a commotion among the others. After Lu Ming thought for a while, his lips moved slightly, then he asked Xin Yuan quietly, "Brother Xin, I don't know how much you know about this abyss, but can you tell me what you know?" After all, he just entered the underwater mineral vein not for long after all. In addition to knowing that there would be an evil beast coming from the bottomless abyss, he really didn't know much about it. Xin Yuan had been here for some years, so he should be quite familiar with it. Sure enough, after a moment of silence, Xin Yuan heard it with a calm voice. "Speaking of this bottomless abyss, I also learned from Yen Luo that year. It is said that this underwater mineral vein was discovered by Siren King as early as more than hundreds of years ago. At the same time, he also discovered a large group of evil beasts in the mineral vein. After Siren King dispatched his subordinates to search, he found the existence of the abyss. Therefore, Siren King, who was still at the crystallization period, and other crystallization period Beast King clan powerhouses joined forces to cast an enchantment, tearing off the space that was connected with the abyss and entered into it. As a result, when they entered the abyss, they found out that it was a strange space like the netherworld. Not only the space was filled with negative chi, there was also the evil gas formed by the energy of the death of a ghost creature. This evil gas may be a great supplement to ghost creatures. But for mortals and other racial cultivators, it is extremely poisonous. It can easily pollute one's 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. If ordinary people breathe it in, their consciousness will be greatly damaged. Their 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls will also fall apart, and they will suffer an endless living hell. No one knows where the evil beasts of the abyss come from. They have flesh and blood. They don't seem like a ghost creature, but they aren't afraid of this evil gas. Instead, they can live by absorbing this evil gas. These evil beasts are also brutal. As long as they discover a different kind, they will swarm the individual. Even if you manage to pull some distance, they will still chase endlessly. I think Brother Lu also has a profound understanding in this, Xin Yuan said here and paused. Yes, these evil beasts are indeed extremely difficult. But this thing seems to be mostly at the condensation state cultivation. If several crystallization periods join forces, even if they encounter the evil beast horde, they should be able to protect themselves. Lu Ming recalled the scene when he escaped from the previous evil disaster, and he couldn't help feeling scared. Chapter mid. It was exactly the opposite. It is said that those Beast King clan crystallization period powerhouses, before they had the time to do more research, had already found out the existence of the evil gas when they just entered the space. Except Siren King and the other powerful individuals who reacted quickly, sealing their spiritual sea with their powerful consciousness, the other people still were sloppy as they breathed in the evil gas. Their cultivation was greatly reduced because of that. In the end, under the besiege of the large amount of evil beasts, a few people died on the spot. Only a few people including Siren King were alive, then they tore apart the space again to come back to the underwater mineral vein. They cast strict enchantment around the mineral vein, blocking the evil beasts from invading through space. Thus, the evil beasts can't enter the mineral vein area freely like previous time. They can only take the opportunity when the enchantment becomes weak after a period of time to break into the mineral vein with luck. Xin Yuan said so many words in one breath, so Lu Ming knew a little bit more about the abyss. He also knew why other people were so afraid of entering the abyss. The legend about this abyss was not a big secret. People who had stayed here for a long time would naturally know it. It seems that it is hard to tell whether this trip will be safe. Lu Ming thought again, and a thoughtful look flashed on his face. After Xin Yuan hesitated, he suddenly sent a voice message again. Although there is no basis, there has been a rumor that this bottomless abyss is actually connecting to the underworld where the reincarnation between the 6 realms takes place. 1. However, this kind of rumor is obviously nonsense. After all, this underworld where one's soul goes after death is just a myth. No one has really seen it. Upon hearing the words underworld and soul, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The reincarnation of one's soul that people usually talked about was that some of the people with powerful spirit were able to reincarnate themselves. If they had the chance, they could also awaken some memories and a small amount of cultivation experience in the previous life so they could progress further in the road of cultivation. Since he advanced to the condensation period, he was naturally qualified to read a lot of information in the scriptures pavilion of the sect that spirit apostles could not read. He read about the information of the underworld in a very old book. According to the ancient book, the ghost creature mentioned by the general cultivator and the soul in the underworld were completely different concepts. The former was a creature produced by a large number of negative chi, which could be formed by white bones. It could directly condense the negative chi into its real body. Its size and shape could be varied, and it could diversify into different subtypes. As for the latter, it was the soul that descended into the underworld after a living creature was dead, then it transformed into a soul-like existence by borrowing the power of negative chi. Most of them still maintained the same look when they died. Because both of them formed by borrowing the power of negative chi, thus people always mixed up with the two. The ghost creature mentioned above actually had a real physical body. Only a few of them had intangible bodies, but the shapes were very odd. The common ghosts that people referred to were just a soul that didn't disappear due to some reasons after death. Therefore, the netherworld that savage ghost sect could control was naturally the former. The underworld mentioned by the latter had been rumored since ancient times. It was said that only real powerful men could enter this realm as a living person, so the place was always mysterious. People rarely knew about this realm. They only knew that the realm was divided into 9 spirit areas by a spirit river. Each area was ruled by a spirit king. As for the information about the reincarnation between the 6 realms could no longer be found. When Lu Ming was having some weird thoughts, other people were finally convinced by Lan Xi. Most of them expressed their willingness to enter the abyss. After all, the people present were all powerful individuals selected by Lan Xi from the mines. They would understand after thinking about it carefully. Since Lan Xi was willing to go with them, he naturally had some confidence about this plan. Otherwise he was simply making fun of his own life. So under the arrangement of Lan Xi, the crowd walked forward. Lan Xi's figure flashed and stood next to a stone platform the next moment. As for the other stone platforms, the 10 other cultivator with powerful offense were standing on them after Lan Xi assigned them with name. When Lu Ming was called, his sleeve robe flicked, and a blue light flashed out of it, turning into a small blue sword that flew toward him. Lu Ming caught the little sword with surprise. Lan Xi's voice message was sent to his ears. This is an intermediate-grade spirit sword hidden by me. You will use this sword to perform your sword-controlling technique with all your strength later. This move naturally aroused some other people's doubts, but in this scenario no one naturally asked more. For those who had not yet been assigned to the stone platforms, Lan Xi instructed them to attack the enchantment together when they were breaching the enchantment. Seeing that everyone was in place, Lan Xi said with a look of solemnity, "I have deliberately studied this barrier before. Although it is much weaker than other places because of the enchantment blessing near the mineral vein, it will be divided into 3 layers. I will break the first level and expose the second layer later. You all can attack the second layer with all your strength. As for the third layer, I have another way to break it." After that, he only made a gesture with both hands, and a low and obscure chant came out of his mouth. Then dozens of symbols were formed quickly. In a strange sequence, they hit accurately on the golden formation flags on the stone platforms that everyone was standing on. Suddenly these formation flags flickered and a burst of golden light flashed. Golden light silks in a thumb size radiated from the flags. They connected above them and formed a golden array in 100 meters size. As Lan Xi saw this, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned into a blood mist and went into the golden array. In an instant, the air was buzzing, and the light array suddenly showed a dazzling crystal on. As everyone was caught off guard, they closed their eyes. Because Lu Ming had taken Wuhua pill, his eyes narrowed and he saw the next process clearly. He saw that after absorbing Lan Xi's essence blood, this golden light array suddenly spun up and rose under the control of Lan Xi. It slowly moved above the lake. The next moment, Lan Xi's hands were glowing with a layer of pale gold. At the same time, the golden light array echoed with it. Circles of golden light flew out from the middle, and it slowly disappeared into the empty air. After a few moments, the golden light in Lan Xi's hands were gone, and the golden light array of 100 meters disappeared above the lake. Boom, an earth-shattering noise. Suddenly the space above the lake became blurred. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling golden awns burst out, tearing apart a half-acre silver curtain. The crowd standing on the stone platforms opened their eyes one after another. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but look surprised. "It's now. Attack now." As Lan Xi saw this, he shouted with a pale face. Chapter 413, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 4. Chapter 413, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 4. Lan Xi only said such a sentence to everyone, then he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on an empty space after a flash without bothering the others. His hands were holding 2 intermediate-grade spirit stones. He began to adjust his breath to restore the spiritual power with the fastest speed. At the same time, the people on the stone platform who had already been ready to attack, also cast their respective mystic arts to launch powerful attacks on this silver light curtain that just appeared. It was Xin Yuan who attacked first. Just as Lan Xi spoke, Xin Yuan's body was covered with a faint yellow light. He jumped up, holding a huge iron rod in his hands, and struck at the center of the silver light curtain. At the next moment, countless black rod shadows transfigured like a hill, striking on the silver light curtain. Clouds of air waves blasted open on the light curtain, resounding through the cave, and it vaguely formed waves of dark and strong wind that spread around. Xin Yuan still waved his hands wildly. After his body muscle increased in size, black spirit patterns vaguely emerged from his body surface. As the Golden Scale Clan woman's figure moved, she floated lightly in the air. She flipped her hand and an ancient mirror appeared in her hands. Poof! Numerous tiny light spots shot out of the mirror. They gathered in the air and condensed into a golden light pillar in an instant, shooting right at the silver light curtain in a flash. On a nearby stone platform, the woman named Qing Qi took out a flag with black mist on it. She waved it madly. Countless black mist surged out and transformed into ghost-faced eagle-body strange beasts. They stirred up waves of strange winds and flew toward the silver light curtain. At this time, there was a burst of flying sand on the other side of the stone platform. It was also mixed with the whistling sound of poo-poo. Several people of the sea creature clan were holding a giant bone arrow, launching waves of multicolored arrows and blasting the air far away like meteors. Their movements didn't seem fast, but their every attack made the silver light curtain tremble. The power was amazing. The other slave miners by the lake also took out their trump cards at this moment and joined the assault. Although their attack was obviously weaker than that of Xin Yuan and others, they were more in terms of number. When they all attacked at once, it looked like a rosy cloud of 5 colors. Their momentum actually looked greater. In the bursts of blasting sounds, the silver light curtain finally began to distort in a blur. As Lu Ming saw this, he no longer hesitated. He shook his wrist without saying a word. Immediately, a blue light flashed in his hand. He used a finger to draw on the blue sword, pouring all his spiritual power into it. After the blue sword trembled for a while, a spine-chilling coldness radiated out. Lu Ming shook his wrist with his expressionless face. Immediately, countless dense sword shadows were transfigured. As he relaxed his 5 fingers, all the sword shadow immediately blasted out, and they combined into one in the air. It grew tremendously into a blue light sword with the size of 300 to 400 meters in size. A shrill whistle. After Lu Ming cast a symbol at the blue light sword, he turned into a crystal rainbow swept that surged forward. After a flash, the sword had already struck on the somewhat distorted light curtain. Boom, an earth-shaking noise. The silver light curtain became unstable as the giant light sword struck on it. Lu Ming, who was standing on the stone platform, moved his arm with a blank expression, then he pointed in the air with one finger. After the blue light sword was bounced off, it circled in the air and struck again. After a while, the silver light curtain on the lake finally collapsed after a crisp sound under the barrage of various attacks. Before Lu Ming and others could feel delighted, many bright red silks appeared out of thin air at the space where the silver light curtain collapsed. They interlaced like living organisms and formed a bloody light wall. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately stopped attacking. Others also stopped their actions after they froze for a moment. But there were still 2 people wanting to attack. One of them almost subconsciously launched a wave of bright arrows at the bloody light wall, then another person barraged a wide area thunder fire toward it as he waved his hand. A weird scene appeared. As soon as the attacks reached the bloody wall, they went into the wall and disappeared after 2 poo-poo. Then there was a huge rumbling sound from the light wall. 2 bloody light beams were shot out from the wall after a flash, and the light beams had reached the 2 people in an instant. The 2 slave miners looked shocked. One of them flicked the bone bow in his hand and cast a layer of buzzing white light curtain that protected him in it. The other opened his mouth and shot out a red flame at the light beam. But at the next moment, the 2 light beams suddenly scattered and transformed into dense bloody silks. They pierced through the red flame and the light curtain in an instant, then they wrapped the 2 people tightly like a bloody cocoon. The 2 were struggling desperately in the bloody cocoons and they screamed loudly. However, they could no longer move as the endless bloody silks kept entangling. The people next to them were horrified. When they wanted to help them, the bloody silks suddenly tightened. The 2 bloody cocoons immediately burst open in place, turning into 2 thick blood mists. A bloody smell immediately filled the entire cave. The bloody light wall returned normal after a few flashes. What the hell is this? Is it a living thing? All this happened with only a few seconds so that the people around the stone platform could not help but take a deep breath. Their backs were drenched in sweat. They secretly felt lucky for not attacking abruptly, but the ones who were close to the 2 miners asked furiously. What living thing? This is just a bloody miasma. Although this thing is impossible to have any spirituality, once it is under attack, it can instinctively attack the nearby creatures. If I weren't kept in this place for a long time, I could easily break this thing easily with the power of spiritual weapon. Now I can only put more effort in it. Besides, I have told you clearly that I will handle the 3rd layer enchantment. Since they didn't listen, they can blame the others for their own fault. Lan Xi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes and sneered as he said slowly. After that he stood up. His figure suddenly became blurred, and he appeared in front of two sea creature clan people who were standing side by side. He opened his palms and grasped the two's head skull unexpectedly. "Senior Lan, what are you doing?" The two sea creature clan people were shocked, but they could move as if their weight had increased by 1,000 kilos. They immediately shouted. "What am I doing?" "Of course, I'm taking the bloody breaching talisman to help everyone to escape." "What didn't you say?" Before the two had spoken, Lan Xi's eyes looked ruthless. His fingers squeezed vigorously, and under a great force, the two heads suddenly burst open. When the two headless corpses fell down, Lan Xi's hands suddenly changed rapidly. A stream of essence blood suddenly surged out from the two corpses' neck. It formed two clusters of bloody orbs, then they floated in the air. Lan Xi's eyes flashed blue. He flicked his hand twice in the air, and the bloody orb transformed into two unknown bloody runes. As he made a gesture, they grew into the size of dozen meters, and they started to flicker wildly. Xin Yuan was surprised when he saw this bloody scene. If he didn't say the words "taking the bloody breaching talisman to help everyone to escape," there would be chaos again. At this time, Lan Xi didn't care about the others. His 10 fingers flicked out as he kept chanting. The two bloody runes turned into two bloody rainbows and blasted at the bloody light wall in a flash. After the bloody runes went into the bloody light wall, its surface flashed uncertainly. After Lan Xi pointed in the air, it dissolved into a bloody liquid. In front of everyone, a space fissure of more than 100 meters long appeared. It was very narrow and it was pitch black inside. While everyone was overjoyed, they all hesitated looking at the space fissure in front of them. Lan Xi seemed to be ready for this, but his sleeves flicked and he immediately threw out a bone ball. The bone ball circled in front of the space fissure and turned into a small bone puppet. It flew into the crack directly in a stagger. Then Lan Xi made a gesture and closed his eyes slightly. In that instant, everyone stared at Lan Xi's face and stopped blinking their eyes. After all, whether the other side in the space fissure was safe, it determined the fate of everyone present. Very good, the other side is now safe. There is no trace of evil beast. This fissure should last about an hour. You can now take a domino and spiritual fluid from me and take some rest, then we can hurry up and enter it. Lan Xi removed his gesture, opened his eyes and said slowly at everyone. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was naturally ecstatic. Lan Xi walked slowly to the entrance and sat cross-legged again. He waved his sleeves and suddenly there was a pile of leather bags in front of him. This time, everyone walked up and picked it up without Lan Xi urging them. After Lu Ming took the bag, he scanned it with his consciousness. He found a domino like the previous one and a bottle of spiritual fluid refined by the evil beast's blood. He then found an empty space and sat down. After half an hour. "Let's go." Lan Xi suddenly stood up, took out a domino and hung it around his waist. He then turned around and flashed into the fissure. The others also stood up in shock, then they flew into the fissure. Chapter 414, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 5. Chapter 414, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 5. Just as Lu Ming and others were about to enter the abyss, the battle between Sea Emperor Palace and Sea Creature Clan was still in full swing. Roar! A deep-sea giant beast with a size of 100 meters was shrouded by a black mist spit out from a huge black dragon in the light curtain. Numerous pustules suddenly appeared under the skin, and its body was ulcerated until it died. The black dragon was also struck by dozens of large light beams at the same time after a painful dragon roar, and it turned into light spots and collapsed. At the same time, on the square platform in front of Sea Emperor Palace, the white-haired hunchbacked old man's face was flushing with blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, several Beast King clan guards who were holding black formation flags, also died as their body exploded. At the moment, the 5-color true dragon array that enveloped the entire underwater world only had one green dragon wandering around. It was just spitting out clouds of green gas to strengthen the defense. It no longer went out to fight with the enemies. But even so, the original 5-color light curtain with amazing defensive power only had a layer of vague, pale green aura. After launching several waves of attacks that cost them 2 giant boats and more than 10 giant sea monsters, the Sea Creature Clan army was finally one step away from breaking the 5-color light curtain. The entire underwater world was immediately in an imminent danger. At this time, on the sea surface that was far away from the underwater world, Yi Tianmei's green clothes were fluttering in the wind, and now she was stepping on a silver giant sword, floating quietly in the sky more than 1,000 meters. She looked at the direction of the blue light that suddenly turned around not long ago and frowned slightly. She seemed like she was thinking about something. Her eyes flashed as she made a gesture. The silver giant sword under her feet immediately turned into a crystal rainbow and dashed toward the direction that she came. Half an hour later, the woman appeared on a reef a few 10 meters in size. In front of him was an unconscious sea creature clan soldier with blue armor. There was a trident piercing into the rock not far from there. At the moment, Yi Tianmei was pressing a jade hand that emitted a silver light on the sea creature clan soldier's head. She then closed her eyes while chanting. A few moments later, the sea creature clan soldier's face twisted. With a muffled bang, the head suddenly burst open. But Yi Tianmei's body surface reflected the red and white matters that splashed on her as a silver light flashed. Her body didn't get contaminated at all. They actually choose to attack Siren King's nest at this time. Sea creature clan is really unexpected, but it is an opportunity for me. Yi Tianmei stood up, looking at the direction of Sea Emperor Palace. She muttered to herself. Then she raised her hand and released a fireball. Immediately, the blue armor sea creature clan turned into ashes. Then, she turned into a silver light and flew toward the Sea Emperor Palace quietly. A dragon roar. A green giant dragon rose into the sky from the pale green light curtain. After it circled in the air, it charged toward the giant boat in front. Just as the giant dragon and giant boat collided, the giant dragon emitted a dazzling green light, then a wave of space fluctuations that seemed to be able to shatter the world spread out. After an earth-shattering crackling sound, a layer of dark blue light curtain appeared above the giant boat, then a green and blue sun appeared in front of the giant boat. It turned into a halo and surged away. The dark blue light curtain on the surface of the giant boat could only hold for a few seconds, then it broke apart in a burst. When the green light dissipated, the people of Sea Creature Clan above the other giant boats discovered that the giant green dragon and the giant boat disappeared at the same time, leaving only a large area of ruin. Many Sea Creature Clan soldiers even turned into ashes directly by that shocking explosion. At the same time, the green light curtain also collapsed after the green dragon exploded. On the square platform in front of the Sea Emperor Palace, as the last team of Beastkin Clan who were holding the green formation flags turned into a cloud of blood mist, the humpbacked old man standing in the center of the platform suddenly retreated a few steps. He looked up and spurted a few mouthfuls of blood into the air. He fell on the tall platform with an enfeebled state. His aura became vague and he could no longer stand up. With the complete destruction of the five-color true dragon array that enveloped the entire underwater world, the entire underwater world was immediately exposed in front of the Sea Creature Clan army. The Beastkin Clan soldiers had already retreated behind the underwater buildings under the command of a few high-rank Beastkin Clan members. They used the enchantment light curtain on the buildings as a cover to continue launching attacks at the Sea Creature Clan. Seeing this scene, the old man with the golden crown on the giant boat behind the Sea Creature Clan started a second wave of attack to completely destroy all the buildings and enchantments on the outer layer of the underwater world. Suddenly, island-like huge sea monsters and the remaining giant boats attacked with dense mystic arts of different colors. They began to march toward the center of the underwater world. In the shouts of the countless Sea Creature Clan soldiers, the momentum of the Sea Creature Clan had increased several times at once. They easily breached a few layers of Beast King Clan's defense. On the side of Siren King's army, the elite force that was ready to go was finally dispatched. Under the leadership of several huge bronze chariots, there were countless beast-like puppets growling in the back. They immediately faced the huge sea monsters and giant boats. But at a time, both sides launched light beams of different colors and arrows at each other. The sky was full of colors. It even emitted waves of earth-shaking sounds. The sound of fighting was endless. For a time, Sea Creature Clan's giant boat was breached by the Beastkin Clan, then countless and dense anacondas and beast-like puppets immediately swarmed up to fight with the Sea Creature Clan soldiers. Then, a large area of anaconda was easily crushed by a huge sea monster, and a big bite could immediately cause a huge casualty. Then, hundreds of beast-like puppets tore dozen Sea Creature Clan soldiers into pieces. On the other side, a giant beast-like puppet appeared at the edge of the Sea Creature Clan boat with a very agile movement. After it swung its giant palm, it killed dozens of Sea Creature Clan elite soldiers in one breath. But then the giant puppet was being focused by the Sea Creature Clan soldiers on the nearby giant boats, and it was smashed into a pile of junk. Not far away, Dozens of sea creature clan soldiers standing on top of the huge sea monster only had 7 to 8 of them left after being assaulted by a few high-rank Beastkin clan soldiers behind the building. At this moment, when a huge sea monster roared furiously, it opened its big mouth and a powerful sucking force was produced. The sea creature clan soldiers who hid behind the buildings were sucked out. Some Beastkin clan soldiers even slashed the sea creature clan soldiers into pieces when the sea monster got close to the building. The remaining Beastkin clan soldiers were swallowed directly into the mouth of the beast. As the arms of the giant monster swung, the light curtain on the 2 buildings burst open like tofu. Under the fierce attack of the absolute number of sea creature clan army, the bronze chariot and beast-like puppet on the side of Siren King suffered heavy casualties in a blink of an eye. Only a few of them were left. The sea creature clan side had also suffered a lot of casualties under the victory, but with the destruction of the enchantment connected to the outside of the building, the encircling circle was constantly shrinking. Almost 50% of the enchantments were destroyed in a blink of an eye. At this moment, the old man with the golden crown who was observing in distance, and the 6 powerful figures behind him, still hadn't made a move yet as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, a clear flute sound sounded. Another wave of single-horn anaconda that originally surrounded the underwater palace rose one after another. They were dancing while circling, rushing toward the sea creature clan giant boats and monsters like a tide. They instantly covered half of the sea creature clan army. The sea creature clan soldiers on the giant boats and giant monsters dodged wildly, but under the single-horn anaconda's intensive attack, they still suffered heavy casualties. Those who were hit by the anaconda venom immediately rotted and died. Under the leadership of some high-rank soldiers, the sea creature clan soldiers also fought back. Immediately, countless sword shadows came from the giant boats, and countless anacondas were cut into pieces. Looks like we are about to lose. If the anaconda army is destroyed, then our trouble will be huge. I wonder if Qin has contacted Sir Siren King. In a building hall, a face with thick black hair Beastkin clan man spoke to a white-haired old man with worries. Qin has previously communicated with me. It seems that he has contacted Sir Siren King, and he is rushing back here. We can only take a leap of faith to fight for enough time. I hope Sir Siren King will not come back too late. The Beastkin clan old man hesitated for a moment, then he said with a sharp voice as his eyes flashed. In this case it seems that I can only summon those few guys together, otherwise we can't hold on with just a few of us. Another short Beastkin clan man suggested with a gloomy face. The other 2 were startled, but they nodded silently after exchanging a glance at each other. It didn't take long for the anacondas to be killed, and most of the beast-like puppets were only a small half left. On the land behind the Sea Emperor Palace, an earth-shaking roar sounded suddenly. As a result, 7 or 8 mountain-like giant creatures emerged from the underground and quickly flew into the air and charged toward the sea creature clan army. There were 8 giant monsters with 3,000 to 4,000 meters in height. They were blue in color, had weird horns, dragon head and horse body, looked like a Kirin one. Each of them emanated the shocking aura of the crystallization period later stage. On the ground not far behind these huge monsters, a pale silver rune array emerged silently. 3 crystallization period Beastkin clan members, who had previously discussed things in the hall, sat in this rune array. Chapter 415, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 6. Chapter 415, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 6. This time, some of the aggressive sea creature clan soldiers naturally redirected their attacks at these giant monsters. However, when they found that ordinary attacks had no effect on these Kirin-like giant monsters, these giant monsters rushed into the front line of the sea creature clan army while tanking a variety of attacks. All of a sudden, a giant boat was surrounded by several giant monsters and got hit by them. As the blue light curtain was breached with a rumbling sound, the boat was torn apart. Hundreds of sea creature clan soldiers were even sucked into the belly of the giant monsters. This scene made the old man with the golden crown's face could not help but change slightly. He waved his hand, and a group of crystallization period powerhouses with various colors of scales stood up immediately. They soared into the sky and charged at the giant monsters with extreme speed. In the ice-cold tunnel under the sea, Chi stood sullenly in front of a white light curtain enchantment, while Jia Lan stood expressionlessly not far behind him, watching Chi movement quietly. In the first half of the hour, Chi was blocked by an enchantment that appeared suddenly. She used all her means as she was anxious. However, regardless of the various spells, talismans and magical weapons, They could only leave some faint marks on this strange cold light curtain. They could never really damage it. After Qi Li's face became uncertain, she suddenly bit her silver teeth, opened her mouth and shot out a black ball of light with a soft glow. It was a flame of true spirit that she refined for many years. She formed a gesture in her hand, and as she chanted, the light ball suddenly turned into a ray of black flames that surged at the ice-cold light curtain. The white light curtain was immediately covered by a black flame sea of 10 meters. At the same time, a suffocating heat wave spread out. Seeing this, Jialan's face changed slightly, and she stepped back subconsciously. As the white light curtain was burning fiercely, mysterious runes appeared and circulated on its surface, desperately resisting the erosion of the true spirit flame. Seeing this, Qi Li immediately cast a symbol to deliver spiritual power into the flames, increasing its power. After a muffled noise, the ice curtain finally burst open in the flames and disappeared in the air. Qi Li glanced at the cracked ice on the ground, then she looked up and found a crystal tunnel behind the light curtain. This tunnel wall was just like the previous tunnel they used to come in. The surrounding had a layer of frost, but it was only a little thicker than before. As soon as they approached, a bone-chilling coldness came to their face. At the end of the tunnel, an entrance into the ice cave could vaguely be seen. "Let's go." There was a flash of joy on Qi Li's face. She commanded without turning her head, then she walked forward. Jialan followed her silently. The tunnel was not long. After a while, the two stepped into an ice cave with an acre size. Jialan glanced around. Eventually, she looked at the icicle in the center and the woman in palace costume was sealed in it. After her face muscles twitched a little, there was a flash of delight in the depth of her pupils. Her figure moved and fluttered toward the icicle. But at this moment, bursts of buzzing sound emitted suddenly. Behind the icicle, an array about 10 meters in size that was planted long ago suddenly lit up, causing a wave of space fluctuations around. In the flash of light, a handsome young man in white robe appeared at the center of the circle. It was Siren King himself. As soon as the young man appeared, his eyes looked at Qi Li without expression. Qi Li's figure paused and she stood on the ground. Her face was pale. Jialan was also taken aback. Her eyes were filled with fear. "Speak, why did you betray me?" Siren King just asked the woman in red dress, but his eyes were looking at the woman in the icicle, revealing a rare warmth. He betray. It is really unpredictable. In the end, my effort is in vain." Qi Li looked at the young man in white robe in front of him with a blank face and murmured to herself. She suddenly laughed at herself lightly, then she laughed wildly while looking up. Her smile had a hint of sadness, making Jialan who was behind her felt hopeless. As the young man in white robe heard the words, he frowned slightly. He looked at the woman again with his eyes flashing, but he didn't speak again. He was waiting for her to reply. Qi Li suddenly stopped her laughter and sighed, then said with a cold expression, "Qi Li was originally a nobody demon. I was wandering in the sea region and I held myself aloof from the world. After I cultivated into the crystallization period after 1,000 years, I joined Sir Siren King's forces in order to get more resources. However, did you know that I have fallen in love with Sir the first time I met you? Not long after, I secretly made a vow. Even if my cultivation will not progress anymore, I will help you to achieve the real Pellet state. All these years I helped you searching for treasures, followed you to explore the abyss, killing the sea creature clan people for you, went to different islands to catch the slave miners that meet the requirement, helped you to grow your forces." Speaking of which, Qi Li's voice stopped abruptly. Her face suddenly changed into a look of resentment, then she continued fiercely, "But Sir Siren, you treated me like nobody. Except for assigning missions to me, you never summoned me privately, you didn't even look at my face. I helped you fight numerous battles and got myself some serious injuries but I never got your care. You love this living dead instead. Am I, Qi Li, not pretty enough? No, it's you who are cold-blooded, you are too heartless. Although I don't know who this woman is, I'm obviously more powerful than her no matter how. Sir even wanted to find a woman with a similar appearance to be your dual cultivation partner. When you did this, did you ever consider my feelings? I don't believe that you can't feel my true love for you for so many years. What can this woman provide you? She is just a living dead in the ice." "Enough. You're not allowed to insult her." As Siren King heard the words, his face suddenly became gloomy. He just waved his one hand, then a blue demon wind surged out. An invisible force suddenly pressed on this woman. The force lifted her up and slammed her down heavily on the ground like a sandbag, making her spurt out a mouthful of blood directly. You don't want me to say, I will continue saying instead. After Qili fell to the ground and trembled, she climbed up slowly from the ground, pointed at the icicle and said fanatically, I know that this frozen person's real name is Jin Ling. Her true form is actually a golden crystal dragon of the blue sea, and she was born with a pure spirit. As long as I borrow Jialan's succubus physique to devour her soul so that I can occupy her body. When I become the second Jin Ling ha. Very well, so you came here with such a plan. Since this is the case, I have nothing to say to you. When Siren King heard this, his pupils turned cold immediately. A green aura appeared on his face as he said slowly. Then he burst out with an extremely huge aura. Circles of air waves surged toward the surroundings like a hurricane. He flashed and appeared in front of Qili. His white robe shook. With a muffled noise, Qili, who did not dodge, took his palm. Her body collapsed and turned into a blood mist, and a cloud of black gas blasted out from it. This was the essence of this crystallization period Beast King Cultivator, Qili. Siren King raised his one hand and opened his palm. The black gas was sucked into his palm, making it unable to move. At this moment, Siren King glanced at the black air desperately struggling in his hand, but there was a strange expression in his eyes. After a while he said lightly, You're right, she is indeed Jin Ling, but she is not my lover, she is my sister. The reason why I can achieve the only real Pellet state in the sea region is by borrowing the demon core left by her. If you make other mistakes I can forgive you. But you intended to touch her, then don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the young man in white robe said, he gripped his 5 fingers, and a dazzling blue light burst out in his palm. After a scream from a woman, the black gas instantly turned into a green smoke and vanished. A Beastkin clan cultivator in the crystallization period got her soul eliminated easily. Siren King sighed after doing all this, then he turned to look at the place where Jialan was. At this time, Jialan quietly retreated to the ice cave while Qili was talking with the young man in white robe. When she saw Siren King glanced at her, her face changed greatly. She formed a gesture and a few dazzling rays blasted out. Her graceful figure transfigured into a dozen phantasms under a wave of ripples, and they all blasted into the tunnel. Jialan suddenly used the succubus physique as she was desperate, and she did not hesitate to exert her spiritual power to the maximum, planning to escape like this. But at the next moment, Siren King's figure just flickered, then his body passed through the ripples without any signs. He waved his hand that was emanating a blue light, and the phantasms that had the same aura as the real body dispersed. Jialan's real body was caught by it. Then the young man in white robe, holding the woman in one hand, went back to his previous standing location after a flash. Senior Lan, Junior knows nothing in advance and I have yet done anything. Qili forced me to do all these. Jialan's body was completely restrained by an invisible force. Although she was terrified, she said quickly instead. Chapter 416, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 7. Chapter 416, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 7. Since Yi Tianmei, the most suitable person, ran away, then I can only borrow your body. Siren King glanced at Jialan in his hand. His face said with a blank expression no matter what she said. Then he opened his mouth and spurted out a blue light on the pale and beautiful face of the woman in his hand. Jialan Tan opened her mouth, but she had already passed out in a coma before she could say anything she wanted. At this time, the young man in white robe took the woman to the front of the icicle, extended his other hand, and gently touched the woman's face across the icicle. His gesture was very soft as if he was afraid of waking her up. He said with a soft voice at the same time, Sister Ling, sorry for letting you wait for so long. Soon we should be able to meet again. As he spoke, his eyes flashed. His palm was shining a bright light, emitting a circle of light blue ripples. An amazing scene appeared. The icicle was melting at a rate that was visible to the eyes under the blue ripples. And at this moment, the young man in white robe, who had been calm and comfortable, gradually had sweats on his forehead. 15 minutes had passed. In front of the young man in white robe, 2 women were lying. It was the previous woman in the palace costume frozen in the icicle and Jialan. And under the 2 women, there was a small magic circle exuding the silver on. The young man in white robe shook his sleeve, and took out the painted scroll with a faint silver light. He threw the scroll onto the palace costume woman, then the scroll floated above the woman and unfolded like a waterfall. It revealed a portrait drawing that was exactly the same as the woman below, but it became more and more blurred at the moment. The young man raised one hand and pointed at the scroll, and he started chanting. The scroll was shining in great silver light. After that, it exploded in the air and a cloud of weak black gas came out from it. The black gas flashed into the palace costume woman. At this moment, a jade pendant hanging from his waist suddenly buzzed on its own. As Siren King saw this, his complexion immediately changed. He took the jade pendant in his hand. As a result, there was an anxious voice after a white light flashed. "Oh, the jade pendant. Sir Siren King, it's great that you are back. Sea Creature Clan has." Before the sentence was finished, the young man in white robe crushed the jade pendant with a blank face. Then, the young man's figure paused for a moment, and his 10 fingers flicked out runes at the array below the woman as he chanted. After the array buzzed, a great silver light was released, wrapping the palace costume woman in it. At this moment, the young man in white robe said, "Raise." The costume palace woman emitted a golden light. A cloud of black gas that was bigger than before rose from her forehead slowly. The black gas was flickering and its aura was extremely weak. The young man in white robe looked dignified. He extended an index finger and flicked it carefully to lead it to Jialan on the side. When the black gas finally reached Jialan's forehead, the young man in white robe's other hand also pointed at her lightly. Then the black gas flashed into Jialan's forehead. At this time, Siren King immediately chanted. A golden talisman flew out of his body. After a flash, it was stuck on Jialan's forehead, flickering in a faint golden light. Then Jialan's body trembled slightly. She sat up in a cross-legged position. At the same time, unknown golden spirit patterns appeared and spread all over her body. The young man in white robes slammed down at the silver array with one palm. Poof! The silver array immediately let out a clear sound, and then dense silver light silks were launched from it. After surrounding Jialan in the middle, the silks immediately wrapped it into a 10 meters high silver cocoon. After doing all this, the young man in white robe felt relieved. He muttered to himself, "This woman's soul has been suppressed by this talisman and array. In this way I will soon be able to see Sister Ling. But unfortunately, I can't find a perfect body for you." After saying this, the young man finally glanced at Jialan with a nostalgic gaze. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared suddenly. At this time, under the situation that the Sea Creature Clan King and the 6 pseudo-Pellet state did not take action, the Sea Creature Clan had the upper hand in the war. They finally narrowed the encirclement to only a few miles from the Sea Emperor Palace. On the side of Siren King's forces, after the several crystallization period powerhouses summoned the Kirin-like giant monster with 8 dragon heads, they cooperated with the 4 giant puppets and resisted the Sea Creature Clan army without stepping back. Booming loud noise. On the side of the Sea Emperor Palace, a giant puppet with 1,000 meters high blocked the joint attack from a giant boat and the Sea Creature Clan soldiers on the giant monster as the puppet's left hand turned blurred. Its 2 eyes then glanced across the front line and emitted a dazzling golden light beam at the Sea Creature Clan soldiers. An ears-piercing whistle sounded. The dense white sword light immediately surged out from the giant blade on the puppet's left arm, turning into a sea of white blades and flooding a giant boat. The giant boat could only shine a little, then it turned into a pile of scrap after muffled sound in the sea of blades. The Sea Creature Clan soldiers were sliced into pieces and turned into a layer of blood mist before they could scream. Under the golden light, although the huge sea monster couldn't open its eyes as well, it made an angry roar toward the sky. Under the drive of its instinct, it covered its body with scales that emitted faint halos. Under the surge of the sea of blades, it barely blocked the attack after a wave of metallic sound. But the Sea Creature Clan soldiers who stood on it were not so lucky. Although most of the blade light was resisted by the giant sea monster under their feet, those who were exposed to the light at the slightest were immediately minced into pieces. With just a few seconds, the Sea Creature Clan soldiers on its back were swept away. When the giant monster opened the giant eyes, it saw that the giant puppet in front of it had already reached in front of it. The giant blade was already on top of the sea monster, and it was chopping down at a great momentum. With a muffled noise, the giant sea monster was slashed into half under the single of the giant blade. Its body protection aura couldn't resist in the face of a 1,000+ kilogram giant blade. Afterward, the giant puppet raised its foot again, and in the deafening rumbling sound, it returned to the position where it was standing initially. In a secret room on the puppet's head that was transformed by building, some Beastkin clan soldiers with spirit patterns engraved on their faces were constantly replacing the scrap spirit stones that only had a faint light with the top-grade spirit stones in their hands. Roar! On the other side, a Kirin-like giant monster flew toward a giant boat of the sea creature clan army like a powerful tide. It turned into a blue crystal light that rushed over at a lightning speed. After a loud colliding sound, the giant boat was crushed into pieces, and the soldiers on top of it were falling like rain. The Kirin-like giant monster stopped suddenly, turned around, and spurted out a huge burning blue fireball that burst into countless blue flames. Many soldiers were wrapped by a strange blue light after contacting the blue flames, and they were burned into ash. Seeing such an astonishing attack, the sea creature clan soldiers who fell from the giant boat to the ground and survived by chance looked abnormally pale. In the face of another blue fireball launched by giant monster, a look of despair appeared on their faces. Just then there was a fast-moving figure behind it. A figure suddenly appeared in front of several people. It was a crystallization period later stage sea creature clan Powerhouse with green scales on his face. As soon as this person appeared here, he formed a gesture with a growl. Numerous red light spots appeared in the air nearby, then they suddenly increased in size and transformed into green lotus in a palm size that spun quickly. They were emanating waves of invisible suction. The blue flames collided with the lotus and disappeared under the traction like a moth darts into the fire. At this time, a few more whistling sounds came out. Next to this sea creature clan Powerhouse, there were another 3 powerhouses. These 4 people just looked at each other and then they spread out tacitly. They were surrounding the giant monster from afar, and they launched waves of attacks from the spiritual weapon in their hands. However, under the amazing defense of the giant monster, it couldn't be hurt at all. The Kirin-like giant monster was furious when it saw this. Its eyes revealed a murderous intention, then it stomped on the ground and pounced on one of the powerhouse. The powerhouse seemed to have been expected. Its figure dodged the giant monster's assault with just a blur of its figure. While the other 3 powerhouses took advantage of this opportunity to launch a green talisman from their sleeves. The talismans exploded when they got close to the Kirin-like giant monster. 3 green misty hurricanes formed in an instant and spun around the Kirin-like giant monster quickly, forming an invisible strong force out of thin air. It trapped the giant monster in it tightly, and it kept pushing the giant monster into the middle. The Kirin-like giant monster didn't panic at all in face of this attack. Instead, the scales on its back shone in dazzling light, transfiguring a blue light shadow that covered its body. As soon as the 2 opposing forces collided, the rumbling sound suddenly came out. The blue and green lights were crisscrossing. The hurricane was actually blocked outside by the huge monster. It couldn't get close at all. Chapter 417, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 8. Chapter 417, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 8. The previous Sea Creature Clan crystallization period Powerhouse snorted as he saw this. As he rubbed his hands together, countless green light spots appeared. After being activated by symbols, the light spots turned into fist-sized green lotus, striking down at the trapped Kirin-like giant monster. As the hurricane and lotus collided, the momentum was abnormally shocking. After an ear-piercing explosion, a dazzling green light covered almost the whole body of the giant monster. The monster's body had blue light flickering on it. As it spun fanatically, it still blocked all the attack. However, its blue body became more transparent. The other side. The other 8 crystallization period powerhouses seemed to be channeling a silver light array to trap 2 Kirin-like giant monsters in the middle. The 2 Kirin-like giant monsters couldn't get out of the silver light curtain for a while. In the surrounding ground, the corpses and blood of the sea creature clan soldiers and giant monsters were splashing everywhere, soaking the sand below. Beside several giant boats not far away, above a giant formation of hundreds of sea creature clan soldiers, a purple demon wind suddenly surged out. Countless purple crystal lights were appearing from the wind, and they quickly gathered together. In a blink of an eye, a 1,000-meter-long purple ice lance emerged out of thin air, and under the channeling of the sea creature clan soldier below, it launched at a Kirin-like giant monster that trapped. The ice lance flashed and turned into a purple rainbow that vanished into the air. At the next moment, the purple ice lance blasted at the giant monster after a space fluctuation. An earth-shattering explosion. As soon as the purple light flashed, the crystal ice lance pierced through the Kirin-like giant monster's body like lightning and exploded. The giant monster shuddered, then it roared angrily into the sky. The huge hole on its body quickly closed up at a speed visible to the naked eye as if it was never hurt. But his body became transparent, and its aura was much weaker than before. The same scene also happened in the encirclements of the sea creature clan soldiers at the other places. Under the absolute number advantage, Sea Creature Clan used 3 to 4 crystallization period powerhouses to deal with a Kirin-like giant monster, and the soldiers at the back were channeling array to support. The mighty power of the Kirin-like giant monsters was depleted quickly. As for the 4,000 meters giant puppets around the Sea Emperor Palace, they seemed to not be able to go far away from the palace. They were basically ignored except there were some soldiers launching range attacks on them. At the same time, in the endless gray sky, there wasn't a single cloud strangely. Instead, black mist was tumbling indefinitely. It filled the whole sky, giving a heavy sense of depression. Under the sky, on a barren and dry land, there seemed to be nothing but a rugged black boulder. Lu Ming and others were flying at the low altitude of the land here. At this time they had been in this abyss for a while. They were tens of miles away from the node connecting the deep-sea mineral vein. When they entered, they found that there was a deep basin in the middle. It was really as Lan Xi said, they did not encounter a single figure of an evil beast. It didn't take long for everyone to come in, and the strange space fissure disappeared strangely. At that time, Lan Xi took out a disc spiritual weapon, signaling everyone to follow, then took the lead to take off. Lu Ming and others could only follow first, and they activated the dominoes around their waists to form a gray-white light curtain to cover themselves from the erosion of the evil gas. They went all the way quite smoothly. At least so far they did not encounter any danger. This made many people who were initially worried relieved. They also had a little confidence in Lan Xi. Lu Ming looked calm on his face, but he became more cautious in his heart. He did not hesitate to release part of his spiritual power to always be alert to all the movements around him. At the same time, in his hand, there were already 2 superb spirit stones, recovering the spiritual power that he consumed. It was to keep himself in the best condition at all times. Judging from his previous life and death experiences, the more likely it was to die when it was at this moment. After all, this bottomless abyss was not a good place. He was the first to not believe that they could easily find another node and escape safely. In the team, Xin Yuan and some of the others were still looking serious, which was very different from others. But what Lu Ming didn't know was that it wasn't just him. Even Lan Xi, who always looked down at the disc in his hand in front of him, also sneered secretly. He also quietly remembered Xin Yuan and the others in his mind. After they walked forward for a while, Lan Xi suddenly paused. After looking forward for a moment, he suddenly said lightly, "It is actually the evil beast Xi. You all drink the spiritual fluid now and stop moving." Everyone was shocked, stopped their bodies and landed on the ground. They quickly took out the bottle of spiritual fluid extracted by Lan Xi from evil beast's essence blood. Lu Ming also took out a dark gourd, unplugged the stopper gourd and drank like everyone else. Suddenly, a thick stinky smell liquid flowed into their abdomen and turned into a sense of coolness. It quickly spread to the limbs. The spiritual fluid in this gourd had been checked many times by the slave miners. After absorbing it and confirming that it really had no harm, now they only dared to consume it. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt an aura like an evil beast emanating from the pores of his body, and his skin turned into a layer of gray color like dead skin. It was the same for everyone else. All of them were exuding the aura of the evil beast. Lu Ming was amazed. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, it would feel like the day when he was surrounded by the evil beast horde. At this moment, everyone looked at the gray haze that suddenly appeared in the distance ahead. Everyone felt anxious and fearful. Previously, along the way, everyone also encountered some evil beast horde, but most of them were not a huge number. There were only 11 to 12 evil beasts, and the highest level was just the condensation state intermediate stage. Therefore, everyone did not consume spiritual fluid at that time, but they just worked together to deal with these evil beasts. After all, although these spiritual fluids could imitate the evil beast breath and protect them from being attacked, it couldn't last long and the number was limited. Therefore they needed to save it. But the evil beast Xi in front of him was a completely different concept from the evil beast horde. There were at least more than 1,000 evil beasts. In just a few seconds, the mist that was far away was near to them. Even though Lu Ming and others were prepared in their hearts, they couldn't help feeling terrified after seeing the situation in the gray mist. As far as their eyes could see, there were 10,000 plus evil beasts running fanatically toward them. They stirred up a gray mist that was rolling incessantly. The smallest evil beasts were only a meter in size. The large evil beasts were like a small mountain. They were familiar with some of the evil beasts' forms like wolf, dog, toad, etc., but they were some strange shape evil beasts that they had never encountered. These evil beasts were mostly condensation period early stage. Only a few of them reached the intermediate or later stage. They either ran on 4 legs, flying with the wings on their back, or stirring up gray mist to carry themselves forward. And at such a close distance, the huge rumbling sound of the evil beast sea even resounded in the whole wasteland. Everyone could only stand still and let these evil beasts pass through them. Various kinds of rampaging aura surged toward everyone. Even with Lu Ming's strong willpower, he couldn't help being shocked in contacting so many evil beasts at such a close distance. He even felt a feeling of depression, like he couldn't breathe. He breathed out and glanced at the others, only to find that the other slave miners were even worse. Some people held the spiritual weapon tightly in their hands and glared at the evil beasts passing by. Only then they could suppress the urge to escape into the sky. Others dare not catch their breath. They clenched their fists so hard that even their nails pierced into their palm. There was blood flowing from their hands, but they were oblivious about it. However, this group of evil beasts moved very quickly. In a blink of an eye, the evil beasts ignored them and went far away. Only then many of them finally let go of their anxious hearts. But at this moment, a strange roar suddenly sounded from the evil beast sea behind them. The sky turned dark as the voice sounded. There were 6 huge python heads of several 10 meters in size emerging behind the evil beast sea. The 6 heads were all wrapped in yellow rough scales, and the 12 eyes were all gray. The silver pupils were very slender. Under the 6 heads there was a giant lizard. As the 4 giant feet sprinting wildly, it stirred up the dust and followed the other evil beasts to come over. Its 6 large mouths closed and opened constantly, showing the huge blade-like fangs. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but change his complexion. Others even took a deep breath witnessing this scene. Not good, it seems to be the evil beast of the crystallization period. Everyone be careful. Although my spiritual fluid can conceal from the general evil beasts, I don't know if this is effective against crystallization period evil beast. But even so, I advise you not to act rashly. Lan Xi, who was standing in front of him, squinted his eyes and suddenly said this. As soon as this remark came out, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. There was panic in their eyes as they were looking at the crystallization period evil beast. Lu Ming was also shocked, but after a quick turn of his mind, he suddenly took out a bone wind all in his hand. At this time, the 6-headed evil beast had already pushed away the other evil beasts that were blocking the way and rushed in front of everyone. Looking at its rampant manner, it didn't seem like it was avoiding them. Chapter 418, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 9. Chapter 418, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 9. Such a scene naturally made many people look pale immediately. At this moment, a blue-haired beastkin clan man in the front of the crowd, after his facial expression changed, he finally could not bear the huge pressure brought by the giant evil beast on the opposite and suddenly exploded a talisman in his hand. He was wrapped by a blue light, then it turned into a light ball that flew into the sky. Roar! The one of the big python heads of the 6-headed evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in the direction of the blue-haired man. Poof! A yellow ray of light surged out from the giant mouth, and it immediately shrouded the person under it. Senior Lan, save me. The blue-haired man flew in the opposite direction suddenly after letting out a piercing cry for help. He was sucked directly into the mouth of the python, then he was chewed into pieces and swallowed into the evil beast's belly. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lan Xi was expressionless. He didn't intend to help at all. Everyone behind him could not help but take a deep breath. However, because of this person's interruption, when the evil beasts rushed over, it walked past them quickly without stopping. Such a scene naturally made several other slave miners, who initially wanted to escape, broke into sweats while thinking that they were lucky. So the people continued to stand still as if they were stones in the river. After half a cup of tea, the last row of evil beasts also passed by them and gradually left. Only then everyone looked relieved and most of their clothes were already soaked in sweat. After the evil beasts went far away, Lan Xi flew up again without saying a word. He continued to fly forward in the direction indicated by the jade disc in his hand. After the people looked at each other for a while, they could only take off in succession and followed closely behind Lan Xi. At this time Lu Ming took a breath. The bone wind, all that he was holding tight, suddenly disappeared in a flash. In the underwater world. Boom, a loud noise. A Kirin-like giant monster that trapped in the magic circle faced, its transparent body finally shattered like glass under the overwhelming attacks of the crystallization period powerhouses and soldiers of the sea creature clan. At this point, No Kirin-like giant monster could be found on the battlefield. After an hour of melee combat, after paying the cost of the death of several crystallization periods, the Sea Creature clan army had already killed all Beast King clan who resisted in the underwater world. The remaining people were the crystallization period Beast King clan powerhouses, such as Qin and the others, who were gathered on an empty space in front of the Sea Emperor Palace. They formed a small magic array. They barely resisted the waves of attack by the Sea Creature clan by using the enchantment of the Sea Emperor Palace and the 4 giant puppets. Fortunately, although the Sea Creature clan attack was abnormally rapid and ferocious, they also lost some crystallization period powerhouses, and the others had expended most of their spiritual power. They couldn't break through the defense of the Beast King clan powerhouses for a while. Gentian. Mengzhui, you two go and take down the Sea Emperor Palace. On the giant boat behind the Sea Creature clan army, the Sea Region royal family old man with the golden crown was finally a little impatient. Then he said with a gloomy face, "Yes, your majesty." The figure behind the old man flashed. A woman in colorful robe and a Sea Creature clan man had appeared behind the old man and responded while cupping their fists. It was the 2 famous pseudo-Pellet State Hall Masters of the Sea Region royal family. Previously, the old man with the golden crown didn't let them go because he wanted the 6 Hall Masters to be at their best so that they could have a final battle with Siren King. However, just when the 2 Hall Masters of Sea Creature clan were about to fly out of the giant boat, a figure flashed at the gate of Sea Emperor Palace. A young man in white robe appeared silently. Siren King. The old man with the golden crown exclaimed as he saw the young man. Qin and the others were surprised and delighted when they turned around and saw Siren King. You all have done well. You can leave the rest to me now. Siren King's face was slightly pale. After simply saying a sentence, his figure blurred and disappeared. The next moment, the sky above Sea Emperor Palace fluctuated together. The young man in white robe appeared there like a ghost. His robe was fluttering in the air. His eyes glanced across the Sea Creature clan army and looked everything in the underwater world in his eyes. However, the initial prosperous and magnificent underwater world was ruined at this moment. Except for the Sea Emperor Palace and the 4 giant puppets that were half squatting, the other places had already become pieces of dilapidated houses. At this moment, on the ruins, either there were the dense Sea Creature clan giant ship, giant monster, or there were corpses and broken limbs all over the ground, or the wreckage of some giant chariots and giant boats. This scene clearly showed the intensity and tragicness of the war just now. Looking at the underwater world, that he had been managing for hundreds of years, being ruined by the Sea Creature clan army, the young man in white robe had a layer of frost on his handsome face. His lonely figure floating in the air gave people an inexplicable feeling of beautiful, solemn and stirring in contrast to the surrounding Sea Creature clan army in ruins. Okay, great. I didn't expect that you can push me to this point. For a moment, Siren King's expression returned to normal, and he said lightly, "Our royal family has been planning hard for more than 10 years for this siege. Only then we can succeed. Siren King, today will be your death." The old man with the golden crown on the giant boat snorted and said instead. Although the voice wasn't loud, it still clearly reached everyone's ears. Then the old man raised his one hand, and a loud trumpet sound immediately sounded behind him. The Sea Creature clan army that encircled the Sea Emperor Palace retreated like tide. The encirclement was doubled in size. At the same time, the 6 figures at the rear of the Sea Creature clan army flashed like lightning. The next moment they appeared around the young man in white robe. The aura that they released was vague. They were actually the pseudo-Pellet State Hall Masters of the Great Sea Region royal family. As Siren King saw this, his eyes flashed coldly. When he was about to say something, there was a rumbling loud noise coming from behind. The Sea Creature clan army felt a huge quake in the space behind him, then the sky above him was suddenly covered by several huge dark figures. The entire sky was dull for a moment. After a few seconds, when the dark figures passed through, everyone only discovered in shock that these giant figures were the giant monsters with a mountain-like body size. The giant monster leading in front was a giant octopus with faint purple demonic patterns all over its body. The front of its head was a beautiful face of a woman. Its 8 tentacles in the size of 1,000 meters long could travel for 1,000 meters distance as they stretched out. The momentum was amazing. The sea monster under the foot of the Sea Creature clan soldiers actually shivered slightly at the moment. "It's a holy beast." Someone in the Sea Creature clan suddenly shouted. The voice was trembling slightly with agitation. As soon as this sentence came out, It immediately caused commotion among the Sea Creature clan army. Everyone's eyes looked fiery. Only the Sea Creature clan knew what it meant when this holy beast, that was worshipped by them for numerous generations, was summoned. In addition to this human-faced octopus, there were a pair of snow-white giant sharks, a few golden flying fish, transparent squids, a total of 12 holy beasts. Seeing this scene, Siren King, who was floating in midair, couldn't help but look gloomy. But at the next moment he raised his eyebrows and sneered. He suddenly raised an arm into the sky, and a tremendous aura soared into the sky. He opened his 5 fingers and cast a layer of faint blue flowing light. This flowing light was circulating indefinitely like a living creature. It was spinning faster and faster in his palm, and it turned into a faint blue giant vortex in an instant. After the young man in white robe shouted silently, the center of the vortex immediately made a rumbling sound. Circles of blue hurricanes swept all around, making his black hair flutter in the wind. At the same time, the sea water held up by the blue light curtain above his palms suddenly rolled violently and formed a vortex. Blue light silks shot out from the light curtain and went into the vortex in Siren King's palm. It faintly condensed into clusters of fish-sized blue liquid. They were as clear as crystal. At this moment, the young man in white robe arm waved down in the air suddenly. The faint blue flowing light paused, then the giant vortex in his palm collapsed and disappeared, leaving only more than 10 blue liquids floating quietly in the air. Poof! The young man blasted out blood silks from his hand, and the blood silks went into the blue liquids, turning them into a bright red color. The young man in white robe made a gesture and pointed in the air. The blood-red liquid rotated and transformed into dozens of bloody dragons in an instant. They were just about an inch size, but they suddenly became 500 meters huge. They wandered around Siren King ferociously. From the aura emanating from them, each one had the strength of the early stage of the crystallization period. Not only that, but after Siren King's sleeve shook again, his hands were shining brightly. He took out a long flag with silver rune patterns on it. He threw it into the sky, then he made a gesture to turn it into the size of an attic. After the young man in white robe chanted, the giant flag released a strong silver light. At the same time, mysterious runes were looming on the flag. There were also dense silver light spots revealing from it, and they turned into numerous giant puppets with silver armor after a flash. They were 20 meters tall and looked expressionless. There were hundreds of them. At that moment, the bloody dragons around the young man in white robe kept roaming, and silver light shone from the puppets were scattering across the sky above the entire Sea Emperor Palace. The momentum was astonishing. Chapter 419, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 10. Chapter 419, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 10. After Siren King summoned the silver armor puppets, he threw the flag that lost its light over his head and pulled out a short crystal-clear ruler from his sleeve. As he just flickered it slightly, there were and a little blue light appeared nearby. In a moment, the light sports turned into gigantic waves that wrapped around him. At the same time, he flicked the short ruler with a finger. After a clear sound, countless blue lights gushed out from the gigantic waves, then they condensed into numerous blue spears with the size of a dozen meters. All this happened within a split second, making the surrounding Sea Creature clan soldiers stunned. Go! When the young man in white robe groaned, a dozen bloody dragons immediately paused and pounced on those holy beasts along with the 100 silver armor soldiers. The dense spears that had been suspending in the surrounding air made a burst of sharp whistling as he flicked his sleeve. The spears turned into a blue rainbow that blasted at the 6 pseudo-pellet Sate Hall Masters, and the spears blurred and disappeared on their way. At the next moment, there was a space fluctuation in front of the 6 pseudo-pellet State Hall Masters, and a cold gale rolled up. In the blink of an eye, sparkling spears emerged along with the wind. They were launched at the 6 pseudo-pellet State Hall Masters with a dazzling blue light. When the blue spear was still a few 10 meters away, these Sea Creature clan powerhouses could already feel a tremendous pressure. Seeing this, Xin Yuan, who was wearing a colorful robe, couldn't help but look shocked. His hand clutched in the air, then countless silver lightning arcs surged out. The arcs condensed into lightning spears in 10 meters size. As the woman shook her wrist, the lightning spears blasted toward the blue spears. However, in the next scene, her face could not help but change greatly. When the lightning spears just touched the blue spears, they withered and exploded. They could resist the blue spears at all. She swung her sleeves in a hurry and took out a light green mirror, then she threw it in front of her. Her 10 fingers kept flicking. The mirror swirled around in the air, rolling out circles of green hurricane. At the same time, the woman's body retreated, throwing several talismans explosions, and turned into layers of light curtains to wrap herself up. A few loud bangs sounded. Under the interference of the green hurricane released by this woman, although several blue spears were diverted a little bit, barely brushing her body, there were still several spears hitting on the protective light curtain. The light curtain instantly burst open. The blue light flashed and clouds of blue ice mist instantly appeared. It surged and froze the woman in it, turning her into a clear blue ice cube. But after a few seconds, a crisp crackling sound came out. The blue ice cubes broke apart, revealing the woman in colorful clothes and silver arc. Just when her face flashed a hint of joy, thinking that she had resisted the blue ice spear's attack, she suddenly found that several blue ice spears came to her front. She could only snort and cast a spell to deal with them again. The situation of several other hall masters was not any better. They could barely resist this seemingly endless blue spear assault after summoning their mystic spiritual weapons. They couldn't have the time to launch an attack at the young man in a white robe who was in the middle. The 6 hall masters were shocked as they saw the young man in white robe cast the spells with ease. Only then they realized that the real power of the real Pellet state period was much stronger than they could imagine. After all, if they were to perform such a terrifying spell, their spiritual power would probably not be able to hold for a few rounds. At this time, those blood dragons had already rushed to the front of them. The purple octopus saw 2 bloody giant dragons and the dozens of silver armor soldiers coming straight to it, and the eyes on its pretty woman face flashed in green light. Its 8 tentacles stretched and it retreated for a few hundred meters away. At the same time, it spurted out a cloud of purple-gray smokescreen. It was extremely stinky. The smokescreen spread and covered the air for about 1,000 meters. As the smokescreen rolled, there was a burst of blitz sound from it. Countless purple lightning arc were looming in it. After 2 loud and long dragon roars, the 2 bloody giant dragons plunged into the smoke. The purple-gray smokescreen tumbled, and it suddenly became less instantly. The 2 giant dragons appeared and disappeared in it. They were wildly sucking the smoke around. In a blink of an eye, the purple-gray smoke that enveloped the large area of the sky was almost devoured by the 2 bloody giant dragons. At the same time, its body size rose abruptly like a balloon. Its crimson body even became a little purple and transparent. At this moment, the dozen silver armor soldiers also came, and they went into the thin smoke without stopping. They flashed out from the bloody dragons and struck their dual blades onto the gigantic holy beast's body. The sea creature clan holy beast did not seem to expect that its smokescreen would actually be solved in an instant. After a roar, 8,000 meters tentacles became blurred and whipped on the silver armor soldiers like rain. Each whip contained enormous power, causing a distortion in the surrounding space. In front of the giant tentacles, the silver armor soldiers were like an ant. Under such a huge pressure they had no way to run. Immediately, loud bangs sounded one after another. The silver armor soldiers were knocked out like a sandbag and slammed heavily on the stone ground 100 meters away. A few deep pits of various sizes were smashed out. But after a while, these puppets came out of the pits as if nothing had happened. They charged toward the holy beasts again. Seeing this scene, the sea creature clan holy beast's pretty woman face seemed to blush a little. It had no choice but to increase the attack rate of its tentacles. Although most of the silver armor soldiers were whipped away, the tentacles still missed some of them. As the dual blades slashed on the holy beast, it left a blood mark on its body. With its defense like steel, it actually had no resistance against the dual blades of the silver armor soldiers. This wound was nothing to its huge body, but when these silver soldiers kept getting knocked back, there were more scars on their bodies and their movement began to gradually slow down. At this moment, the 2 bloody dragons had already devoured all the purple-gray smokescreen, and they also joined the assault. Under the cooperation of the 2 blood dragons and a dozen silver soldiers, they were obviously still not the opponent of this huge holy beast. However, they also entangled this holy beast for a while, making it impossible to get close to the young man in white robe. The same scenario was repeated in the remaining 11 battles. This Siren King, with the help of real Pellet and many puppets, resisted the 6 pseudo-Pellet state and 12 holy beasts on his own. Moreover, he looked like he was at ease. This kind of expected result not only surprised and delighted the crystallization period Beastkin clan, but it also made the old man with the golden crown watching on the giant boat look a bit ghastly. After hesitated for a while, he said with a cold snort, "I didn't expect the real Pellet state to be as powerful as this. It was only the 3 holes of inferior-grade real pellet state that was condensed by the force of a foreign object. If it is the top-grade real pellet state, the power isn't what we can imagine at all. I don't know if the trump card we prepared is really useful for it. Your Majesty, rest assured that this man has already fallen in our trap. The poison method we prepared even killed the legendary celestial state out of his surprise during the ancient time. Now we are only using a downgraded version to deal with an inferior-grade real pellet state. There should be no big problems. A rather thin old man behind the old man with the golden crown suddenly replied with a smile. The person was actually Li Kuan. Very good. We have been planning for decades for this invasion. Now it seems that the success or failure will be decided by this move. If it succeeds, you will make a great contribution. Naturally, you will be my guest elder. There will be more rewards for you. Well, now it is time for the poison man to come out. The old man with the golden crown glanced at him slowly and said slowly, "Thank your Majesty. Li Kuan is loyal to the royal family, and I will certainly live up to your Majesty." Li Kuan was overjoyed and replied hurriedly with a respectful expression. At this time, another Golden Scale clan old man next to him took out a blood-red gong. After striking on it, 10 tall sea creature clan men who were only wearing short pants flashed out from the giant boat's compartment at the back. They walked to the front and stood in a row. Each of these people exuded a powerful aura that was not inferior to that of the 6 pseudo-pellet state hall masters, but their expression was blank, and they all had bald head and bald eyebrows. There were many black blood vessels all over their bodies which made them look horrifying. When they appeared, there was a disgusting stench spreading around the giant boat. The old man with the golden crown frowned slightly after smelling it, and he waved at the gray-haired old man without saying a word. The old man understood, and the gong in his hand sounded intensely again. The eyes of the dozen sea creature clan people suddenly showed a layer of red lights. They all rose into the air, silently appearing beside the 12 holy beasts that were outside. They went straight to Siren King without stopping. Next, a strange scene appeared. One of a sea creature clan man with a huge figure exploded halfway in the air when his body flashed a black light, turning into a pitch-black poisonous mist. Then there was a series of muffled noises in other directions. These sea creature clan men all exploded. The black poisonous mist rolled and formed a huge black mist circle. They quickly gathered in the middle like a living creature. The holy beasts in the fierce battle and the 6 main hall masters seemed to have predicted this. They retreated from the battle quickly. In a blink of an eye, the bloody dragons, the silver armor soldiers and Siren King were flooded by the black poisonous mist. When the young man in white robe saw this situation, there was a sneer on his face. He didn't care at all. When he was channeling the crystal-clear ruler and commanded the bloody dragons and puppets to pursue, his face suddenly changed greatly after inhaling a trace of the black mist. Chapter 420, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 11. Chapter 420, The Battle of the Sea Creature Clan 11. The young man in white robe suddenly clutched on himself at a lightning speed, and took out a golden yellow wood of the thickness of a chopstick. He threw it out and smashed it into a pile of golden powder. Then he waved his sleeves again, and immediately a blue light curtain emerged out of thin air, instantly covering himself in it. Old man with the golden crown witnessed this scene on the giant boat, but he clapped and laughed out loud. Haha, this boy really got this ebony spirit wood in the previous years. Young boy Lan, although you have been keeping it as a secret after you got it, and you haven't told a few people at all, but you never expected that your confidant, Chili, would report this to me. If I didn't let Li Kuan betray me and defect to you to purposely let you know about this information, how would you keep this wood on you? Do you really believe that we can use your physical body to cast an ancient curse spell? This is really ridiculous. Your Majesty is wise. Although Siren King is a real pellet state powerhouse, he can only go down before putting up a fight in front of your Majesty. Although he knows that the only effective way to resist this curse is to bring this rare spirit wood with him, he didn't know that when the fragrance of this wood combines with the poisonous mist, it will only enhance the poison for several times. Even if he is a real pellet state powerhouse, he can't resist it at all. Li Kuan also revealed a delighted expression as he said respectfully. At the same time, bloody dragons that had swallowed the poisonous black mist actually let out a painful moan as they struggled. Their bloody transparent outer shells were buzzing under the corrosion of the poison, and their figures were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a moment, it turned back into the lifeless black liquid. And those silver soldier armor puppets that were originally just a little slow, after being corroded by the poisonous black mist, their seemingly sturdy armors also melted one by one. Their movement was in a stasis for a moment, then they fell from the sky and could no longer move. Siren King, which was supposed to be invincible, was instantly wrapped by the black mist like a cocoon. The blue light curtain that he originally released could not stop it, and his handsome face looked as pale as the paper. With just a few seconds, his aura had weakened by as much as half. The young man in white robe's eyes immediately flashed a hint of murderousness. With a groan, a layer of blue light appeared around his body, pushing the poisonous black mist around for a while, and then he turned into 100 meters blue dragon under a blur. After a dragon roar resounded through the sky, it forcefully broke out from the sea of mist and blasted straight at the Sea Emperor Palace. But at the moment Siren King showed up, the 6 main hall retreats, who had retreated, turned around and turned into 6 rainbows that pursued him to the palace like they unexpected this to happen. Sir Siren King. Qin and several other crystallization period warriors couldn't help feeling anxious as they saw this scene. The initial situation that seemed to turn better was completely overturned at this moment. They looked at each other immediately, then they suddenly used their remaining spiritual powers to disperse away. At this time they could only run for their lives. However, after being swarmed by the dozen of holy beasts, no one was able to get away without being killed or captured. Afterward, the Sea Creature clan army, who had retreated in the distance, surrounded the Sea Emperor Palace tightly under the command of the old man with the golden crown. At this time, the king of the Sea region royal family was relieved. He said loudly with a delighted expression, "From now on, there will be no more Siren King in this sea. Only our Sea region royal family." As soon as his loud voice sounded, there was a burst of cheers in the battlefield. The original Sea Creature clan soldiers with a solemn expression all showed excitement and enlightenment. And after the old man with the golden crown finished speaking, he stood up with hands behind his back. He again looked at the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace in the center of the encirclement, waiting for the good news from the Sea Emperor Palace. In his mind, when Siren King was already poisoned, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the 6 Hall Masters. Only when this real Pellet State Beastkin clan was dead, their battle this time was truly complete. As a result, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, the initially quiet Sea Emperor Palace finally had some movement. 6 powerful rainbows with powerful aura flashed out and blasted back toward the giant boat where the old man with the golden crown was at. A moment later, above the giant boat, a woman in a colorful robe stood in front of the old man with the golden crown. She was reporting something while the other 5 pseudo-pellet state powerhouses of the Scale clan stood respectfully behind this woman. "What? You ran away? How is this possible?" The old man with the golden crown only heard a few words, then his expression suddenly became infuriated. "Your Majesty, when we were pursuing Siren King, we discovered that he had run below the ground, and he even brought a woman of our clan with him. When we followed her breath and went to a secret room, he actually prepared an array there long ago. He tore the space and went into an unknown space fissure. After he went in, he forcefully destroyed the entrance. Your Majesty, when I was caught, I seem to have heard that there is a rare underwater mineral vein under the Sea Emperor Palace, and the depth of the mineral vein seems to link to an unknown bottomless abyss." Seeing this, Li Kuan added cautiously. After listening to the old man with the golden crown, he was stunned. At the same time, next to the large hole at the entrance of the underwater mineral vein, mine guards were scattering around with blood. The air was filled with a thick bloody smell. Even the 12 huge humanoid puppets were all sliced into half at this moment, lying on the ground and unable to move at all. As for the leader of the mine guard named Qin Gang, he was lying in a blood pool with his head detached from his body, and his face was twisted due to fear. In a place not far from his body, Yi Tianmei in a green robe was standing there. She waved her hand and the 9 silver light swords flying around her paused and flashed into her body. Then she raised her hand and grabbed in the air. A golden sword and a crimson leather armor flew out from Qin Gang's body and landed firmly in her hand. The woman glanced at the 2 things, then she frowned and kept them away. Then her beautiful eyes flashed, her hand shook, a silver light flashed in the air. With a bang, the semisurus blue light curtain that originally covered the large hole on the ground suddenly broke apart. Yi Tianmei's figure flashed and she silently went into the deep hole. In the bottomless abyss, a group of slave miners led by Lan Xi, just after avoiding a large group of evil beasts, they were rushing on a gray ground in a hurry. Suddenly, a buzz sounded in the sky more than 1,000 meters above them, then it was followed by violent space fluctuation. A space fissure emerged out of the sky. a white figure appeared, and a young man in white robe holding a woman stumbled out. The young man looked handsome, but his face was very pale. There seemed to be a trace of blood on his white robe. He was floating in the sky. He first breathed a sigh of relief, then he glanced at the slave miners below him. He immediately looked surprised, but he was calmed immediately. He said faintly, "Oh, it turns out to be you guys. This is really a surprise." Lu Ming and the others were dumbstruck, looking at the young man in white robe appeared abruptly. They almost thought they saw it wrong. This young man was naturally Siren King, who fled to this place through the magic circle under the Sea Emperor Palace. After his eyes flashed at this moment, he looked at Lan Xi in front of everyone again and said calmly, "I had thought that you might have the intention to touch this abyss. I didn't expect you to do so, and you even brought a bunch of waste. This is very different from your original temperament." Lan Xi was astonished when he saw the young man in white robe, but after hearing his words at this moment, his face immediately looked very ugly. His mind was contemplating quickly. Although his plan couldn't be said to be perfect, after many years of planning, all aspects were still considered very carefully. Especially the timing for the plan execution, this plan was almost certain to succeed. But he never expected that he would meet Siren King here. After all, according to his calculations, it should be the most intense moment for the invasion of the Sea Creature Clan's army. And with the strength of both sides, it is by no means so short-term to be able to decide the outcome. It seemed that an unforeseeable change had happened up there. The hearts of Lu Ming and others were sinking straight down. These slave miners who could enter the abyss with Lan Xi were originally the best among the slave miners. Whether it was theory, cultivation or experience, they were relatively extraordinary. Otherwise they would not be selected as companions by Lan Xi. But in the face of Siren King, the real Pellet State powerhouse, they would never expect to have the chance to escape from him. In this way, the people who had thought that they had escaped from the underwater mineral vein and had the opportunity to regain their freedom, showed a desperate look. In Lu Ming's heart, he also secretly whined a lot. What is wrong with Siren King? Why would he tear through the space and appear here? Thinking that on Biyuan Island, so many crystallization period powerhouses were vulnerable in front of them, let alone this time. But who is the woman in Siren King's arms? Although he could not see clearly because half of her face was in his embrace, the figure shouldn't belong to Yi Tianmei. However, it still gave him a very familiar feeling. At this moment, Lan Xi suddenly said slowly with a relieved expression, "Everyone don't panic. Don't be fooled by his lies. Siren King at this moment looks strong in appearance, but he is weak in reality. I think he probably is in a dire situation, so he tore through the space to get here. If we join forces, we might still have a chance."